Testing the mic. Ah,
This mic one two. This mic one two.
I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light. Really. Okay. Okay. One. Okay. Okay. So this is India.
One. One. 1, 2. 1, 2. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. At sleeping.
Okay. One, two. One, two. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, we're still sleeping. Can we wake up? Good morning, everyone. Should I use Leke's method? He's not here to shoot troubles today. So can we, Kingsley, can we get the guys outside in? Let's get started. I had to give you, we agreed 9 a.m. yesterday, but when I came here, I was still looking for all the people that said yes. But we're going to get started in earnest anyway. So let's get the guys online in so that we're in a good place. I hope everyone was able to catch some good rest yesterday. Nobody's answering me. Am I talking to myself? Huh? Am I talking to myself? Okay. So let's start somewhere, right? Who wants to share with me how yesterday went for them? Who wants to go? They used to say ladies first, right? Huh? She said it's gentlemen first. Okay, please. You want to share?
Good morning, all. Yesterday was a kind of eye opener because then we had a culture from the company I come from to have a meeting before. Let me set it up. So uh, we had a meeting, you know, among ourselves, and then we discussed so many things at the what do we expect from this training as regards all the.
Are you from Flowers?
Yes.
Okay.
So as regards all the training we've been going for, and then we read some things and we documented some things down. And it's to our surprise, we were just hitting them on the nail one by one. And that was what necessitated the question of yesterday and even the pre-meeting question of today so that we can get a very nice help. And it's been helpful, I should tell you, because the economic we have now with the work going on in importation will be a little bit difficult, products will be a little bit difficult. We need to look inward and see what we could do to manage our assets better. So kudos to you guys. Thank you very much.
Who is of the opinion that they owe me additional money? Okay, so great. I think you guys did well. This is the Port Harcourt event. Others would have said, let's wait till it comes to Lagos. But they flew all the way from Lagos to join us here in Port Harcourt. A round of applause for them, please. So, who wants to go next? This man that wanted to ask me a question yesterday is the one I wanted to give to. But it's working.
All right. Good morning, everybody. In short, yesterday's event was very euphoric from the beginning to the end because it touched areas which I know that my people are not doing very well. I think when I go back, I will cascade the information to them. We were part and parcel of this program, but when COVID came, they forgot that there are still things, more innovations has been in place, because what I saw yesterday was quite different from what I saw 5 years back. There has been a very serious continual improvement. I think I'll end my talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Stanley. Yesterday, I got my eyes opened. It's better now, right?
Yes.
Okay, yesterday I got my eyes opened in an area I used to know, but applying in a different setting. What do I mean? Getting approvals for your reliability works, the maintenance work, facility works, and things like that. You know, we the engineers are used to putting on the jargons and the whole stories to get your approval that this is why this is. But the speaker said something that struck a bell in me. He said, know your audience. I used to know that, but I thought it's only when I want to speak as public speaking or talking to people in a place or things. But know the people you are presenting this thing to. Find a way to meet and appeal their consciences. In quotes, that was what he was just trying to say, by bringing up what they will understand where you are presently, why you need to do what you want to do, and what they will get out of it in maybe their respective role or their department and as the organization in total. I think that went a long way too for me.
Thank you, Stanley. Like I was discussing with some people yesterday, I said, we said buying or spending money is an emotional decision. It's not a what? Logical decision. Unfortunately, as engineers, we were trained to be logical. Huh? The y dx equals to. So when we come to make justification, we most likely come with the numbers and with the logic as to why we should do it. But the reality is, what should we focus on? It's actually taking the people on the journey to say, you are here, this is where you want to get to, and painting the picture of that destination. Something happened to me a couple of years ago, and that's why I said buying is an emotional decision. I was in the US for a conference, and I was staying at one of the Hilton related hotels. And they told me that, oh, there's this stuff these guys are doing, we'll just take you there, one of the Hilton partners. So I jumped on the vehicle. They took me to this beautiful building. When you get into the building, if you see the surrounding, the view, fantastic. I've not seen anybody sell like that. By the time I entered the hotel, went upstairs, I ate one of the best hot dogs I've ever eaten. I had to go for a second serving. So there was food, and then we sat down to discuss. We did not discuss as a group. It was a one-on-one discussion. And the guy was just asking me, do you go on vacations? He was not selling anything. Where do you go on vacations? How many times do you go? How much do you spend? Right? By the way, before you can even go for that kind of conversation, they've already profiled you. You have to be earning a certain amount of money before you can even come there. So after having those discussions, they told me, okay, how would you like to go on an entire vacation for maybe, let's say, less than $500, right? If you go, if a typical hotel in the US, a decent one, will cost you an average of $150 to $200 per night, right? And the young man is telling you, I just went on on vacation in Fiji. I stayed in XYZ resort, and for the 2 weeks I was there, I spent $500. And you are spending $500 for 2 nights or 3 nights. That already excites you. Guess what? You are not thinking of money at that point. I was thinking of how it will feel like to be in a resort, not in one small hotel, for $500 for 2 weeks. So they were painting that what? Destination. And right there, the model of the rooms and the packages they want, you go, oh, this is our 2-bedroom. Not showing you a picture. Like you walk in, bed dressed, everything. Lo and behold, right there I parted with money. I had just received some payment, and before the offer was too good. Like this offer, if you live here, it ends. If you, as soon as you leave, guess what? It ends. And irrespective whether you take it or not, they even gave me a ticket to Disney. Unfortunately, I was even alone, so I didn't have kids or anybody to go with, so I didn't go. But at the end of the day, guess what? Right there and then, before my logical brain could kick in, I had what? Parted with money. And that was it. Coming back, when my eyes now opened. So it was a great opportunity for me. The only difference was that was not the time for that opportunity. I was in a phase of my career where I prioritized learning and growing. That was not the time for vacation. So if I kept paying that money, guess what? I knew how much I'll be losing, because since then I have not even gone for that vacation. So sometimes it's not meant to trick you or manipulate, but painting the destination goes a long way in changing the conversation from money to value. And if you paint quite well the picture of value, guess what? You would get what you want. But if you keep talking about money, nobody wants to do what? Spend money. Why is it that when there's a breakdown, money comes out? Why is it that nobody talks about money when there's a breakdown? It's because value is being lost. What they understand now is, because this machine is down, 2,000 tons of products are not made what? Daily. And if those products are not made, profit does not come in for what? the business. So they do anything possible to do what? Bring the money. What if you painted the picture in terms of the tons of those products that would have been lost at the beginning, instead of saying we need to buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this? So I hope you take something to move the conversation away from buying to more of what? Value addition. Okay? So thanks everyone. A round of applause for yourself, please. So this morning, without much ado, we're going to get this session kick started. Where's Mr. Wale? We're going to get the session kick started, and we're going to start it just like we started yesterday. We're going to start with the friend of the troubleshooter. Who's ready? Huh? Are you ready for the friend of the troubleshooter? Nobody is saying anything, no? So this morning, we will be kickstarting with the 21st century workplace. The 21st what? Century workplace. The human resource partnership. And to lead us in this conversation would be the person of Mr. Ajani Olawale. Mr. Ajani Olawale is the CEO of SETI Consult, and he'll be here to break this down for us. I hope he doesn't shoot too many troubles. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. Olawale in, please. Is that how we are clapping?
Good morning, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Port Harcourt. It tells you a story or a signal that I came from, outside. Yeah? So how we day? All right. So the session yesterday, I was there, and also I had my own piece of the learning curve, yesterday. As I've been introduced, my name is Olawale Ajani, and I'm very glad to be here. It's my third time, of coming to speak. And I think my first appreciation goes to the convener, Jonathan David. Second goes to the sponsor. And my third appreciation goes to every participant here seated, for coming here to learn. You have a choice to go, somewhere else if you are not here today. So can we join our hands together and give ourselves a round of applause, please? So, like I will start, I'm on the soft side, of learning. So I'm not the technical, guy. I won't be speaking technical languages. I will be speaking soft languages, which is in today's 21st century workplace. Soft skills is even more important, than our hard skills. I'm not saying our hard skills are not important, but today we find out that the critical employability skills, that we need to be relevant in the workplace are centered, within our soft skills. Problem solving, critical thinking, teamwork skills, like Leke, my brother was, telling us yesterday. When you look at team, there's no how you won't work in a team. So it's very key. So collaboration is the big C in the 21st century. The big C in the 21st century is collaboration. And I'm here to just take us through, what diversity and inclusion is in the workplace and why it's becoming very, very key in the 21st century. Some 2-3 weeks ago, in the media, we will read about Flutterwave and the issue of toxic environment. It's not that they are not making money. It's a fantastic payment gateway, and but issue of harassment in the workplace, issue of bias, which is even in recruitment. You don't want to do biased recruitment and all that and all that. So this dovetails into the spectrum of reliability. I know we have people in operations, people in procurement, people in production, people in supply chain, diverse areas, finance, yeah, there. But I don't want to be, but I know we have just very diverse distribution, in this place. And this is how, we've had it in subsequent, sessions. So I will be the pilot for now, for the next 30 minutes. And I just want us to open our mind. I think a flow of like 1, 2, 3 years for Leke, for me, will be which lane. I will ask you. Then you just tell me TMI. Is that okay? Which lane? Which lane? Then lane for me, the L is learning. Yeah? The A is application. You need to apply what you have learned. The N is network. You need to network. Then the E, you need to explore. That's the world we live in now, because knowledge of yesterday might no longer be relevant today. So meet people. Don't sit with, this is speaking, it's not training, but I'll advise, don't speak like you sat yesterday. Yeah. Don't do it like yesterday. So leave where, apart from, the front seat. Sit somewhere, meet someone else, and, network and know them better. And, that's what it is. So can I have the sound, please?
There's a little light of mine.
Please, let's listen to this.
I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Yes. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. May we know that together. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine, shine. Oh, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. My room, I'm gonna let it shine. All in my room, I'm gonna let it shine. All in my room, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. This little light. This a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This a little light, this a light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, shine, shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. let it shine. Bravo. Sounded good. Thank you.
That's the face of diversity.
Those are my cousins.
So, for me, everything we do is about connectedness. Correct? Everything we do is about connectedness. And today we are talking about Internet of Things. We're talking about Internet of Everything. And the workplace is extremely dynamic. It's not static. It's stupidity doing what you did yesterday and you expect it, a difference. And, you have not changed your approach. Because the method you used yesterday might not even be relevant for what you have to do today. Slides, please. So, like I said, my assignment here is very simple. I'm just going to be telling us and discussing on managing diversity and inclusion in the workplace, which you cannot run away from. Slides. So, slide sorter. Full slide sorter. So, what do we mean by diversity? Just by definition. So, diversity is a business tactic which encourages diverse to business to better serve diverse customers. You can have diversity in supply chain. You can have diversity in marketing. Even today, this is from Wiki, we have diversity downstream, diversity FM, which is a FM in Lancaster, England. Next slide. So we have diversified training. I love, what Jonathan is putting together here because it doesn't put anybody away. Like I said, no matter your designation, no matter the portfolio, no matter what your roles and responsibilities in the workplace is, everybody has a role, to play and something to learn. And like they say, diversity is the what, inclusion is the how. Diversity is the what, inclusion is the how. So our similarities and our differences matters in the workplace. Because you will be in a plant and you will work with an Indian. You'll be in a plant, you'll work with a Chinese. You'll be in a, FPSO, you have Malaysians, Singaporeans, Emiratis. You have different, people of diverse culture. And today, if you're going to work with a multinational, a criteria for recruitment will be, do you have a previous multicultural experience? Today, I think, if I'm, apt, I think I've worked with over 26 nationalities. Over 26 nationalities on different projects. Yeah? Malaysians, Americans, Britons, Italians, French. And, even the language you speak. Because you need an interpreter to speak, to actually communicate what that person is telling you. Yeah, if you don't understand. So that's diversity. And that's inclusion in the workplace. No one should be left behind. Also, criteria for engagement will be, this is devoid of race, religion. You don't say because this person is a Muslim, you're not going to hire him to do. So long the person is competent, and possess the skill set to do that job, you don't do biased recruitment. Next slide. Next slide. So in actual sense, diversity is a fact, right? And inclusion is a behavior. I'll take 2 minutes to talk to this. Maybe in the 80s, there are not policies on diversity and inclusion in the workplace. But today, it is very, very important to have policies from the HR, and HR is the storehouse of policies. I'm not saying our SOPs and other manuals, are not finance has their own procurement, supply chain and all that. But diversity as a concept resides in HR. So we say here that diversity is a fact and inclusion is a behavior. How do you place and manage diversity and inclusion, in the workplace? Next slide. These are faces of diversity. Yeah? The color of my hair should not make them not to give me the job, or the color of my eyes, or my height. All these are very, very important, when you are talking of hiring and when you are talking of execution, as well. Next slide. This is hands of diversity. All right? So you don't say, that albino cannot work because of the melanin, in his skin. No. That can be anti-policy, can be anti-ethical to the policy of the organization. There are different organizations with different policies. At a time, I was informed, I think it was one of our projects, I think it's TMSA 1 or 2, from the contract side, that you cannot take more than $50 as a gift from a vendor or something. If it's 51, it becomes a bribe. So you need to set, you see, ethics is not something you teach in the classroom. Ethics is something you have to imbibe in you. So even if I'm hungry, I will not steal. Yeah. It's not all hungry people that at the end of the day hence to go and steal something. Yeah. And that's why most times I say, people don't know Silas Adekunle. That is the highest paid robotics engineer in the world. He's a Nigerian, like you and I. He did intelligent robots for Apple. And he just got honoris causa from University of West of England. But people know Poppy more than Silas Adekunle. It's more popular. So negative is more popular than positive. Let me clear that for you. Negative is more popular than positive. So the flutter wave thing is going, and they have to come. Both Agbola and Inyola Aboyeji, the CEO, and they have to come to address critical issues. In the 70s and 80s, these are no issues. But, time changes, right? We live in a VUCA economy. When I say VUCA, V is volatile, U is uncertain, C is complex, and A is ambiguous. That's the era we live now. What you need to work last year, last month, might not be what you need to work now. Even the applications changes. All right? Next slide. So diversity, the similarities, differences, and opportunities inherent in the individual and organizational characteristics that shape our workplace. The workplace in the 21st century is fast changing, is rapidly dynamic, and there's nothing you can do about it. People don't even want to work and take a long service award, like in my father's days. Yeah. Maybe I've never worked anywhere 5 years. Something else will interest me, then I just want to go. Millennials, average they spend is like 6 or 8 months in a job. Average. Millennials, people born after 2000. Maybe they are not even staying one, but I'm not saying that is global best practice. All right? That, even a recruiter looks into your CV and says, this is a job upper. That's what we call it. You are upping jobs. That you will also come here and also, leave us, that same way. But that's a talent. It's like a fly on a wall. You try to catch it here, you have to go. So that's what McKinsey in 1997 called war of talent. No one has ever won it. The war of talent is ongoing because it's talent supply versus talent demand. All right? It feels like the diesel or petrol we need as a nation, right? That maybe we have more or student-lecturer ratio or doctor-patient ratio. You understand what I mean? So I'm taking us all around this because this is workplace necessity. And we just must. Who says HSC now just gets, cross-posting to become HR? I know one of late, if not two. So who says you are in operation today, they won't put you in HR. So how do you deal with diversity and inclusion? Next slide. Next slide. So this is a survey from Glassdoor. I'm sure we are familiar with Glassdoor. 67% of job seekers say a diverse or diversified workforce is important when considering job offers. That means workplace diversity attracts top talent. When you say, what do you know about our company? That's on interview table, right? So you have gone, look at the board of directors, look, oh, what do they do here? Their operations, or how many barrels, if in the oil and gas, are they doing? You just want to know, some things about them. What's their culture? What's their systems? What's their process? And what's their structure? Which is the 4 DNA of any organization. Culture, process, systems, and structure. That's the quadrant. Next slide. So diversity is more than just tolerating differences. I'm tolerating Mr. Steve. I don't know. He's a bully. He likes to do. Diversity is more than just tolerating, differences. It is what? Can we say it together? I can't hear you here. Yes. Yes. In the workplace, to be sincere, in the workplace and scenario based, do we do this? I'm not expecting to hear all same answer or the other answer. If you toss a coin, it brings you either head or tail. Yeah. I got a yes, I got a no, which is normal. That's in between as well. Yeah. When they say good, bad, you agree, you don't agree, you are indifferent, yes, or slightly agree, stuff like that. So, but it's important in the 21st century. Respect that Indian. Don't say because he smokes. If the policy allows that in the workplace, then you don't have any. Yeah, you must document this. Yesterday we were talking a whole lot of ISO, QMS, quality management system and stuff. It must be documented. If you don't write it down, it controls you. If you write it down, you control it. All right? If you don't write it down, it controls you. But if you write it down, you control it. That's documentation. So if you say, oh, we have weekly meetings, can we have your minute of meeting? ISO says if it's more than 3 or 5 minutes for you to retrieve it, you are not doing that meeting. So you don't know how to even store your document. If it's more than 3 or 5 minutes and you cannot retrieve that document, you are not doing that meeting. So that's the essence of QMS. Next slide. Diversity therefore consists of visible and non-visible factors. And quick one to say 3 pillars of diversity. Yeah, is demographic diversity. That's trying to say gender. I can count the number of ladies here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Men are more. You get what I mean? Yes? And I can say, okay, complexion. I can demographics to, answer a lot of questions. Right? That's demographic diversity. We also have cognitive diversity. Being able to consider others, in what you do. And experiential diversity, which is the third one. The way you actually respond to diversity will be a function of your previous experience. What you have not experienced, you cannot display, such attributes and traits. Next slide. So these are benefits of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. 1, can we go? 1, 2, go. Yes or no? Yes or no? 2, can we go? 1, 2, go. Yes or no? 3, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Yes or no? An organization that cannot produce its next generation of leaders is on its way out of business. Can I say it again? An organization that cannot produce its next generation of leaders is on its way out of business. Simple and QED. So you must understand succession planning. You must understand mentoring and reverse mentoring. Yeah? So mentoring is from the older people down, then reverse mentoring is from the younger people, up, which is key in 21st century. Fourth, let's go quick. Please, are we together? Which lane? Which lane? Yes, so let's go. 1, 2, 3. Yes or no? Let's go next. 1, 2, 3. Yes or no? In the workplace, if you have given everybody a level playground and they understand that they are also parts of the vision. Vision, alignment with vision. If there's a corporate vision and you have employees that don't align with the corporate vision, everybody will be working, in different ways. So vision is and that's why when you go to organization, our vision, our mission, our core values or brand values. And I have a consulting partner that say, you don't manufacture value. Someone that comes late to work almost every time and says his value is punctuality. It's a no-no, right? It's a no-no. So it's important. Then last one, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. The greatest headache for we in HR in 21st century. Yeah? Because organizations are now looking at entry interview, exit interview, stay interview. Stay. The one they are bothered most about now, we are bothered is stay interview. How do we keep this talent? So he doesn't go. Somebody is offering him Prado and 5 times what we are paying him. And it's the same guy we have sent training and the guy is just on his way out. So stay interview. How do we retain, this top talent? It's very, very important. Next slide. So 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Productivity is enhanced. QED. It's just that. If you believe that, this is a diversified environment and inclusiveness is here. I have a voice. I can talk at the monthly meeting. I can talk at the general meeting. Nobody is saying, shh. Next one. Yeah. Okay, that's also similar. Let's go to the second to the last. 1, 2, 3. It's also connected. Yeah. Leke's example yesterday, I first heard from him 10 years ago when I had a training with Philips Consulting. It's about the senior guy on the Povio belt and the junior guy. Why do we buy a giant weighing scale if you can buy a wall fan that can be blowing the cartons away? You save a lot of money. Cost reduction, improve. Yeah. And that's basically, the essence is bottom line, right? Business is about results, correct? Profit and margin. If you go into business, you fail, then you're out. And today you must understand automation and technology. That's why the yellow card people are asking, who is Uber? Uber is an application. It's not a person. You say he has taken all our businesses away. So you must disrupt. You must understand disruption, digital disruption in the 21st century. And you have too many resource, materials on the internet. Coursera, Udacity, Udemy, Allison. Pick up courses that will actually enhance. Jonathan will not stop saying self-development is very, very key. If you complain you are not promoted, it's because you are not working, the responsibility matrix of the next position you are meant to be. For you to earn promotion, it's not because you have spent time in an organization. You should be doing what, if you are an assistant manager, you should already be doing what a manager is doing. That's when you are due to be promoted. So our career pattern, we must really understand and get a coach, get a career coach, get a career mentor. They can guide you, along the line. Next slide. Next slide. So 7 biggest diversity issues in the workplace. 1, acceptance and respect. It stands at the top. You said we should do first name policy. And we're in a meeting, and I say, Julie said, don't come. You need to put madam in front of. Then the policy doesn't stand. If you say it's Frank, hi Frank, it must be. So if you cannot sustain it, don't introduce it. You get what I mean? We are the custodian of policies in organizations. So policy, procedures, principle. That's what we bother about. And when you look at employee handbook, people just sign. This is your employee. You are joining this organ. This is your employee. Sign. It's like your manual to a TV. How many people read manual to home theater or TV? Let Sony let it sound boo boo boo, and that's all. And that's all. So sometimes they say, oh, if you want to keep something from a black man, put inside a book. It might not be, straight jacket pain, but there's a line iota of truth to that. Next slide. Accommodation of beliefs. I said that a lot. Because my belief is different from yours doesn't make we won't work in the same organization. I only need to understand that there are similarities and differences. Ethnic and cultural differences. Gender equality. Today, inclusion is saying you need to put a female, even if you have just male domineering, board. You need to at least include. And you see in the National Assembly, you will see that the clamor is coming for, let there be more female participation, leadership. We now have like 7 female bank MDs, correct? Yes? Fidelity, Standard Chartered, you can go on and on, like that. So inclusion is very, very important. You can sue organizations for, if they have a policy and they go against the policy, they can sue and be sued. So physical and mental disabilities, generational age gaps, which is very, very important. You said, I'm getting old, I can't do this job again. You need to justify, that stuff. Is it because I can't stand for this time, but I still, even remote work is what we do now, correct? We work remotely and we get our stuffs done. So then language and communication. Next slide. So these are 5 diversity and inclusion activities for managing stronger teams. Leke was talking about performing teams. Stronger is just a nomenclature. We can say stronger and performing, correct? Teams. And I know we have managers here at different cadres, at different levels. We are all managers. So learn what has shaped people you work with, and that they don't come late to work, started coming late to work. You need to understand. Someone that that does not make mistake easily, started making, multiple mistakes. It might be marital issue from home. It might be he's in a, financial, it might be anything. So you need to, this is engagement, and that's why onboarding is very key in the 21st century. The 3 weeks or 4 weeks of onboarding, if that person doesn't feel engaged, he might give you a resignation maybe 1 month after he comes into that organization. So culture is key. It's what strategy eats for breakfast. Peter Drucker says culture is what strategy eats for breakfast and execution for lunch. Peter Drucker. Culture is what strategy eats for breakfast and execution for lunch. That's Peter Drucker, father of management. So, confront stereotypes head on. We have too many stereotypic things in the workplace. Oh, this is where we put our water. This is where change management comes to the fore, and it comes with a model. This is how we've been doing it. We can change it, and it can be better. There's generational workforce in the workplace. Veterans, baby boomers, Generation X, Generation Y, millennials, and so on and so forth. So it's important. Then walk in someone else's shoes. That's empathy. Sympathy and empathy sound same, but they are not the same thing. Empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoes. And that's what it says. Then bring bias to the front. Bias is what will not make things work in, and we see everywhere. Because it's my cousin, we must hire. The person that must come and take this position must come from that, side and stuff. Even when it's not competent. Even when nepotism. Thank you. Nepotism. Next slide. So solutions to diversity. You need to develop, communicate, and adhering to organizational policy. I can't overflow that. I've been saying that a lot. Holding people accountable for there must be penalty. There must be fiat. There must be proviso defined that if you do this, then this is the punishment or Then acknowledge holidays of all cultures. If you say Easter alone is what you celebrate, or Christmas, and when they have Eid al-Kabir and Eid, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Then identify and define the issues that exist. Root cause. I heard that yesterday, and that's ISO. Root cause analysis makes a whole lot of sense. Don't look at it from the very perspective, but from the holistic, perspective. You are able to bring out, this is the issue. Next slide, as I round off. So, mix up your team of, Leke said that yesterday. Avoid unconscious prejudice. Establish corporate guidelines is very key. Don't say because our organization is 7 people or we are 10, we are lean organization. No. The policy that will affect 4 employees will also affect 4,000, employees at the end of the day, because you scale and the traction grows, bigger and bigger and bigger. Empower employees by providing diversity training. That is this. Yeah? That is this. We come from diverse organizations. You need to introduce diversity and inclusion training and awareness sessions. The currency we spend, according to Obama in the 21st century, is knowledge. Hosea 4:6, my people perish for lack of. Next slide. We can't take the activity because my time is running off. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. So this is what inclusion means. All people, regardless of their abilities, disabilities, or healthcare needs, have a right to be respected, appreciated as valuable members of the organization. So it means respect and valuing our diversity. And I said diversity is what? Inclusion is how. It's how you drive it. Next slide. So an inclusive organization will problem solve, will collaborate, will be fair, will be just, will be objective, will learn from differences, will have structured policies, practices, and procedures. Next slide. 5 levels of community, connection, contribution, contemplation, comprehensive. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Diversity is nothing without an inclusive workplace culture. Yeah? Diversity is nothing without an inclusive workplace culture. So you must understand the integration, the collaboration, and how to actually project. You need to walk the talk, practice what you preach. Don't put it into documents alone, and you are not, actually executing what you said. This is on the map. Next slide. So you need to acknowledge differences, provide mentors, let people learn by doing. They said we have moved from know-how to do-how in this century. We're no longer in know-how. We are now in do-how. Next. So encourage personal evaluation. Yes. In the workplace, I appraise myself before appraiser comes. I first appraise myself before appraiser comes. That's when it's like doing a pre-interview for yourself before you go out there. Then ask questions. Then value all diversity. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, this having a global mindset, yeah? Diversity, inclusion, innovation, then growth. And we are going to be saying multicultural and multi-generational. Multicultural and that's how that stuff looks. Next slide. So everyone matters. At the end, everyone matters.
I hope we're getting these slides. This one you are saying next slide. Does anyone want this slide?
Okay. Like yesterday, I heard Singapore is a fine country.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned it's not because it's fine, because there's a lot of fine to pay. So fine and fine. So I hope we are getting this. Absolutely, this slide. Yes, this slide is for everyone. Yes,
all right.
It's going to be shared.
Round of applause for him.
It's paid for, so it's going. It's going to. It's yeah. So everyone matters, right? Next slide, please. Diversity, and that is what it is. Next slide. Inclusion is diversity plus engagement. You must engage your people. Your people must be engaged for them to feel like, oh, there's inclusiveness policy or culture in this organization. The message that the Flutterwave CEO sent out now is bordered about we are going to have a more inclusive organization going forward. Because of the allegations against him, there's a fictitious investor in the, in Flutterwave. They were not using the funds that as they're meant to do and stuff. We're going to have an inclusive, and the female employees also, they will have more voice in the organization. Next slide. So that's what diversity. So diversity will be like your jigsaw puzzle not coming together, right? Then inclusion will be like your jigsaw puzzle well fit into. And what do you want to achieve? This, right? It's like converting your weakness to be your strength in SWOT analysis and converting your threats to be your opportunities, correct? On the quadrants, SWOT, your W must turn to S and your T must turn to O. That's it. Next slide. Next slide. So, in conclusion, diversity is being invited to the party. What is inclusion? Let's say it together. Do we get it? We get it.
Yes, if I go to a party and I do not dance there, I mean, be fair, I'm not there, I don't belong there. But when I dance and I become happy, I enjoy the party and I have something to go home with. Doing it, engaging myself in the party.
It's still coming from you to the party. From the party organizers, there's something you invite them. Yes. Have you been asked to come and
dance?
So it's not prerogative. It's not your prerogative to say, I want to
dance.
They invited you to the party.
Yes.
So now they said, the dance floor is open.
Take the floor. Thank you.
All right, next slide. So team performance improves by 50% when everyone feels, this is a survey. You don't say because he doesn't have the requisite skills and is not trained enough. And don't blame Mr. Was saying yesterday, if you don't train, don't blame. That's it. So that's the conclusion, and I hope we've learned one thing or the other, when we are talking managing diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Thank you very much.
Don't worry. I know if I give you the whole day, you'll continue. Okay, questions, please. Any questions in the room? You have? Okay, let's go. Please pass it.
Good morning, y'all. I would like to use myself as an example. I was running a team in a packaging hall. And in my team, we were about 8. I was the team leader, and I have 2 female. So 2 of the female, I try to put them in a machine that is not too difficult. Are you getting it?
To manage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even with that, one of the lady was still giving me problem.
Let's listen. It's
Now
scenario based. Yeah.
it's a life thing. You understand?
Yes.
So now, what I did, I also have an associate staff that know how to operate those machines very well. So I use one of them to support her. Now, when we are running night, when we are on night duty,
The associate's a male.
yes,
It's a male.
yeah.
Okay.
When we are on night duty, she always like to sleep, to be sleeping. And when you are sleeping, there's every tendency that your machine, something might happen to your machine. So sometimes it's not allowed in my company for you to sleep when you are on duty. Because she's a female, I try to tell her, go and rest for 1 hour. Now, gradually, I was trying to manage her in such a way that they will not say because it's a female. Now, it was not affecting my team.
Productivity.
Why other person were like, why are you giving Sister B 1 hour rest? Why other persons will ask?
So what's the question?
Now,
what's the question?
I try to let them know. Now, to end the scenario, let me just cut it. At the end of the day, the thing that affected my appraiser in such a way that I was not able to manage this lady because my team was not now performing the way they was performing before. Then I removed her from my team and took her as a data capturing clerk. Now, my question is, in that kind of scenario, you as the team leader, what will you do? In order for them not to feel different that you are treating this lady, which was a weak link to my team, bad. That is my question.
Fantastic question. Yeah. And it's not one size fits all. All right. You allowed, I've seen the end from the beginning. You allowed the organization to do what you are meant, to do. You can lead from the back. You can also lead, from the front. Yeah. I hope you understand that. So when you introduced an intervention to bring a male, if you had observed the nature of this, job, she cannot cope. Then you will have said you can work in a different, portfolio or a different functional role. To do night, she's sleeping. Anything can happen to the machine at any point in time. It's a whole lot of, it's risk. There are risks you can afford to take. There are risks you cannot afford to take. There are risks you cannot afford not to take. So you see level of risk. So in the workplace, as a project manager, you will look at that and say, what is the risk level of this thing? Still retaining this person that is not actually giving us results. What efforts, but results. So you will have taken drastic action as at that time to actually either change her or move her. If it's shift, if it's shift, then put our money. Yeah, if it's night, that is, we also have circadian rhythm. Some people are more active in the morning than evening. Some people are more active when it's 4 o'clock. Some people start, energy level will now start, being very high. So you need to understand dynamics, of a particular employee that you have or your workmates and people that work in a team.
So let me come from another angle, because when it comes to the issue of D&I, right, I also feel, I think more needs to be done. Because if you are putting it on him, he might not have the authority level to say, move you out. Don't you think the organization also, because the moment he says, I don't want this person, I'll tell you the card that will play. They'll say, the person will come, is it because I'm female?
True.
Right?
Agenda.
And the whole gender issue would come to play.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's a delicate balance trying to get people to do what they are meant to do. So we could say, everybody, as long as you've taken this job, you agree to it, then you must contribute equally to make sure that we get the value out of it. So for organizations, I think they need to also help the guys at the shop floor. Because if we go around, that same thing of giving that extra 1 hour, could you go rest? If we go around this room, for those, some that have female counterparts, you might see that same card playing.
True.
When it's time for the main job to happen, some people will be given, and then you might think you are considerate. He's met someone that takes the 1 hour and go and rest. You could also meet the same person that you think you are considerate. The person takes it up with HR and say, I signed up to do this job. Why are you telling me to go and what? Rest. So I think when we, especially in male-dominated industries like ours, I think HR would need to do a lot more so that if we are able to profile people, we'll profile them and put them in boxes where they fit. Even if I think that's why some organizations will do probation, right? Not just probation. During your onboarding, you work here, work here, work here, work here, work here. And in each area you're working, you are being what? Assessed. So that by the time we put you in a portfolio, we put you in a portfolio where you can perform. At the end, he has to take the heat. His department could not perform because they were working short one. So even at that, I think HR needs to do maybe some form of feedback to say, okay, how's your team? How is it performing? How are you managing them? What's the strength of your team? Because if you're a team leader, as I've done that before, there's some people that don't see eye to eye.
True.
You have to put them in different shapes. This one has strength here. This one has strength here. You know how to mix and match to get the best out of it. So sometimes it's a dilemma. So I just wanted to throw that in so that people like you that do HR can also help our case.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah, I think there's a missing link that.
Yeah, my starting.
Did you meet with the HR?
Okay.
Even the associate guy that you involved, was this something that is in line with the corporate policy, or is just what you did on your own? Allowed, as in it's in line with the policy of your organization. Okay, that sounds
an accepted practice.
Okay. He's an expert. Yeah.
To work. Are you getting it?
Yes.
It's not all process. Whether you like it or not, women is women, men is men. It's not all process that women can easily work, even if that woman is very strong. Yeah. We should tell ourselves the truth and be practical about it. Yeah. It's not. Even if we are having 7 CEO in the bank and the rest, there is an area women cannot work effectively.
I think that's spot on, because mining, rig, there are areas you wouldn't find, but someone differs, so it's not cast in stone.
You are lighting a powder keg. Okay.
Sorry, Jonathan. I think we should not even speak for the ladies. They should
we
be
have them
one
in the
to
room.
counter. Yes, exactly. Before we go to men, can we?
I asked ladies and gentlemen that time.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Sorry. 1 hour.
Jonathan, okay. I know there was a gender issue here, and I know what my guy was trying to avoid of being accused of being favoring a particular person. I had expected the ladies to to even talk. Okay, you raise your hand. Let's see their opinion.
Okay, let me start here. I think I have one here, one here. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Favor, and I would like to really counter what he has to say. I believe that yes, you are a lady, yes, you're a guy. You should get a job based on your skill set. I'm a 5 years rotating equipment specialist. I work with LM2500s, I work with RB211, and I'm under 30. You can't tell me that because I'm a lady, I cannot operate that equipment. And I'm doing it well. You can still have guys that would sleep on duty. I've seen guys sleep on duty too. I've seen guys take out time, and I've seen guys be weak links to teams. So because a lady is there, no, yes, we understand that ladies are lower or weaker people, right? No, let's assume that, right? No, we no, okay, let's say that they are no, definitely they are softer people, right? But we are in this generation, like the gentleman here has spoken. We are in this generation where people are proving themselves. I'm of the opinion that if somebody is good at a job and can do the job effectively, be it male or female, the person should get the job. And why I have a comment with him is he mentioned he had 2 ladies on his shift. If one person is a weaker link, I'm not sure anybody will tell you that it's because she's a lady. What happened to the second lady? Why didn't he give the second lady an assistant? Because the second lady is competent, the other lady is not competent. Replace the person that is not competent. That's simple. Not necessarily because the person is a lady. Gender should not really be a conversation at this point.
So something like a fitness assessment or stuff, depending on the nature of work you do, right? Mining, people that are working in where you have to be breaking rocks and stuffs like that. If that's fitness work, it's not even mental. So your competence, you see, you look at generic competencies, you look at functional competencies. Now you look at cross-functional competencies. So when you say specific or functional the person must be able to do this. But most times, you just do, interview, one-on-one interview or panel interview, and you don't subject these people to personality, work. There are different levels of interview you can do outside just doing face-to-face, depending on the role you are feeling. And psychometric assessment is also very important to know the personality and the trait, of that. So missing out in these areas, we need to close those gaps. Yeah.
Okay, I think our time has run away. No, the conversation will continue. Yeah, the conversation will continue. Please. Okay, so we have a session coming up that has to do with communication later. Just before anybody accuses me, there are 2 females speaking today, please. And they are all very, very what? Competent. Somebody will say, women have not spoken since we came. We have 2 very competent female speakers that will be handling sessions today and will be learning. So just for the sake of time, please, we'll allow some questions to also come in when we have that discussion later. And just so you know, he will also be on that panel. So that will help our case. A round of applause for Mr. Wale.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Isn't it nice when things just work?
Are you a rep for Honda? But yes, we all don't have the same strengths, but we're actually meant to complement each other toward getting the best value from the company. Okay? Next, I want to bring up our next speaker, and at least he will be taking us on another journey. I like the fact that this conversation took us to discussing competence. You know, we started with D&I. At the end, where did we end? So finally, if I go to the young man that asked the question, it was simply a game of what? Competence. You get a competent person that can do the job, the person will do what? Do the job. So to take us on that discussion on competence assurance, we'll be looking at a case study for natural gas utilization, would be engineer Danyami Etire. I met him in 2009 when I got on a great job. He was one of those people that saw me through my 12 months of probation. And over that 12 months, I was visiting several facilities, several departments, and in each of those places you visit, something must be written about you. And maybe one day, I will ask him why I was sent to one remote location to work without any organ on my top. Well, I'll tell you, even though it was not fun that I was sent to a remote location where, as a tech, I automatically had to manage 3 people that were older than me, that singular location I visited changed my career completely and contributed to who I am today and the fact that we are all gathered here to learn. Let's welcome Engineer Etire to take us on this session.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm already introduced. They will allow me to introduce 2 of my sons who are inspirations to me. They are here on their own capacity as engineers. My first son, Esbanato, is on electronic and computer engineering, and also the technical secretary of the Nigerian Institution of Electronic and Electrical Engineering at Harcourt. My second son read mechanical engineering and mechatronic engineering. Uguan, please. He's also here in his own right as an engineer. And I think why I say it's an inspiration is that we're talking about succession. I didn't influence their choice of career, but I found them coming after me. So thank you very much, kids. Well done. Okay, so I would like to thank you, Jonathan, and also thank you, participants. Without you, this session wouldn't have been what it is. And I like discussing about collaboration, partnership, skills, and everybody has a skill. I want those skills to be demonstrable as much as possible. And when we are demonstrating those skills, don't be shy. We cannot be at the same level. But the intent of this discussion is to encourage all of us to see how we can bring up ourselves to work together on the project called Nigeria. There's an aspect that is bringing us money, that is natural gas, oil and gas production. Since its discovery in the late 50s, oil and gas really propelled us to a money-making country. But that has not just happened. It took skillful people who have spent themselves in schools, in universities, polytechnics, trade centers, and so on. Above all, hands-on work to make this happen. So when we're talking about dollar, naira, these don't just happen. It is people like you and I, people who have spent time to read. People have spent time to use their hands. The topic I'm going to facilitate and this discussion is the place of competence and skills in natural gas utilization in Nigeria. Of course, Jonathan, in his own wisdom, I captioned it differently, said it's a case study of competence and skill in gas, natural gas production. Can you bring up the slide, please? First slide. First slide, let me start from the beginning. Okay, I've been so introduced. Next slide. The outline will be this way. I'll talk about the introduction, the objective, look through the theoretical framework down to practical situations, and we'll conclude. Next slide. I think I like the way Wale stood. Wale stood here and was able to see everybody. So if you don't mind, I'll take after Wale. As a bit of introduction, oil and gas have featured significantly in this business of making money in Nigeria, despite of the fact that energy search these days is modern tech. So renewables have come in. But experts are of the view that as far as Nigeria is concerned, the oil and gas especially, will be a source of energy for our country until we have the renewables. Okay, so you don't give what you don't have. We have natural gas in abundance. I want to manage that properly. And in managing it, all we have been hearing from yesterday is how can we be able to do this reliably? And that is why the reliability discussions are very useful in this. Next slide. Okay, so if you look at it's a potentially viable market. Go back. It's a potentially viable market. Of course, the Department of Petroleum Resources think that the oil and gas reserve is quite high, as much as 203 trillion cubic feet yet to be is available for us to explore. And of course, we need to ascertain that the competence and skills of the technical people who will manage this gas resource is adequate. So competent people, experienced people, people who you can vouch to say, yes, we trust the market, we trust what they're doing. And for that, competencies, when we talk about the people, it brings them to a point that they're able to sell themselves to the international market. So an internationally recognized workforce with the requisite exposure has the potential to manage our resources and will get the money, the economics that we want. For example, how much is oil sold today? About $107 per barrel. Gas about $7 per cubic feet. So it's quite a good source. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So gas gathering was mainly in the past. It was mainly non-associated gas, source for national association gas, produce them and sell. But later on, we discovered that this natural gas, there was associated gas that was coming with the oil as you produce from the earth. So you needed to take that bit and then mix with the natural gas to optimize the source. And of course, that will increase your value. And with that, we've come to a situation where the gas resource in Nigeria, utilization is both NAG, which is National non-associated gas and the associated gas that's coming out of solution. Next slide. Okay, if you look at the footprint, this is something that I want you to look at very carefully. The footprint we are talking about, we as engineers, we as technical people, and by the way, when we talk about the competence and skill, we're talking about the value chain. So the so-called core technical people, the so-called support people, no, we are all working together as a team. All right. So when I talk about the competencies required, I'm not just talking about yourself as an engineer, yourself as a technician, yourself as a supplier, no, all of us working together. And the footprint is quite significant. You have the Trans-Niger gas pipeline. You have the, which is coming from the Kwaibo terminal through the Obigbo, Mwahia, down to Ajakuta. You also have the Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano, the famous AKK natural gas pipeline, the Eastern domestic gas pipeline, and then the eastward, the offshore gas gathering center that's taking gas from the River State source across the Warri and Co down to Lagos. They also have another, the famous OKLNG gas project. And of course, for the international network, you have the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline, which is taking gas from Nigeria to Algeria. That is, I wish I have a pointer, but it's taken from the southwest up to Nigeria, to Algeria. And also you have the second one, which is the West African gas pipeline, taking gas from our country, Togo, Benin, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and of course you have the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline. So you see, for us, we have resources that we can even use locally and export. That is the resource base. It is, how can this happen? This is going to fetch us significant amount of income. And how can we achieve this? You, I, working together. What can you do from what you have learned yesterday? Are you a loop oil expert? Are you a rotating equipment expert? Are you an operations expert? Name it. You have a role to play in this. You can go ahead and say, okay, people in government, but this is our own domain. We need to do something about it. Next slide, please. So I attempted to make up a suite of competence and skills in the gas gathering business. And all of us you can really put yourself, you can find your role there, whether it is production facilities operations, whether it is supply chain, environmental management, emergency response, surveillance, and ICT, Internet of Things, right? AI, name them. We're talking about building capacity, competence and skills. In what way? When we started, or when you started, some of you who are in your 50s, 60s, you will realize that what you are doing in the oil and gas several years back is not what is on today. Okay? I remember in a time, I remember going to a field and they would call us, the station is shut down. So we'll travel down either by boat or by helicopter or by bus to the location, and you start on. But as we moved on, now the growth in the industry, the competence and skills in the industry growing to remote sensing. So you work coming from the digital age coming to play. So at the point, I remember working in a control room that we could shut our offshore facilities from the office, from our control fields. And yeah, for me, it was very exciting because this year fields that I needed a longer time to travel down, all right, by help to shut down facilities, start up the plant. But now we are in the age, and that was in the mid-80s. We could do that. So I asked myself, what are we doing now? We need to grow according to the modern technology. Next slide, please. Yeah, so there's an enabling environment. Of course, government declared this decade as a decade of gas, meaning that it's working from those 203 trillion scope to say, look, we can really reap a lot from the gas resource. Some people think that Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Content Act, which is the so-called Local Content Act, is something that can propel us to work and get some income, not for ourselves, just for ourselves, for our families, and for our nation. Yes, but there's another driver, the PPI, the Presidential Power Initiative. You can see the thermal plants. Where are they getting their fuel gas from, or their feed gas from? It's from this gas, natural gas. No? Several power plants across the country. And they think that if we utilize this gas properly by competent people, then we can optimize the value chain. Now, the gas demand projection is this, that by 2030, we're working from single digit to very large numbers, about 23 billion cubic feet. Okay, and there are target end users. The new frontiers, in fact, people are not sitting down. If you can't use your gas, if I can't use my gas, there are people who are coming by. Equatorial Guinea only last month came to sign a very big deal with our country. All right, they said, right, give us gas. Who are those that will supply the gas to Equatorial Guinea? Who are those that will supply gas to the rest of the world? Now you can see what is happening, what the Ukraine-Russia war has done, the shift in the gas demand in Europe. Russia, no. And it's not politics. But now, catch it as an opportunity. Can we make use of that opportunity if you're not competent? You, I. So it's to up our game, and I thank Jonathan very much for gathering us to reflect on what we can do to help ourselves. So this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity, right? Upskill yourself. And that's a new frontier. Next slide, please. The objective of this discussion is to highlight the relevance of competence and skills in the value chain. And if I say competence and skills, it's like it's hanging there. But I'm talking to ourselves, you, I, we. How can we find ourselves in this value chain? Look at the gas master plan. Okay, implementing the gas master plan, we need workforce, a competent workforce. And it's for us is to present the competence and skills assurance as a relevant critical success factor to implement that. And that demands professionals to be involved in the game. Adequate training, certification to prove yourself demonstrably that I myself, as a rotating equipment, I can do it and I know the latest in it. What is there? There are certain skills you can pick off the shelf. Are you geared to that? There are skills that you Google, get it, train. Knowledge is lost. So it's a challenge for all of us to see how we can be involved in the training and certifications necessary to achieve this. I'm talking about underpinning knowledge, what we sometimes describe as the theoretical work, but also the practical skills. And thanks to the lady who spoke last, that bringing herself to work in an area that was hitherto dominated by men. No, it is all of us. Next slide. The problem statement. Investors and end users need an assurance that natural gas is economical and dependable. The public requires awareness, of course, that is beneficial. We also need practitioners who will have it as an obligation to show that the knowledge they have acquired can be trusted. Okay? You listened to Mobile yesterday when they talked about their product. And they talked with pride. And that's it. They are not just being proud of the product, but that they are contributing to society. there are concerns expressed over energy transition and from fossil fuel for need to use demand for greater efficiency, safety, in natural gas. Yes, that will always continue to be. Of course, some oil and gas related incidents have occurred in the past, which indicate that competence and skills, people who were managing the facilities were not doing not properly trained, or were not competent enough to handle those facilities. You shouldn't assign such critical roles to people who are not competent. And safety, of course, also requires an appropriate management structure, and that structure must be maintained throughout the whole project life cycle by competent people, according to some experts. If I look at the last paragraph, which Royal Shell talked about, they were discussing about how the experience in Nigeria. They are of the view that unlocking the potential in Nigeria requires some partnership between the private sector and the populace. But above all, that we need people who are competent, people who are resourceful, people who are up to date in management of all those procedures, so that you can optimally reap the benefit of that. Next slide, please. Enough of problem statements. Let's move. Next slide, please. Next slide. Is there a competence issue? No, no, no. Okay. Go to the literature review, because it's a study. I'm painting a background that this has not just happened. We look at what is happening across the globe. What we can do as Nigerians to optimize a very big resource base. Okay? Natural gas as an energy source is derived as one of the major products from its basic. But that is not the grammar. If you come down to what some scholars have said, I shared with us the gas reserve bit. That is the first paragraph. The second one, I'm quoting from Etire 2015. He is of the view that natural gas, NAG, is underdeveloped, and a significant proportion of the associated gas being produced is flared. With the right investment strategy and technical skills to support its growth, it will potentially become another source of light hydrocarbon fuels, as well as reduce the importation of liquid fuel. That's his view. If you look at what the American Association said, they note that legislative bodies and regulatory agencies are also seeking to better understand the natural gas systems within their regions, okay, including the practices and processes, right, employed by the operators to ensure public safety. That's a concern. And of course, for us in Nigeria, the enable environment is the big Petroleum Act that we can work there. In that act also, there is the emphasis on we upskilling, doing upskilling individually and collectively, okay? Not relying on foreign expertise. No. And I'm happy to note that we as professionals have been supporting other countries. So why can't we look inward and optimize these resources? Next slide, please. Next slide. Of course, I won't bother you much on this, but the thing is, the framework is being built on Maslow, talking about the theory of human needs, safety, esteem. So for us as Nigerians, our biggest problem, one of the biggest problems is energy. And if we can have regular safe access to energy, availability, reliable energy, that's it. We've met what Maslow was talking about, and he wrote this and shared with people way back 1943, and it's still valid for us. That's why we can pick the learning from the next slide. Next slide. Okay. If you look at the scope, if you look at the natural gas value chain, we talk about from the reservoir, the wells, the flow lines, the gas gathering stations, exporting the treatment, and then the storage, and then the end users. We're going to look at how we came up with the need for us to emphasize on competence and skills in the use of natural gas. What we have done is looking at the hazards and effects associated with the natural gas, review them, setting some learnings and corrective actions that have been taken from incidents that have occurred within Nigeria and outside Nigeria that competence and skills are implicated. And the primary source, of course, first-hand knowledge of the author, his intuition, work experience in the oil and gas industry, volunteer information from my professional colleagues, and of course, looking at the wider picture, secondary, what is happening elsewhere globally. Next slide. The data, of course, we have looked at some incidents, gas-related incidents across the globe, some of which you are familiar with. And what I've done is look back several decades to now. Are they still relevant for our discussion? The answer is yes. So there was one popular incident in the US in the 1930s, gas production. So people tapped wet gas and were using it, but there was a gas leak. And that was the electrician who went to do some repair work, not knowing that there was a build-up of a gas leak, and the whole building, the new building at that time cost some $1 million to construct. The whole building plus almost 300 persons, both pupils and staff, 295 specifically lost. From that incident, it was very clear that competence and skills, knowledge about the natural gas, about the operations, part of what we discussed yesterday came into play. It is from that discussion that learning was thrown into the globe, the wider learning population. How in the past, natural gas, the smell was not obvious, and that helped the industry to introduce the melodorants, things like a methyl, like a plant to introduce the gases so that it can really smell as one way. And also they strengthen their competence and skills training requirements so that they don't just sell gas to customers without letting the population know what products, the hazards associated with the product. If you look at the next number 2 is the Piper Alpha incident, which happened in 1988. It's a popular North Sea incident. And when that incident happened, all right, there were 167 fatalities. All right, Lord Collin was called in to lead an investigation. There was a public outcry, and about 106 recommendations were made. But the learning from there was that what really happened? Some repair was ongoing. The handover was implicated, all right, and some gas leak, repair, isolation, handover, permitry, and all the rest, competence and skill. And that brought up a lot of discussion across the globe. So for people in the oil industry, it was a big learning for us. And I was privileged to be, to lead the team in the company I work for to bring the learning from Pipe Alpha to bear in Nigeria. And working through that process, we went around major oil and gas facilities to see that we do not have this sort of incident happen in Nigeria facilities. And I'm sharing this as someone who has worked from these learning opportunities to share with you that we can all do the same to see how we can for the benefit of our country. Can you show the slide, please? And no, go back. Yeah, the next is Albaz. Albaz was a beautiful Jacob rig. I remember clearly in 1989, we are working in our planning department. Part of what we're going to do was see how we can get some offshore activities, learning from all of this, and then this blowout happened, and they were drilling this shallow waters, and there was a kick. Now, if you, I'm saying is the entire value chain. We are talking about Jacob Braid. The other time we are talking about a natural gas pipeline. So you can see this scope, competence and skills, cost across, and as many as 5 lives were lost. The Riama incident is another one, and west of Shell activities where some major pipeline repair was being done, and lives were lost. In fact, this was also something that spurred the company I work for to look into how we can enhance our competence and skills to the extent that it's not just the knowledge of what you have read from school, the doing, right? The doing. I'm happy Wale mentioned about that. Wale, what did you say? Is it doable or doability? You mentioned something. Do how, yeah, you mentioned do how. This is the do how. Do how, so that we don't lose lives. So that when we are transporting gas to our customers, even though it's cheap, you don't risk our community population. Next slide. Okay, so an illustration of the footprint further is this is the Eastern domestic gas supply. If you look at it, the gathering stations from the wells, from the pipeline, several kilometers, getting gas to customers from far away, okay, to far away locations. So the far right customers, like Harcourt is the aluminum smelting company at the Korabasi. So they're getting gas use, several customers. Just like in the Aba, some factories use gas to power their equipment. You know, so they're paying cheaper than if they were to run diesel-driven machines. Okay, the PZs, breweries, textile mill, and the likes. They recognize that. But what we're discussing here is don't just get the gas to them, make sure that people who are handling it and receiving also are properly trained. Next slide. An assurance culture is what will come from our discussion. A culture of doing, a culture of wanting to know, a culture of what is it? What does the industry need today? Today, what can I contribute? What can I contribute? And some of the things operators, whether they are design engineers or technicians, is to demonstrate that what their services, they're able to handle their equipment and so on. In this example, it was a drilling rig, Doitag, at the Bara Ubie field, one of the facilities that is supplying gas, the feed gas to LNG. About 2 billion SCOF to the liquefied natural gas. Okay, so we're looking at the entire value chain. People need to be able to operate the equipment, the rigs. People need to be able to operate those facilities on that side, right? The vessels. People need to operate even the fire handling facility, the fire equipment. So for us, we need to ascertain that those who are handling these facilities were adequately trained. And in this, we are checking to see across the value chain what each of them, those roles, are you competent in doing it, right? Before getting to supply gas to the plant. So capability of supporting economic growth in the sector, and then to remain relevant. Of course, that is very, very important. Next slide. This is another example This is another example. This is the Soku gas plant. Soku is the gas supply, one of the gas supply plants feeding LNG. Why I'm mentioning this is the facility that you should be familiar with, the liquefied natural gas in Bonny. I was privileged to work on the design team, and at that time, our design team was in Japan. So we worked, and you asked me, what is Japan doing with Nigeria? Competence and skills. Listen to this. Japan does not have oil, they don't have gas. But I was surprised that way back 1979, Kaduna Refinery was built by Chiyoda. Chiyoda. Okay? Japanese company. In our discussion with them in Japan, one of my friends told me, yeah, you guys have oil and gas, we don't have. What we export is intelligence. I could have taken it as an insult, but something I learned from him was, yeah. So these guys came all the way from Japan, a country that 2/3 of their country is mountainous. Only 1/3 of it is usable. And that no wonder they are going up. See one thing, do you know why we're building skyscrapers? You guys here have a luxury of landmass. We don't have. But up there, there's no limit. And that's why we're going up. And I tell you, in the cities we are, on the average, 30-story building, 40-story building, those are short, how do I call it? Going higher. Intelligence. That challenge to me was quite cute. That we exported this to you. We don't have gas. And we spend all our money in Japan. Just as in the design project from 1996-7 to when to the construction phase, late 98, and I was privileged to walk through the process from the design to the commissioning. I'm sharing this to say competence and skills in an area of expertise that you can control the world. And you can see, even from 1997, recently too, Soko remember 1979, they built the refinery in Kaduna. So by 1997, we were in Soko, still Japanese gas company. We work for them, who are major contractors. Intelligence. You are also intelligent. And in Japan, we also have Nigerians who were working with them. Okay? So we can really control our resources. We can really control our resources. Next slide. Next slide. I look at recommendations that we need to establish a management system to identify and assess, verify our competencies. It's demonstrable. Our competencies need to be demonstrable. And then we have to subject the workforce to continuous professional development. That's what I'm encouraging you. It's not late. All right? You can do professional improvement. Now, we need to invigorate and partner with that partnership between the academia and the private sector. All right? And support what is being done by the Council of Registered Engineers to see how we pursue an outcome-based competence and skill development. So what they are training the university graduates, the polytechnics, they should be ready to be taken up by the industry. Next slide. And in conclusion, when the competencies and skills of the people handling natural gas is assured, in fact, incidents will be avoided, and of course will be a better position to make profit. And only a competent, skilled, experienced, and assured workforce can operate and maintain Nigeria's natural gas infrastructure to meet both the national and the international demand. And embedding the culture of competence and skills will potentially enhance the competitiveness and mobility of professionals regarding their quest for jobs. Of course, you can sell yourself. And a competent and skilled, experienced, assured workforce makes a reliable and acceptable, will be acceptable to investors. We anticipate that having an international recognized workforce with the requisite professional certification experiences would make prospective investors, of course, trust our national gas market. Next slide. I will end by this reflection of mine, a poem. I got this, I told you I was involved from the design stage to the commission. So here, when the LNG was being commissioned in 1999, I was privileged to be in Bonny. I worked with the export terminal then, and this was a blowdown during the commissioning. And I said, wow, look at that plate, golden plate. There, a golden plate. I wish it flows indeed. Where's my sunset? This was a sunset period for all folks to feed. So what? We need the competent, skilled, experienced, and assured workforce with the right values to make our floating natural gas gold a reality. And together, I think we can achieve it. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Engineer Daniel. Any questions in the room, please? Questions? Everybody has gone quiet. Huh? I know some of you are looking forward to work in this plant, so. No questions. Why? Okay. Explanatory. Great. I think at the end of the day, part of what we're doing here is contributing to that competence, helping people improve those skills. And I think I was giving an explanation yesterday. I said, as a professional, sometimes you think that your skills are meant for you, but the reality is your skills are actually meant to be a service to society. Because if you are skilled, you will utilize your skill to work for organizations. The organizations might exist for the purpose of profit, but the profit that those organizations generate is great for the economy of our society. So in reality, you might be earning a living, but you are not just earning a living, you are also contributing, in a sense, as a service to helping our communities grow and the economy of our nation become much, much better. Thank you. Okay. I've seen 2 hands. Steve, you are the last. I'll start from the back.
Thank you, sir. I enjoyed your presentation. Please, I need you to throw some light and suggestion. How do we bridge the academia and the industry regarding your presentation, sir?
Okay, thank you. I will also share with you from what we're doing. I'm also involved in that. The academia industry gap is for all of us. Listen, we have to work as a team. Now, if you listen to Jonathan, he came in to an establishment, and then there was a need to expose not just himself, a lot of other people who are coming from the institutions to the industry. Industry must have a plan, a strategy to see how they build the workforce capacity building, not just for themselves, but for Nigerians. Here today, when I saw this, I didn't know that he was the one in charge of this, but I felt excited to see him. Okay? And that bridge has to come from us, young men and women, us parents, and wherever you're working, whether you're teaching or not, I will respond by this example. I was in an establishment where we were trying to we manage the resourcing and also capacity building. And part of the policy for the establishment was to accommodate interns, short-term, how do you call it? IT, yeah, IT. Now, I got a call from one of the units. So we are sending you some staff, some students, level 4. Level 4, is that the call? Level 4, year 4. level 4 engineering students. You see, this time because of the insecurity, we don't want them to be send them to the field, but assign them somebody in the office, give them a project so that when they write at the end, they go back to school and then I say, what? You know who you're speaking with? What are you talking about? These are engineering students, and you want to exposure, and you're telling me, industry, to see how to manage this. Say, hey, if you really want exposure, if you need 10, I have them. If you need 20, I have the facility to send you them to. So come, 6 months, they'll stay. I'll have accommodation. I will accommodate them. All right? No, please keep them in. I said, no, if you want that, I'm not helping them because myself, as a Nigerian, as someone who believes in competence to see how we can build our capacity, I will not be helping an engineering who will just come, sit down, and be, no. So the partnership, some industry people are ready to help, but our behaviors, we have brought in our own personal, the way we manage our children, how they do the machineries and stuff, into the industry, and these are engineers. Do you know that for 2 years, I didn't get response from those, so they lost out. Now, the third year, some people came. This time, can you accept? I said, well, if you be ready to allow me send them to the field, because I can't compel them. Okay. So they sent 2. One of them was reluctant. I said, well, you have to go out. Now they went out. The one who was serious, just like Jonathan said, every field you went, you are going to be appraised. Because it has to be, your company has to be demonstrable. They came back. Now, some few years later, I was in Lagos in the main head office, and I saw a young man running after me. Sir, yes. Do you remember? I can't remember. Yeah, I was in the department. You sent me to the field, and from that work, I've been invited for an interview. And now I said, well, good luck. Now, after the process, they posted him to the east, where I was still the manager there. And this guy came, and he felt so happy. The other guy, what happened to him? No. The other guy, what happened to them? No. So there is that participation. The collaboration is taken to the level that Koren, the Council of Registered Engineers, and I'll encourage you, the engineers who have not registered, please try and see how we can all work together. What is agreed is we are working with the Washington Accord, which Koren has assigned with, to see how we can learn from them to make sure that our own products, all right, you don't just give out university degrees, but the education is demonstrable. If you say you're a mechanical engineer, rotating equipment, okay, what rotating equipment have you worked? Show me. So I will tell you to the place you can now talk like someone. That's it. Okay, does that answer your question?
Good morning. I think there are some persons missing in this meeting. The people like the local content guys should be here. We are talking about competence. I've heard some things you said about the Japanese people. We have been working with these people over time, but we still find out that in the fields where we work, we still see some experts coming as technicians, where we have Nigerians that can function in those capacities. We still have them, but the policy is not helping. I don't know what they said at the embassy, that they're coming like consultants, but in the field, they're actually coming to work like technicians. And these things are not followed up. They only collect money in the office and don't come to check those things in the field. So it's really affecting us. I think most of us here are engineers. Koren is not helping us. Koren is not helping our pay. We only pay for dues every year. And they are not contributing anything to us. You employ engineers, like I was discussing with Jonathan yesterday. To pay for this training, we need to pay something like 300,000, 350. But the engineers say we are working at any less than 100,000 naira. And somebody will say, I have engineering firm, I employed young engineers, I'm paying them 80,000 naira, and I'm paying them well. But when we see the bids, they bid for money. They will take the money and benefit their families, but the workers are not. All these things we have been talking here, we're not talking about the pay of the worker. We've talked about motivations, part them that say you are doing well, but we are not talking about the pay. And these things are being run with money.
Our coming here is money. Some of us pay on our own, no matter how small it is. But because of the passion we have. So I think subsequently, these meetings, we should invite those people to come.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. So I had a conversation with the NSC chairman for Harcourt this morning, and so he was meant to be here. Our invitation did not get to him as at when due, so that's why he was not here. But I think we were in conversation with him. I spoke with him this morning. We're having a meeting next week, and the plan is to get everyone on board so that it's when we all converse together that we get the outcome that we seek at the end of the day. So we want one melting point where all of us meet and try to iron out these challenges. I'll take Steve. Do you still have a comment? I have Rafa waiting online. Rafa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, in a minute I will bring you on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Even during your presentation, I had reasons to go out to speak to somebody outside Nigeria. And I don't know if you've covered what I actually want to raise. It has to do with the natural gas analysis. And you know, the power plants now are beginning to bring in a lot of natural gas engines. And I was expecting questions in that aspect from here. The lubrication side of it, we've had challenges where people that use our natural gas engine oil is called Mobil Pegasus. My attention has been brought a couple of times to the fact that the level of drainage, the period of drainage is in a way being thwarted. For example, if you expect the gas engine oil to run for 2,000 hours, for example, attention is being brought, it's going for 1,200, 1,900 and things like that. Sometimes I take interest in knowing the constituents of the gas. So my question is on gas analysis. One, for a very clean natural gas, what should be the percentage of methane in it? And what are those constituents you think, based on your experience in the field, that actually impact on the lubrication aspect of a natural gas engine? Thank you.
I think I touched it yesterday. I said we're talking, if you look at the suite of competence and skills, all of these, I'm looking at the value chain. So I did not isolate the so-called core technical skills, but things like gas analysis, things like even condensate recovery, things like, I mentioned lubrication, and I mentioned the example that you came here and then talk about, that's an area of expertise. The emphasis is whatever you're doing in the value chain, please be competent, and your competence should be demonstrable to the extent that the customer trusts you. Now, the customer can only trust you when they believe that you're giving quality service, including what you have mentioned. Okay.
Okay, let me take.
Thank you. Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Your presentation was well taken and it is very good. But I want to ask, if you look at our industries today, you have a lot of gas still being fled. It's appalling that we have so much need for gas. A lot of countries are coming in to look for gas from Nigeria, yet we flare a lot of gas. So I want to ask, you mentioned current, and somebody has said something about current here. Is there any way current is driving or making the government to make policies that will drive the industries to be able to utilize this gas? Is current in any way trying to oversee or supervise the use of these gases, how we apply them? Thank you.
There are applicable legislation and all of that. We're talking about the value chain. Yes, not just current. The policies are very clear. It is not the need for, it's not so much the need for policies now. If we implement the policies in place, all right, we would have used, in fact, close to 75–80% of our gas. Now, The gas, I'm not going, that's a subject of another discussion. The gas utilization before now, the flaring level were high. Now we have domestic markets. More industries recognize the need to use gas as feed to feed their plants. Now there's also reinjection. All right, gas reinjection, a lot of jobs going on. They're talking about country looking at possibility to have what the Qatar have, okay, gas to liquid. All right, so a lot of discussion around we as Nigerians not flaring our gas, but utilizing this product. Okay, it's a subject of an yes. Current, not just current, industry, SON, the standards of the DPRs, the environmental, name them. They are all keen in making sure that we do not flare our gas, rather encourage procedures, processes that will optimize the use of our natural gas. And that can only take place if you and I become competent enough to do this safely. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Dan, please. We're behind time, please. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Dan. Okay, without much ado, are we learning something? Your voices have disappeared. Are we learning something? Okay, great. So the next presenter is joining us, I think, all the way from Australia, and he'll be taking us on a subject on why lubrication gets no love. Why lubrication gets no love. How to uncover easy reliability wins. Rafa Britton is a mechanical engineer with 12 years of oil industry experience, most recently as ExxonMobil Engineering Services Manager for Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands. Rafa's passion for lubrication technology extends to industry advocacy and the belief that most businesses underestimate the value of lubricants because the technology is not well understood. With this in mind, he started a Lubrication Explained YouTube channel, a vehicle for explaining lubrication to end users and casual consumers. Rafa currently works as technical consultant, assisting industrial companies with lubrication issues and helping lubricant manufacturers translate their product benefits into relatable messages. Prior to working in lubricants, Rafa worked as senior drilling engineer with ExxonMobil Development Company, designing, planning, and executing high complexity big bore gas wells in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, as well as deep water environments in offshore Western Australia. During this time, he also coordinated reconstruction projects in Singapore after getting his start on the offshore Bass Strait oil platforms. Rafa holds a Bachelor of Aerospace Engineering and a Bachelor of Science from the University of New South Wales, Australia. Let's put our hands together as a welcome Rafa. Rafa, over to you, please.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Now, first of all, apologies if my voice sounds a little bit rough. I had COVID last week, and I'm fine. I just sound terrible. So if my voice sounds a little bit hoarse over the course of the next half an hour, then apologies for that. So as David mentioned, as Jonathan mentioned, he's been gracious enough to have me today and to speak on the subject of lubrication reliability. I know there was already a topic yesterday that sort of addressed the issue, but what I really want to talk about today is kind of lubrication's standing, right, when it comes to maintenance. I realized that lubrication is only one facet of maintenance, reliability, and asset management, right? You've got a lot on your plate as asset managers, whether that's vibration analysis. You've got a whole bunch of different condition monitoring tools, right, at your disposal, and lubrication tends to get what we would call the short shrift, right? people tend to ignore it because they feel like it doesn't cause many immediate problems. And we see this all over the place in organizations, even down to how things are procured, how lubricants are stored on site and all that kind of stuff. Now, I personally think that just comes from a lack of understanding about lubricants. And in this presentation, I want to dive into why is it that lubricants have had very little importance placed upon them, and what can we do on site to sort of raise the profile and raise the understanding of the technology as well. So I'll get into my presentation here. So the basic thesis of my presentation is that the lubrication profession, it gets no love, right? And unfortunately, that means that we miss a lot of the really easy wins when it comes to the effect of lubrication on plant and machine reliability. So the first question that we really want to ask ourselves is, well, is lubrication actually important? Because if it's not important, then my talk today is irrelevant, right? If we can put any lubricant in any application and that lubrication is unlikely, and that element is unlikely to fail, then we can ignore lubricant when it comes to our asset management strategy. So let's give you some sort of like top line numbers, right? There was a study in 2017 which tried to quantify the total amount of energy that was being used. And one of the things that they determined was that 23% of all of the world's energy goes into what we would call tribological contact. So that's basically anything that rubs or generates friction, right? And that's a huge quantity. If you think about all the effort that goes into generating, oil and gas or even renewable energies, the fact that we are wasting a quarter of that in friction is kind of unfathomable. So that means that friction and strategies to reduce friction become absolutely essential when we're trying to look at things from an environmental standpoint and from a pure cost standpoint as well. We're effectively wasting a quarter of the world's energy. Not only that, when it comes to, let's say, for example, maintenance and reliability, when you look at various different measures and the causes of bearing failures, right? So this is a survey from Emerson Bearings. You can sort of group everything into about 3 different categories. One is lubrication, which is kind of got in that gold color. The second would be contamination, which is in blue. And then there's other, right, which I put in green. The reality is, though, that both lubricants and contamination are actually lubricant related, because the way that contamination gets to a bearing is through the lubricant, right? So generally it's contamination of the lubricant which has caused that. So if we were to simplify this chart, really what we're saying is that almost 80% of bearing failures are lubrication related, and 20% are non-lubricant related. And that's not just Emerson, right? SKF says a very, very similar thing. They basically say that under ideal conditions, if you can keep the lubricant clean, then theoretically bearings should last forever, right? Now, the obvious challenge that we have with our rolling element bearings would be that the clearances in the load zone are, in the order of microns. And so to keep out contaminants that are on the order of 1 micron in size, that's a very, very difficult task. But you can sort of see what they're getting at here. Another way to think about it, and I know a lot of you are from the oil and gas industry, for example, is that if you were to take a large frame gas turbine, right, that is, tens of tons of steel rotating on those shafts, whether it's high pressure or low pressure shaft, and at that journal bearing, obviously for aeroderivatives it's slightly different, but on the journal bearings, those tens of tons are supported by a lubricant film which is in the order of 5 to 200 microns thick. So that is effectively a single point failure mode that we have in our plant, because if the lubricant film collapses, there is really nothing that short of the safety switch that is going to stop that bearing from destroying itself very, very quickly. So I think lubricants in some ways doesn't get the attention that in many ways it deserves. And we need to ask ourselves, why do we lack that understanding when it comes to lubricants and lubrication? And I think that there are a couple of root causes. The first of these is that if you think about the domains of knowledge which are necessary, most asset managers have a mechanical engineering background, or possibly a chemical engineering background, right? But mostly we come from mechanical trades or mechanical engineering schools, things like that. Then there's chemistry. Those two don't overlap very much, right? You may have taken a couple of chemistry subjects in university or at trade school, or you picked up some chemistry along the way, but chemistry is not really typically an asset manager's core skill. And unfortunately, what we typically have is mechanical engineers who know a lot of mechanical engineering and know a little bit of chemistry. But lubricants and the way that they're formulated is predominantly chemistry with a little bit of understanding of the application. And so that's kind of where I fit in, right? So I act as an intermediary between the lubricants world and the engineering world, and try and sort of translate the technology so that people can understand. And ultimately, what my goal is to increase the knowledge of mechanical engineering so that they can encompass more of the chemistry, or at least enough chemistry that they can get a better understanding of the lubricants. Maybe just to get on my soapbox a little bit here, I think some of, not all of them, but some of the lubricant companies have also, in some respects, done themselves a disservice by the way that lubricants are sold as well. So, you know, a lot of the lubricants companies are, of course, predominantly fuel companies, right? And so fuel is a product which is sold as a commodity. It's sold purely on a dollar per liter basis. And unfortunately, a lot of that behavior has carried over into lubricant sales. So if you're selling lubricants as a commodity, there's no technical knowledge that it comes across with that. And unfortunately, that view has kind of pervaded industry. And now people view lubricants as being commodities as well, when it's very far from being the case. So just to go back to the presentation, another question that we want to ask ourselves is, what basic knowledge do we need? What basic knowledge is required so that we can make really good decisions around lubricants and around lubrication in our facilities? Well, let's just talk a little bit about hydraulics. And I choose hydraulics because they're such a common application, right? Whether you're in oil and gas, mining, manufacturing, you'll have hydraulic control systems, you know, everywhere in your plant. But again, it comes down to the importance of cleanliness in the oil system, right? So here, what Vickers is saying is that cleanliness can eliminate the root cause of up to 80% of hydraulic system failures. And that's no coincidence, right? When we talked about the bearings, we said 80% is lubricant related. Here again in hydraulics, we're saying 80% of failures are lubricant related again. And if that is not a clear kind of example of the Pareto principle, you know, where we want to concentrate our efforts, then I've never seen one, right? But that is such a clear and obvious example of the 80-20 rule, and the fact that we should be placing a lot more effort into understanding lubricants and lubricant-related failures. So let me give you an example. You would all be familiar with this molecule, right? H2O, it's water, it's very common. The other thing is, when we talk about it with respect to lubricants, water is far and away the most common contaminant of oil systems. Why? Because water is everywhere. We use it as, you know, wash down water. It comes to us through condensation. It's humidity in the air. Sometimes it comes through us through an application like leaking steam turbine seals or something like that. But ultimately, water is everywhere. And it poses a bit of a problem for a lot of hydraulic systems, right? So we want to understand, what is the effect of water going to be on our hydraulic system? And when we understand it, then that can help us derive reasons to eliminate it. Now, one of the questions that I always like to ask people to gauge kind of their level of understanding of lubricants and their chemistry is, if I take water, what happens when I react it with this molecule? Now, don't worry if you've never seen this molecule before, right? This here is a molecule which is called zinc dialkyl dithiophosphate, more commonly referred to as ZDDP, or you'll often hear it just referred to as zinc, right? So if you've ever heard of a zinc-based hydraulic oil or a zinc-based anti-wear additive, this is roughly what's in it. this is actually quite timely, right? So I noticed watching the previous two presentations that there's a banner up the front of the room for Mobile DT20 Ultra, right? So, you know, Mobile have two kind of, let's say, predominant product lines in the hydraulic oils. There's DT20 Ultra and there's DT10XL. Now, one of those products, DT10XL, is zinc-free, right? And DT20 Ultra has a zinc-based anti-wear system. So what's the difference between those? Why would you choose between them? So we'll get into that. So my question to you, and obviously I'm on the other side of the world, so you don't have to answer, but internally, do you know what happens when water comes into contact with zinc? And the reason I ask this is because I've been asking this question to hundreds of maintenance engineers and lubrication engineers and asset managers, right, and reliability engineers. And very, very, very few can give me the answer. And this is a bit of a worrying trend because water is the most common contaminant in oil systems. And zinc is the world's most common additive. So if we don't have an understanding of what happens when the two come into contact with each other, then that's kind of foundational to an understanding of lubricant chemistry, right? Now I'll give you the answer. When water comes into contact with ZDDP, you get what is called a hydrolysis reaction, and it forms zinc oxide and thiophosphoric acid. And this is actually kind of unmaking the molecule, because when you make ZDDP, you mix zinc oxide with thiophosphoric acid, right? So that's an important thing to know, that if water comes into contact with my zinc-based anti-wear additives, what I produce is acid compounds, which we know are generally not good for our oil system. All right, one of the other things to understand is what happens to zinc at very high temperatures, for example, right? In many of our applications, we experience high temperatures, whether that's because I'm generating a lot of temperature through ignition or combustion, as in the case of a gas or a steam turbine, or maybe it's just through power input, right? So in hydraulic applications, if we put more power through the hydraulic oil, it heats up. So what's important to understand here is that ZDDP, above about 90 degrees Celsius, it undergoes a thermal decomposition process, and it basically turns into sludge or varnish. So again, those two elements are really important because zinc is such a common component in hydraulic oils, right? So if we have a system which has very, very small tolerances in it, then potentially I want to stay away from zinc-based hydraulic oils because it could lead to things like valve sticking, you know, varnish, silt lock. I end up with valves that kind of look a little bit like this, right? So this is an instance where you might consider choosing a zinc-free hydraulic oil versus a zinc-based one. All right, so now what we want to ask ourselves is, now that we have some basic knowledge, how is that knowledge going to help us in our lubrication, our reliability, and our maintenance journeys? And when you look at the life of a lubricant, it really has kind of four key components, starting at the procurement phase. Then we have distribution to our site. Then we have the actual application of the lubricant. And then we have the analysis, which happens after we use the lubricant. So let's just take, you know, a quick look at how our new knowledge of how ZDDP works, how does it apply to all these four stages? All right, so let's focus first on procurement. When you look at a lot of hydraulic oils that are on the market, you can really kind of delineate them by two major, let's say, attributes. The first is, do they have a high viscosity index or a standard viscosity index? So what's meant by that is, if I heat up the lubricant, does it get very thin? Its resistance to thinning is the viscosity index. So a high viscosity index oil won't get thin at high temperatures. The other dimension that we can measure it on is whether it has a zinc-based anti-wear system or a zinc-free anti-wear system, right? So that's often how they're sold.
And so as an example, DT20 Ultra, which again, there's an example up the front of your room, that would be an example of a zinc-based but high viscosity index product. So it sits in the bottom right. Now, in general, for procurement purposes, as we move up and to the right, we increase in cost. So we always need to undergo that sort of cost-benefit analysis. Why am I paying more money? You know, is it necessary for me to pay more for this consumable asset? Now, as we know, zinc is related to some performance dimensions. It has anti-wear capability, but if we introduce more zinc, we're going to get, as I said, more deposits. So less zinc means that I'll have a cleaner oil system. Okay, so that's the kind of the two dimensions there. Then when we look at viscosity index, we're talking about the temperature range and the hydraulic efficiency, right? So how wide a temperature range can I operate in, and how efficient is my hydraulic pack going to be? So as a result of that, we can now match these performance dimensions to applications, right? So if I'm in the bottom left, I can use a cheap hydraulic oil because maybe I lose a lot of hydraulic fluid through leaks. So there's no point in spending a lot of money and procuring an expensive product. Let's say, for example, I have a high VI zinc-based system. This is very, very typical of industrial systems which operate at very mild temperatures, right? Maybe they operate at like 60 degrees Celsius, so they don't see the thermal breakdown of the zinc additive. Maybe you go zinc-free, but still relatively cheap. Well, that might be an instance where you're working over water, right? Because zinc, the ZDDP molecule contains a lot of sulfur and phosphorus, which tends to be aquatically toxic, right? So we might want to use a zinc-free system in that case. And then, as we go to the top right, we have, lubricants that can operate in a wide temperature range, and they can do so without zinc in them, so they don't contribute to deposit formation. Now, why do I say mobile equipment rather than industrial hydraulics? So in a mobile equipment setting, you'll be familiar if you're in a mining application, for example. Mobile hydraulics need to be much smaller, right? Because more weight means less efficiency for, let's say, for example, the bulldozer or the excavator that they're bolted to. So if I need more efficiency, I need a smaller package, which means I need more power density in the hydraulic pack. If I have more power density, then I have more temperature, right? Because I'm forcing more power through a smaller and smaller system. So the hydraulic oil increases in temperature. So it's kind of a known problem that in Toshiba's hydraulic packs and Hitashi's at the moment, they run at very, very high temperatures. And so they've seen a lot of varnish issues and a lot of sticking issues. And that is one of the drivers where you would go to a zinc-free high viscosity index hydraulic oil. And then outside of that, there are also, maybe you have an environmentally sensitive application, or a very extreme application would warrant a full synthetic hydraulic oil. So that's an example of how we can apply that new knowledge to the procurement side of things. Now let's go over to distribution. Now that we know that water harms our hydraulic oil, we can do everything we can to prevent water from coming into the system. So one thing that you may not know is that drums of oil actually breathe. So if you get water on top of the drum and the sun comes out, well, the sun is going to heat up the drum and the lubricant inside it, but the lubricant, it expands faster than the drum does. And so we have to force air out of the headspace, right? It has to escape, otherwise the drum's going to explode. So now the sun goes away and we experience nighttime. The air cools, right? And now what's going to happen is that the oil, it shrinks, and that's going to pull a vacuum on the top of the drum. And if we have water sitting on top of the drum, it's going to draw water into the drum. So this is one of the key ways that water gets into new oil barrels. So again, if we're wanting to store lubricants, having this knowledge means that if we're very sensitive to water, we want to make sure that we're storing everything inside, out of the elements. If that's not possible, we want to use something like a drum hat, right, which can ensure that any condensation or rain is going to simply drop away. Now, that has its limitations because in very humid environments, right, we can still get a buildup of condensation underneath the drum hat. So that drives us to a PM where we need to check underneath the drum hat every now and then. Similarly, we could store it on its side, or we could kind of rotate the bungs a little bit and store it on an angle, and that's going to ensure that water ends up on the low side of the lid. The other thing that we might want to do as well is we want to make sure that we're lifting it off the ground, right, to ensure that we're not getting corrosion or rust at the bottom of the drum, right? So these are really very simple measures that we can take, but if we can introduce this into our storage and handling program, that's going to improve our reliability down the line. So now let's look at the application, right? If we know that water is harmful to our zinc-based hydraulic oil, we know that water is everywhere. It's in the air, particularly if you live in kind of like a tropical region of the world. You know that, humidity and the dew point of the air means that there's a lot of water just in the air around us. And of course, in reservoir systems, the breather is an opportunity for water to come in. And so we want to use something very simple like a desiccant breather, which removes moisture from the air when it enters. Now, the only problem is that reservoirs, of course, expel air. And on the way out, right, we're also taking moist air out of the system, which is great, and then we're drying it. The thing is, though, that as we expel air, if we are expelling humid air, that's great. We want that. So, all that's doing, though, is that's consuming our desiccant twice as fast, because now we're also absorbing the air that's exiting the reservoir. So ideally, what we want to do is we want to source reservoir desiccant breathers. Again, this goes back to our procurement, right? We want to source them where they have a one-way valve to ensure that humid air that escapes doesn't go through the desiccant system, and therefore we can actually double the life of our desiccant breathers. All right, so that's in the application. And finally, what happens when it comes to analysis, right? So, typically as part of a preventative maintenance program, we will be doing oil analysis, right? We'll be taking regular samples, sending them off to the lab, and seeing the results come back. But now we need to understand those results in context. We need to understand just a little bit of the chemistry of the lubricant to understand how to act. So what we know, for example, this is commonly known that oxidation is related to the total acid number. And that's because as the oil oxidizes or it kind of cooks, it produces organic acids. So this is obvious. Now, the thing I want to kind of raise a question in your mind, though, because when you were in university chemistry classes or when you were in high school chemistry classes, what did you understand about acids, right? If you remember back to your high school chemistry classes, you would have measured acids by pH, right, which is the concentration of hydrogen ions in water. So acids only make sense in a water-based system. We're now talking about acids in oil. So does total acid number even make sense? So in some respects, no, right? If we have acids that are carboxylic acids that are formed in a oil, then they're not necessarily corrosive. So that means that they're not necessarily damaging. And that's why if we have produced acids because of the contact of water with zinc, right, then this is what we call a hydrolysis reaction. I've introduced water into the oil system, and that is so much worse because now if I have water and I add that to the acids that I produced, now I've got something very corrosive. So again, that understanding of, okay, I've got acid and I have water, that's a bad thing. And the reason why it's a bad thing is because, as an example, if I have sulfuric acid, it oxidizes that copper, right? And it produces basically corrosion. And that's why acids are so bad for our oil system. Okay, so now that I have that knowledge, how can I apply it? What I want to look at is I want to look at the acid number as it relates to copper and lead. And then I want to look for sources of copper and lead in my oil system. So typically they'll be in, bearings or the oil cooler, right? Very common places to find copper and lead. And what I want to see is, as I increase my acid number, are my levels of copper and lead increasing as well? Because if they are, then that means my oil has become corrosive and I might want to consider changing the oil, right? And then the rate, is it linear or is it exponential? Because if it's exponential, then the problem is getting worse. And so I need to understand that. Right now, obviously, most new oils, they don't have a tan of 0, right? So I need to shift this across a little bit. Now, the other thing that maybe we're gaining an understanding of is, now we know that the degradation of this zinc additive, it also can cause things like sludge and varnish and deposits. So although it's not typical for a hydraulic oil system, maybe we want to consider doing other tests, like an MPC test, which is more typical for a turbine oil. Why is that? Because it can assess the varnish potential. And if I know that I've got breakdown products which could stick servo valves, if I have a very high cost piece of equipment and I can't afford it to go down, maybe I want to consider doing MPC, right? And so that test is kind of quite simple. There's a bit of preparation involved, but the oil goes through some filter paper, and it's very much like a coffee filter, if you've ever seen one of those. And then what you'll end up with, right, is 2 patches, and you can compare the used oil with the new oil and say, well, what is my current varnish potential, right? All right. So in summary, what I'd really like to impress upon everyone on the call is, lubrication excellence is actually really cheap. All that knowledge that I've just kind of thrown at you is free, and all the tools that are necessary to achieve it are either free or you're already paying for them, right? Like your used oil analysis, right? I've already done the analysis, so the interpretation is free. It comes at no cost. So as a result, lubrication excellence has a very high, return on investment, because the cost is effectively 0. It's essential, as we've seen, to maintenance and reliability, and it's very, very simple to achieve, right? So all we need is just a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of care and a little bit of understanding. So thank you so much for listening to the talk. My apologies for my voice. I know it sounds terrible, but if you have any questions, I'd love to take them. One, just final note. So I have a business called Lubrication Expert, right? Which does training, right? And basically there's a promotion running at the moment. So if you use the Maintenance Institute of Africa's code, that'll give you 33% off the subscription. I think that brings the cost down to around 6,000 Naira per month or something like that. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you so much. I think that was super loaded. Super loaded. Great. So let's take questions. Please, online, I know I've not taken your question, so I want to start there. So if you have a question online, could you raise your hand? And if you can't talk, could you please just put it in the comment section, please? Do we have questions online, please, on Zoom? Okay, who's the person? Okay, go
Hello,
ahead.
thank you for the presentation. My question is about ZDDP.
Yep.
I would like to know if it has any agency activity or not, apart from being an additive.
So I think you were
sorry. I didn't
breaking up a bit.
I didn't really catch that question.
Could you come again with your question?
Asking again or typing it in the comments?
Okay, it is about ZDDP.
Yes.
Zinc dialkyl dithiophosphat.
Yeah.
I would like to know if it has any detergency activity apart from being an anti-wear additive.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yes. So not really, right? So ZDDP is a kind of a dual class additive, and it performs two major functions. The first is anti-wear, so it reacts with metal surfaces and it forms a sacrificial anti-wear film. The second predominant function is it works as an antioxidant as well. So there are some oxidation products which are called peroxides, and these readily decompose and cause more oxidation. So that's the downside of them. ZDDP is what we call a peroxide decomposer, so it sort of intercepts them and prevents them from causing more oxidation. So that's why ZDDP is in many ways like the world's most popular additive, because it's both very effective as an anti-wear additive. It's also very effective as an antioxidant.
Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No worries.
Any other question online? Okay, if there's none, let me come to the room. Question in the room? Okay, great. That young man has raised his hand before. Okay, I'll start with you. So, give him the mic.
Thank you for a technical loaded presentation. You made mention of zinc-based oil and additives. Please, I need your advice. While we are procuring our lubricants, how do we identify, okay, this one is zinc-based and not zinc-based as one? Then two, during preservation of storage of these lubricants, at what temperature will this hydrolysis take place, where zinc oxide is formed in lubricants? That's my question.
Okay, it's a little difficult for me to hear, but I think there were two questions there. The first is, and please tell me if I'm right. First question was, how can I tell if I have zinc, a zinc-based oil system? And the second question was, in terms of storage and handling, at what temperature can I ensure that it's not decomposing into acid and zinc oxide? Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, at what temperature does the hydrolysis take place?
You are very correct, sir.
Okay, so to the first question, how can you tell if there is zinc or a zinc-based system? So the first way to tell is to ask your supplier, right? They should know. Generally, if it is a zinc-free system, that will be part of the product disclosure statement, right? So the PDS. Or the safety data sheet, right? So it should be in the documentation. If not, then you should be able to ask the question to, either the sales representative or the engineer who's representing your supplier, that they should know. And if not, get a formulation disclosure from them, right? Okay. Now, if all else fails, if for some reason you don't have access to the supplier or the supplier doesn't know, then you can do a used oil analysis test and look at the levels of zinc. And if it is a zinc-free system, then it should start with a level below 10 parts per million of zinc, right? Now, as I kind of mentioned, that molecule, the zinc anti-wear molecule, is called ZDDP. So it contains zinc, it also contains sulfur, and it contains phosphorus. Okay. Right? So it's actually the phosphorus and the sulfur which are doing sort of like the anti-wear actions, right? The zinc is just gets carried along for the ride. So when you're using it, you want to look at the degradation in phosphorus levels, right? Okay. Because that will give you an indication of how much the anti-wear package is depleting. Now, to the second question, which was at what temperature does it degrade? So the thermal degradation typically happens. Now, it differs because there are different types of ZDDP, but it's about 90 to 100 degrees Celsius, right, is where that decomposition behavior happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take this young man here.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. In your opening speech, you did say the quality of oil contributes more to bearing failure. I want to say, in my own experience, in the past, you see that if you open an engine, for instance, engine that is due for a rebuild, you find out that the two bearings at the front and the one at the rear, where the load is more applied, has more wear than the rest of the bearings. Can we now say the load on an engine also contribute to more rapid bearing rapid failure? Because if you check the rest in the middle, you see that their wear rate is minimal as compared to the one where the flywheel is or where the equipment or the pump is applied to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, sorry, my audio is not very good here, so I'm going to see if I can repeat back the question and if I've understood it correctly.
Okay.
So my understanding was that you were talking about in an oil system, you've got multiple bearings. One bearing, which is more heavily loaded, is the one that's always failing. Can we say that the lubricant is a contributing factor there?
No, that the load is a contributing factor
to
bearing failure.
Yes. Yeah. So absolutely, right? The load is definitely a contributing factor. So one thing that I would kind of caution, right, is that in a lot of oil systems, in a lot of lubricant systems, the oil is a compromise because it's having to do multiple jobs at the same time. So if you think about an engine, for example, we're trying to balance. We want to be able to protect the cams and the lobes. We also want to protect, for example, the cylinders and the liner, and we want to protect the bearings. And that really drives us to a thicker lubricant, right? Because thicker lubricants protect better. But it comes at the cost of efficiency. So the thicker the lubricant is, the more energy that you have to use to move it around the system, and the more it contributes to friction. So it's always a compromise between those two things. So in a system which has multiple bearings, it may be that the lube oil viscosity has been optimized not for the most highly loaded bearing, right? And as a result, one of the bearings is actually overloading the lubricant, and that's contributing to a lot more wear. So in that instance, we may want to look at the entire system and say, am I willing to increase the viscosity of the lubricant to save that bearing which always fails, right? So it can support the extra load that it has to bear. And then, yes, that oil is now going to be a little bit too thick for the rest of the system, but maybe that is a cost that I'm willing to bear, right? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Raphael. I think that's about all the questions we can take now. Please, we'll need to move forward. And Raph, thank you for joining us today. I know I think it's about evening hours there. Have a great evening rest. And we look forward to having you in the future. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, great. Okay. Not doing as great as we would with time, but we have another session. It's a very short one. We want to look at technical, professional, and business communication, an imperative for reliable assets. We're going to have this in two ways. One, we're going to have a very short presentation in this respect. And then after the presentation, we're going to have a short time for Q&A in a panel session. After that, we would break. We'll take our break. To lead us in this session is a very good friend of mine. She flew in all the way from Abuja yesterday. Our very first female presenter. Ladies, you are not excited. Yes, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mercy to take us in this session. Mercy, please.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nobody's answering me. What's going on now? Afternoon. This is a break from all the technical. Rafe did a very good job. It was very technical. And during the course of my presentation, you see a number of things that he did fantastically well. He was very technical, but he also broke it down. You know, he wasn't so technical for some because they're used to it, but for the users of the product, he was able to relate the highly technical area of the product to, day-to-day usage. If you could just start the presentation, please. So as he said earlier, my name is Mercy, and I'll be talking about technical, professional, and business communication, an imperative for reliable assets. Now, this is a very broad topic, to be honest. And just to confirm, Jonathan, how many minutes do I have for this? You said a very short presentation. So how many minutes, roughly?
You've got 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay.
Please.
I'll try and do my best. This is a very broad topic, so I'm just going to split it. As we know, there's communication with regards to verbal presentation. We've had so many speakers do that from the start of this program. Then we have written communication, technical report writing. We are mainly technical here, so I'm going to be covering that. Somebody asked a very important question, the gentleman at the back earlier, and I just smiled to myself. He asked how, I think he asked Engineer Iberi, sorry if I mispronounced your name. He asked how you can relate the academia to the industry. In my opinion, there's a bridge. Now, there's a lot of research going on in the academia, day in and day out. There's a lot of work being done in the industry. How do you bridge this two? It's communication. You know, you have to be able to relate the information you carry out in your surveys, in your researches, to the guys that work on the field. Next slide, please. This is the agenda. I'll start by giving an introduction. I'll jump into an overview of technical report writing. We'll talk about common challenges of engineers when it comes to writing. The forces of technical report writing. Then we'll talk about audience analysis, the different types of audience and how to adapt your content to your audience. So we'll do a quick poll to start. So how many people here write reports? Just show your hands. You write, you prepare reports. Fantastic. How many review reports? So you don't write them, but you review them. Okay, fewer number. How many write and review reports? Okay, that's great. If you could just have one or two people just talk about their role, the kind of reports they write, and the frequency of these reports they write. Anybody? Can we have another mic to him, please? Is there another mic?
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon. My name is Peter. I'm a maintenance manager for FMN. Part of the report I do, and this one is weekly. I do maintenance report. I do operations report. I also carry out some technical report on some technical project. For example, we are into building a new factory, and these are technical jobs that are going on. So, and these reports are done weekly basis. I have the ones for monthly, I have the one for weekly, and the one for daily. Thank you.
Okay, so you prepare. Do you also review as well?
Yes, I review.
Okay, so in your opinion, what gaps would you see? What challenges would you say that you see in, from your own end, writing reports, and from the people that prepare reports, what gaps do you see that they need to fill in?
Yes, for example, let me start with the one I review. The gap I normally see is interpretation of what they are doing to what they are reporting. Some of my reportees, they actually want to report exactly the way it is on the job. For example, you ask a supervisor to do it. There is a breakdown. The supervisor has attended to the breakdown and is trying to report to me. And what he's reporting is reporting exactly what he does on the breakdown. No, I don't need that. I actually want to understand what happened, what you do, and what you are going to do next in order not to allow that breakdown to happen again. But most likely, it's just like when they are reporting, they report exactly what they do. These are technical reports that even if I'm trying to share with my own boss, I will have to rewrite or redo that technical report. And for me, the one I write, basically is a maintenance report for maintenance activity on a weekly basis. But because I'm presenting to people that deals with numbers and money, so definitely the way I'm going to do my report is what the activities of maintenance that have been converted to SLE, which is system line efficiency or overall equipment effectiveness. That's all.
That's fantastic. I was going to say that. We'll see during the course of my presentation. It's not all pieces of information that is required for everybody. Decision makers may not really be technical people. What they want to know is how it affects the schedule, how it affects the budget, for instance. That's what it comes to for them, the timelines and all of that. So that's a fantastic example. Thank you for that. Does anybody else very, very quickly just talk about your role, the reports you write, and how often you write them? There were so many hands when I asked how many people write reports.
Okay. I write, I'm a maintenance senior engineer, so I make monthly reports of maintenance activities done. Basically, you have to identify during maintenance of equipment, what are the observations made, what are the corrective actions taken, the cost aspects, the forward path, and future planning for the job. These are things that you outline when you submit to senior managers so that they can approve in case they need spares review and procurement of new spares. When you do a follow-up mold and effect analysis, everything is captured in that place and justification is given for you to procure spares based on failure pattern.
Okay, great. So challenges, the last part. Challenges you find in report writing.
Challenges I find that if somebody wrote it and sent to me, it will not really capture all these aspects like the first speaker spoke. They just give you what they did, not the technical or financial aspect or the future plan of that item. So those are the challenges.
Thank you. So what we can see, an observation I've just made now is that when people prepare reports, they prepare it from what they think that they want to see in a report, not from their audience. So they do not consider what their audience needs to see in their report. There's something called what's in it for me. Whenever a person picks up a report, in fact, even here as I'm giving a presentation, you're all thinking, in all the things that Mercy is saying, what's in it for me? How does it affect me? That's how people open your reports and read your reports. They're wondering, how does this affect me? Because people have different roles in an organization. It's not every single piece of information that concerns them. If there's something wrong with your STG, for instance, your decision maker is not wondering about your turbine blades, for instance. He's wondering about the downtime. How much time is going to be lost out of our production? What is the monetary worth of our production that is going to go down? So those are the things we need to think about when we're preparing reports. The next slide, please. So reports speak for you even in your absence. They speak for us in our absence. Unlike verbal presentation, I'm here talking. If you have anything that you need clarified, I'm here, you ask and I clarify. But with reports, it's quite different. Nobody's there. You write your report according to what you see and you send it. And it's left for the reader to make a decision, based on what you have written. So that's why it's very important that we capture every piece of information that the audience needs in our report. So if you can just read this line. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. I don't know if Albert Einstein said this, to be honest, I don't know. But this is I think it's a very apt statement. If you disagree, I would like to hear your own viewpoint. If you can't explain something very simply, you don't understand it. Many of us technical people, I say us because I'm also technical, we feel that for us to pass across our information, we have to be overly technical, but that's not the case. If you can't break it down to terms that a non-technical person would understand it, then maybe you don't understand it simply enough. So you have to be able to break down even the most complex of ideas into a simple format that everybody understands what you're saying, and that should be captured in your technical reports. Next, please. So reports, we all know what reports are. They are structured documents that are used to present information to the reader. A technical report is similar. The only difference is that you're dealing with highly technical details in nature. They are helpful in decision making. Next slide, please. The style of writing. Now, technical report writing is a style of writing that informs, instructs, or directs a specific audience through maximum clarity and precision with a specific tangible goal in mind. I know that's very academic, but there are 4 parts to that definition. There's the function. The function is that it informs, it instructs. How does it do it? By either instructing or directing. Who does it do it to? A specific audience. It has to be specific. How? Through maximum clarity and precision. And there has to be a tangible goal in mind. A report is not an essay. An essay, you are diverging into concepts. You're trying to investigate concepts. No. A report, you are trying to present data. You're trying to present information to people. So there has to be a specific goal in mind, and it has to be tailored to a specific audience. As professionals, it's very, very important. Many people don't see the need to, focus so much on reports. They feel that nobody reads the report. Why should I write a report? It's time consuming, and I don't have time for that. But it's a very, very important skill set in career progression, in businesses as well, along with oral presentation skills. As I said earlier, it's valuable in workplace, academic pursuits, those in the academia, and also in businesses. So what's important? What's important is what we know. It's not just about knowing these full details, being very technical, but how do you communicate this information? And how understandable is the information that you're trying to present? We'll talk more about this somewhere down the line, the other slides. Please click again. So we'll talk about how reports are used typically. So you have the project engineer or those on the shop floor. A particular example comes into mind. You discover an issue on the shop floor with your equipment, right? The decision makers are not on the shop floor with you, so you have to investigate what happened. You investigate what happened, you make your recommendations, do the justification, then send that to the decision makers, who then read that report and make their decision solely based on what you write. So that is now cascaded. The decision is cascaded down to us. The next slide will show an example of how we use reports. Next slide. So please just go back one slide. So this is a quick case study. We'll just talk through it very, very quickly. So a company wishes to purchase a compressor. As many of us know, where when you want to purchase a compressor, you have vendors sending their technical proposals and their commercial proposals. Next slide. The technical proposal will typically have your technical details, your equipment descriptions, specifications, and all of that. That will come also with a commercial proposal, which will have the price, delivery details, and all things commercial. Now, if the onus is on the man on the shop floor or the project engineer to put all of this, carry out his evaluation, prepare a report, and make a recommendation to upper management, who would then choose the best choice from all the vendors. So that's just putting an illustration to how these reports are used in the workplace. So when we talk about technical reports, it's not just your day-to-day reports on the job. Your compliance manuals, they're also technical reports. Your instruction manuals, your operations manuals, your maintenance manuals, your procedures, your project reports, your product manuals. These are all technical reports. So we can see how important it is. If you're going to be writing an operations manual and you're not able to put in the right information, that in itself is a safety hazard because it can cause problems in the plant. If you do not pass the right information to the people who need to carry out the work, then there can be errors in the plant, and that's, we're all privy to safety here. That in itself is a problem. Bad writing can cost you money. Yes, it can cost you loss of lives and property if information is not cascaded in the right way or presented in the right way. You lose money, you lose lives, you lose property. It can also cost you trust. If you have a workmate, a subordinate who you cannot trust to present to you information as you need it, then you would not be able to confidently delegate tasks to him or her. It can also cost you deserved recognition and visibility. There was a case of somebody who went for a fantastic study, went for a HAZOP study. They got back to the office and were supposed to present their reports, right? And during the HAZOP, that man was actually the most active there. He led the HAZOP study. But you'd find out that when they had resumed in the office, put together your report, the report was terrible, and it just seemed like he wasn't even part of the study. So that's one example of how being technical is not enough. being able to present your information is actually better than just having the information in your head. It can also cost you promotions, from what I've just said earlier. Next slide. So, the summary of what I've just been saying from the start is, irrespective of your field of work, knowing how to put together a good report is is a very valuable skill, which is transferable to any role in any organization along your career. So technical, I'm just going to run through this. Jonathan has already given me the side eye. Common technical writing challenges, communicating technical knowledge. You know, some people find that hard. It's in the head, but how do you translate that into words? That's a common challenge. There's also the fear of no one reading it. People say, if I write a report, nobody's reading the report. There's no time for that. Then also creating the time to prepare reports. That is a common challenge that is faced by people that are very, very technical. Others, formatting insufficient, authentic information, lack of clear objectives on what to achieve, structuring the report, addressing and constructing, preciseness, report layout, and very, very importantly, the lack of data. So there are 4 C's of technical writing. The first is clarity. If there's anything we leave here with today, just have the 4 C's in mind, at the back of your mind. Clarity, comprehensiveness, conciseness, correctness. We'll go through it from the next slide. Your report should be crystal clear. There should be no questions. You know, if a person, your boss has to read your report and ask you what you mean, then you've done a very, very bad job. It should be very, very clear. There should be no room for doubt. You should pass across the information that you need to pass across to the reader. Next slide. Comprehensiveness. It should be clear, but it should have everything that needs to be. So it's a balancing act. It should be clear, but it should have everything that should be in the report. Conciseness. Nobody wants to read a bulky report. We're talking about giving reports to decision makers. They don't have time to sit down reading 10-page reports, 5-page reports. They want it quick, to the point. So it should also be concise, but concise in a way that it doesn't lose details. It doesn't lose the details that you want to pass across. Then the final C is correctness. It should be correct. You know, we can't compromise on correctness. This is actually the backbone of everything. If you write a report that is concise, is clear, is comprehensive, but you're missing details or is wrong, then we've just done a very, very shoddy job. Audience analysis. So this is a very, very important part when you're thinking about writing reports and also making presentations. The audience of a report is the intended or potential reader. Anybody who may read your report, who is going to read your report, is the audience of your report. So generally, there are 3 categories of your audience. You have the primary audience, you have the secondary audience, and you have the hidden audience. Your primary audience is the audience that is receiving the information. The information is for them. It's a targeted audience. So it's usually the decision maker, the person who needs the information that you're presenting. Your secondary audience is, they need that information, but they are not going to make a decision based on that information that you're sending. So they usually implement the recommendations after a decision has been made. Not the primary addressee, but are included as viewers. The hidden audience are those who fall outside of the first 2 groups, primary and secondary, but they may still see your report, they may still see that document. So you still have to consider them when you're putting together your report, even if they are the hidden audience. The next slide will just illustrate that. If you're writing a report, emailing a report to your boss, you would send it to your boss, he's the primary audience. You will blind copy or copy your secondary audience. Now, an example where we would mention the hidden audience is when you're putting a memo, for instance, on a notice board. The audience that you're addressing it to is your primary. You have the secondary, the copied ones. But you have to consider the hidden audience. Now, in this memo example, the hidden audience are the passers-by. You're going to be putting that memo on the board, for instance. Anybody who passes that memo is an audience. Or you're not going to be writing it for them, but you have to consider the fact that it's going to be read by them. So you have to consider the fact that it has to be understandable to them, even if they are not the targeted audience of your memo. So in terms of technical reports, now we talked about a general category, primary, secondary, hidden. When you're talking about technical reports now, there are 4 categories according to specialty. You have the experts, you have the technicians, you have the executives, and you have the non-specialists. The experts have the highest technical knowledge. Raphael spoke, we can all tell that he's an expert. He has the highest technical knowledge. They do. They're usually responsible for the product's idea and design. They understand the formulations, what element is here, what the element does, and all of that high-level technical information. They have a thorough knowledge of the product. So if you're writing to this category of people, you have to focus on technicalities. They might not really be interested in the budgets, timelines, the costs, all of that. No, they want to know the technical details. So for those kind of audience, you have to be very, very particular about the technical details of your information. The next category are the technicians. They are also highly technical in knowledge, but they are more on the practical side of things. So while the experts will formulate, the technicians will operate, they would maintain, and they would repair. So when you're writing to this type, you have to talk about the technicalities, the practicalities, and the operability. Yes, all of this has been written, it's technical, fine, but how does it play out practically? That's the kind of information you want to capture to your technicians, your technical audience. The next one is the executives. They are high level decision makers. They're usually the ones who provide the funds. They're the ones who would approve or disapprove of your project or of your product. They have little or no technical knowledge. There are many executives who have technical knowledge, fine, but there's also a larger number who don't really have the technical knowledge. They just have things, the parameters that they are weighing your information against. If you're writing to this category of people, you want to focus on profitability, carry out your cost-benefit analysis, think of the brand image, think of the cost, the budget, schedule, and timelines. And also, they would also want to consider regulatory and things like that, environmental impact and things like that, high-level stuff. Then the last category of people, the non-specialists. They're typically the end user of the product of the project. They're mainly interested in how the product will help them accomplish tasks. We're talking about lubrication. Now, the users of lubricants, to a large extent, many are technical, but to a large extent, we just want to know that it will work with my car. Let it move my car, let it not destroy my car. That's all they want to know. So they don't really have technical knowledge in that subject. And any technical interest is just out of curiosity. They might want to know about the viscosity just out of curiosity, but not really because they need it to make any particular information. They're just interested in the technical details. So when you're doing your audience analysis, you have to ask yourself 3 questions. Next slide, please. You ask and answer 3 questions. The first is, who will read this report and what is their technical understanding of the subject? You have to start from that. Then what is your reason for reading the reports and what is your aim of writing the report? So you have to intersect at the middle. If you go here, 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 you're going to lose out the others. So you have to ensure that you're answering all 3 questions when you're putting together your report. Next slide. Audience adaptation. We've talked about the types of audience. We've talked about their different categories. But how do you adapt your writing? You have to adjust it in a way that will suit the different categories. Nobody has the luxury of time to write 3 different reports or 4 different reports to 4 different categories of people. So how do you adapt it? It's very important because it ensures that with just one report, different categories of people can read and understand what you're saying, irrespective of their technical capacity. I've talked about what's in it for me. I've explained it. Everybody is reading the reports, asking themselves the question of, what is in this for me? How does this affect me? How does it affect my budget? How does it affect the environment? How does it affect my timeline? So when you're writing to people, you have to put in mind the things that they are looking out for and ensure that you capture it clearly in your reports. What do you do when you have a mix of audience from more than one category? Any suggestions? So if you're writing a report and you have more than one category of audience, a mix of people, how do you address that?
But what I do in my own case, like writing a business case that somebody will read and the top management as well will read. And what I do is I just put the executive summary so that they can quickly, anybody that is not interested in reading through the jargons could just read the executive summary and get the ROI, everything from that place. And then if you're interested, you can just go to the normal details. And so that's what I do. I don't know whether it is in line.
Yes, that's the line. So do you put executive summaries in every report that you write? Just a follow-up question.
No, I just pick one, like a business case that anybody will take. The top management will use. Some people will use as well.
Okay. So for those who write reports on a weekly basis, I know the gentleman next to you said that. So how do you write reports when different categories of audience will be reading them? Because in that case, correct me if I'm wrong, you might not be putting in executive summaries, right? So how do you address that?
Okay, for somebody like me, a clear example is I write operational report, and in operational report you covers both different departments: safety, quality, manufacturing, and finance. So I do a one pager. Now after the one pager, I have for every other person that wants to understand the nitty-gritty of the one pager can come back to the other Excel sheet. But what I do is I picked in the one pager, I allow everybody sees what's interested in. For example, the quality person wants to see how your JHK is, how the GMP is. There is a chart. Then for the manufacturing, he wants to see your OEE, he wants to see MTBF, is there. Then for the operations director, what he wants to see is what is your volume? How did your volume meet? Okay, I said you should do 2,000. Did you do 2,000? So everybody in that one page can actually, for a safety person, he wants to know LTA is equal to 0. So there's a particular point where you see safety. So immediately you see LTA is 0. He doesn't care whether your quality. So once quality CJHK is 90, he doesn't care whether you meet volume. And when the owner of the volume sees 2,000, he doesn't care whether you meet JHK. So from there, everybody picks his own. Thank you.
That's absolutely spot on. The next slide, please. So I have 3 options in the next slide. So the first option there is you write a very general report. The second one is you write different versions of the report and give the audience depending on their requirements. The third one is you write a report with different sections addressing a different audience, which is what you just alluded to. So fantastic. Thank you for that. Next slide. So some useful tips when it comes to audience adaptation. Exclude unnecessary information. Sometimes because you're technical, you want to put everything in there, let it seem like, okay, you know your stuff, but sometimes it's not necessary. Most times it's not necessary. So exclude unnecessary information, however pertinent they might seem to you. Consider the level of the information provided, the level of knowledge of the readers that you're providing the report to. Then make use of examples that is appropriate for each audience category. Write stronger introductions. Use headings and lists so that when they're flipping through, they can just go exactly to where they want to read and read up on that. Pay attention to your formatting, line spacing, type size, type style. I know it might seem quite obvious, but one of the reasons why people don't like to read reports is just because sometimes they're just they're not nice looking, to just put it lightly. You have reports that are very difficult to read. The text is tiny. The spacing is just very tiny as well. So make your reports palatable to the person that is reading, even your slides when you're making presentation, because sometimes the format of your presentations, even verbal or written reports, can kind of put off your audience, right? So if you're writing a report, for instance, make it worthy for them to read, make them want to read your report, and by that we're talking about your text and all of that. Avoid overly wordy text, break up your text, consolidate text into useful chunks, then leverage on graphics. You can, instead of writing out numbers, use your graphs, use your charts and all of that. I'm sure most of us already know this. So I'm just going to conclude. I hope I'm doing well with time. In conclusion, reports are very important in our careers. The skills, technical report writing skills, are highly important, as I've said, in career, business, and academic pursuits. By writing good reports, we can get the buy-in of key stakeholders while gaining visibility in our places of work. So those are my slides. Thank you.
Did she take 20 minutes? Huh?
I think I did a good job.
Should I penalize for more time? You want more? Okay, so it's just to take a few Q&A, and I just wanted us to take a few Q&A on this, because if you watch what we've done, is you might come expecting everything to be technical, but there are different aspects, and it's all of them fusing together that makes you a much more holistic professional. Okay, so because it's communication, I wanted to have Mercy and have Wale on seat to be able to answer your question. Is that fair? We'll do that for 10 minutes and then we break. Is that fine?
Okay, great. So, you are number one. Mexico, please come have a seat. Wale, please come have a seat. Am I permitted to answer any questions? I thought you said no now. So, number one. Next. As your hands come up so nobody will say I missed them today. 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that all? Okay, I've got 5 hands. I'll take that. Online, any question, please? Before they tell me I'm biased. Okay, let me go with you first.
Okay, so my question is a reality-based question, and I think I can find an answer. Now, doing the report, like you said earlier, some people they don't read report. Now, something happened. I send the report. There is part of my report. There is what we call top 3 key actions, and I also have 3 actions that are very, very high risk. Okay, this report have been sent on a weekly basis, and something happened 2 months after. A material got finished, a production material, and the GM, or let me say the operations director, says, "Why didn't you tell me?" And my question was like, "Sir, it's in the report." And I got a query that you should have come to tell me. And the next thing I'm asking myself, I don't know what to do. Is it that after sending the report, I have to go and knock the office and say, "Sir, I sent a report, but this is what is inside the report." So what? I want to know because I got a query. Why didn't you tell me?
So my answer to that, so that's where the human side of things come into play. We all know that when you write a report, it should be read. The details should be seen in that report. But you would have to understand the dynamics within your team and within your organization. I have sent an email before, and the person I sent to said, after sending that email, you should come and tell me you sent me an email. You can't fight back because you need that person to action that information. So if you keep saying, "Oh no, you should read the email, you should read the report," it's just going to be an ongoing battle. So you know how your boss works, you know how you work. If you know that it's kind of person that you need to follow up and say, "Oh, I sent this email, these are the top points," then you might just have to do it. Another alternative is, you've already talked about that, making it very, very bold. The first section, key takeaway, salient points, put it there in bold for them to see, so he knows that. So he can draw his attention and tell him that with the reports I send every day or every week, this section has the key information that you would need to, cascade or action, all of that. So he knows that. So even if he can't go through your entire report, that's the section he should go to in every single report you send. I don't know if that shed some clarity on it.
I guess some of my staff will now support you. Okay, so mine is not an email. So I think we'll make use of a drive. So sometimes all you need to do is put it there so that we can collaborate. But what I tell them is, if you update information on the drive, please notify me by email. Reason is very simple. The drive has multiple folders. I don't wake up in the morning and start going through all the folders if anybody updated something. So send that note. And I think some reports also are discussed in meetings where highlights of even reports come up. So just like she said, your specific dynamic would matter. There are some bosses that even before you send a note, you have to tell them that I'm sending the report now. Because you might get 5 mails a day. They might be getting 150 mails a day. So what matters to them is they only take care of what they know they absolutely have to. So they might not always have the time to go back, sit, and read your report. It will just be in the pile. So if you have meetings where those highlights come up, fantastic. Just add into what she says. Wale, you want to add anything?
Thank you. You see, technology is made for man, not man for technology. So that's the human face of it, and I agree with her. I agree with Jonathan. Outlook as, where you can say high priority, stuff. You have done it, no issues. But let's not pick up your intercom and say, "Oga, I just sent this to you." There's no crime in doing that. I attended a communication seminar at a time on a strategy session, and it's basically talking about you can't just use one form of communication to deliver your process. You can combine. So make it, you have sent the email, and also, pick that phone on your table and say you have done that, and you have assisted. Maybe your mails in 1 week is what he receives in 2 hours. So you are not on the same level. So he will be attending to a whole lot of things. So please assist him by picking that phone and say, "Sir, I just said."
Thank you. The query. Somebody needed to take the hammer. And you were at the lowest part.
That's what happened.
When the hammer falls, where does it land? So
Manage
the
your
person
boss.
on the ground. Well, who is number 2? Number 2. If we add, you will not go. I have 3 fantastic speakers lined up for the afternoon, and they have to go with their time back to back to back. So please, they are here. Catch them and ask the questions.
Thank you very much. Belema Lalibo is my name. I am an automation engineer. Thank you for the presentation on technical writing, business, and communication. So my question is, as a professional, when I'm on a site delivering a commissioning job to close out a well intervention, for example, there is the pressure that comes from not just my direct line of of supervision, but from the end user, people that want to know how the work is going, the asset owner. So how do you manage that level of communication beyond just the first stage of report writing that should go out? So that's my question.
So if I understand you correctly, you're asking how to manage the communication lines between different categories of audience. Is that correct, or have I missed it? Okay, so my understanding is, before you start your commissioning job, you should already agree on timelines. Who gets what? Your audience are your stakeholders in this case. So you also have to carry out your stakeholder analysis. Who needs to receive what, and at what timeline. During your commissioning process, you have to ensure that you adapt to this. So that's how I see it in my mind, that you agree on this from the get-go and try to align to it as you move along in your commissioning process. Did I answer the question, or is there a missing part?
So if I'm to chip in there, right, there's something about being deliberate about your approach. She mentioned part of your stakeholder engagement. So if you're starting a project, typically you get to have what we call a kickoff, right? The point of having a kickoff is knowing everybody that needs to know about the project and what they need to know. So if you are deliberate about that process, there's typically what we call there's what we call a distribution list for information. And your distribution list will naturally determine who you are sending information to. There's also what we call a communication matrix. So if you've known about what we call the RASI chart, right? Right? Who is responsible? Who is what? Accountable? Who is what? Who should be consulted? And who just needs to be what? Informed. Like people you are talking about, they don't fall in the first 3. They just need to be what? Informed. So that would determine when you have an information, while your line might get the detailed information, that set of people might just need to know what milestone have we what? Achieved. Simple. So you can do one single report, but because that report, let's say, has section, for people that has to be informed, you can just pick that summary session that talk about milestone and then do what? Send to them. And then it puts you on a very good position. Good enough?
So just to also chip in there. So that document he mentioned, it's a working document throughout. So it's not that you use it at your kickoff and freeze it there. No, as you have more stakeholders added, you might need to revise that and update it. So it's a working document throughout your commissioning process in this particular example you gave.
Number 3.
Okay. Understand that in workplace there are some politics they play or we play. So in this reporting too, there are some politics. You said something about primary audience, secondary audience, and the example you gave, like your primary audience is the one you are addressing the mail to, and the secondary you blind copy. Now,
in a production facility where you have the production operators are separate, then the maintenance people are separate. You work directly with the production guys. So they saw what you did. They brought the complaint, and as you were working, they saw you. So they probably report to their boss. Then you also report to your own boss. Now, when the two bosses are meeting at the meeting where they normally meet at the end of the day, there is conflict of reports. So at the end of the day, they will come back to you and blame you. Why did you report this to these people? But you explain. They will not want to get that. They said, report to me first. So you do that too, but they forgot that this other person too was there. So my question is, in workplace politics reporting, how do we manage it?
So I'll give a quick answer, then I'll pass the mic to Wale, to HR. He will talk about the politics part of it. So I mean, you need to know who to send the report to. That, to me, that is very, very critical. Who needs that information? So you're not changing the information, you're giving the same information to all these people. But I guess your question now is, okay, you should give it to this person first before the next person, right? So I think that's where the office dynamics comes into play. But what I would say is that you send the information to those who require this information. For the political aspect, I will now pass the mic.
I think it will be the human capital aspect, not the political aspect. Depending on no two projects are same. All right? So, and I think that's what calls for that stakeholder commitment, stakeholder administration, stakeholder management. It's like internal versus external. I think what you are meant to first report within your own team is meant to be done before you go out there. If I get you clearly, it's like a vendor. Is it a vendor client? Yeah.
No. Let me help you with some of the politics. So just to let you know, for most organizations, there's that rift between operations and maintenance. Not just in oil and gas, everywhere. And by the way, just to be clear, operators give the best reports. Do you know why? Most of you in maintenance just said what he said. You narrate what happens. Operators report how it affects the bottom line. So if you go to any organization, operators rise up the ladder faster. While maintenance that do all the heavy lifting, guess what? They play catch up most of the time. Not because the operators are better at reporting, but because they simply understand, like he said, that the people they are talking to at the top are concerned with overall value, not the intricacies of what went bad. Now, in the first instance, operators and maintenance should be partners. So let me tell you, and you might not like this, but I teach one subject, and I said maintenance is a business. If you consider yourself as a business, you will understand how to interact. You are already, as an engineer, you are already a business of one. You are a business of one. You are selling your services and skills to the organization for a fee every month. You call that fee your salary. Your input is the reason why the organization pays you. The organization does not owe you anything aside from what? Your salary. If you go to the market and make a purchase, what happens? You exchange money for what? A product. Simple. That is a transaction. And in the workplace, if you take the sentiment and the emotions out, that is what it is. Exchange of what? Value. In the organization, there's internal customers and there's external customers. Internal customer is the department you provide service to. What's your job in maintenance? If I ask you what your job in maintenance is, some of you will tell me to fix things, to repair stuff. Some of you will tell me reliability. Your output in maintenance is one thing. You guarantee production capacity. That's what you do. All these other things you talk about, they are stories. The only thing the organization understands at the end is we have recruited you to guarantee production what? Capacity. Now, that production capacity you guarantee would be utilized by who? Operations. To process whatever raw materials you process to give the final what? Output. And by so doing, the truth is you can lay claim to the output of operations. So if you come to reporting, I'll add to what she says. It's not about technical reports. It's actually just a business report. So if you ask me what is my job, I work in a facility that produces 20 tons of cement per day. My job is not to repair some machines. My job is to guarantee production capacity that enables the constant production of 20 tons of cement on a daily basis. That one-liner tells the organization I am what? Important. If not, when they are looking for who to downsize, who do they downsize? You. So at the end of the day, if you consider operations your customer, it will influence how you relate with them. And if operations, on the other hand, considers that without your services, they cannot make their own outputs, what will happen? Then your relationship becomes what? Better. Now, your reporting line, there has to be an agreement on your reporting lines. Now, there can be, in a single report, there's typically the operations part, there's the maintenance part. Number one, from where you are coming to for the politics, advice number one, never blindside your boss. Your boss should not even know what is happening when the report comes out. He should know what is happening before the report comes out. So as soon, especially when it is something major, one of the first things you're doing is you're informing the supervisor, right? If you are the supervisor, you're doing a verbal brief, right? A verbal what? Brief to your boss to say, in section 2 as this, we have a situation there, but it's under what? Control. The last thing is a manager wants is to hear about something happening in his department from another person. So because you have done that prior communication, by the time the report comes out, he's already well briefed before he gets to that meeting. It doesn't matter what the other manager says. But if both departments are in sync as expected, it should not be a cause of me versus you. It should be, okay, both of us would see the same thing from a different what? Standpoint. They will report most likely in line in terms of volume and how it affects them. You are going to report in terms of technical and what happened. So your boss going to that meeting most likely is going to defend himself because it has happened and it is in his house. So it's politics, but like, come back to that first question. It's know who you are dealing with, right? I've sent a report. One person threw it down and said, go to your immediate superior and handle it. And I sent to another person. The person took it up and copied everybody. And someone told me that you've committed high treason. You are trying to shine. Yes. So if you understand, there's that phrase, manage your boss. If you understand who you work with, you have already gotten your first lesson in workplace politics. Number 4. Yeah? Okay, you wanted to make a contribution, sir?
I think from yesterday, today, we're talking about team. But if we end up today to say it's you, me, them, and us, then we've not gotten why you have brought us here. So there has to be that synergy, integration of thoughts, integration of everything we are doing. So that business is has to be our business, not operations business, not HR business. We, okay? And I like the bit you've made that you manage your boss. And one rule about effective communication is when it comes to hierarchy, it is the business of the subordinate to get along with the boss, not the other way around. Because you cannot influence his or her decision because of the status. So if you want your boss to get that report and he knows when he comes to work, maybe 8 o'clock, and he suddenly sees you 7, he comes in and you are at his door. There's no way. Yes, he said, what is it? he hasn't, no, he will attend to you and that thing will stick. Thank you very much.
It's your business to get along with your boss. Did you hear that? Okay, who's number 4, please? So that we draw this quickly.
Yes, thank you. I've been listening and paying attention to details here. And since we've been talking about communication, learning, adding more to our ideas, I noticed we raised a very important issue yesterday regarding sharing information. Some of the things that was your slide and things like that, some it will enter here, will filter some, keep some disappear along the way. But we need to get in more. We need to have those slides. I don't know whether I'm speaking the mind of some 1 or 2 person. We need to have those slides. We need to have, I don't know why we want to hide those information from us. If you can teach us, if you can come here, you are saying a whole lot of things and you can share the slide. I don't know what it is. If we need to pay something for it, I don't mind, but we need to have it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So just to let you know, right? If you require services of training, especially in these areas we've discussed, Leke provides training when it comes to HR. Mercy provides training when it comes to communication and report writing and all of that. So you can always get in touch with her. Let's do number 5, please. The next speaker is already online. We just need to break for a bit and then we'll take him. Have we answered? Can we go? Okay. Okay, Francis. So when issues happen, everybody suddenly wants all the reports in the world with several variations and forms. This issue gets worse with several direct and indirect reporting lines asking for multiple reports, keeping in mind that these reports are sent in pieces daily, weekly, and monthly. How can one address such situations to satisfy all requests? Who wants to take that one? We're out of time. Oh, you want to take that one? Okay. Okay, you can just turn back and...
Okay, so I'll go back to what Jonathan said earlier. I mean, at the beginning, you agree on the frequency of this year reporting. You know, what are you sending to who and how often do you send it? If this has been agreed at the beginning, I don't think this should be a problem. Now, so what we should do from our own end is to ensure that there's always an agreement, an alignment amongst all parties at the beginning. How much reporting do you need? What's the frequency and what's the scope of the reporting that needs to be sent out? So getting this alignment from the beginning is very, very key, and also adhering to this agreement throughout is very important. I think that if that is covered and adhered to, then this would not be a recurring issue.
Okay, so if I'll add to that, right, Francis, I think technology helps you with that, right? So for reports, your report does not need to be resident in email boxes anymore. Your reports can be in common folders, drives, shareable locations, right? If you make use of things like Microsoft Teams and co, are repositories where your report can be logged in daily. So if anything happens, anybody wants a report, a single link gives the person access to every single report they want to see. They just go to the dates they want, pick up the report, and pick the information they want. So technology to the rescue there. Okay? So I hope that helps you, Francis. So we're going to break for just 30 minutes. When we are back, Joel will come online. Joel is already online waiting. We just beg to have a little bit of time from him to break and refresh. So we'll break and we're back by... What's the time now? We're back at 1:35 to commence the next session. Please go through that door on my right to get yourself refreshed. Thank you. A round of applause for yourself, please. Since you don't want to clap for me. Thank you, Miss.
Recording stopped.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's go inside, please. Can you get the people outside in place for me? Let's go in. Let's come inside. So, good afternoon, everyone. Can we get the music off, please? Good afternoon. Waiting now. I said good afternoon. Okay, let's settle in as we get started. Can Joel hear me, please? Just confirm. Kingsley, are we on? Is he online? So just check with him for me. So just signal me as soon as you get a response from him, please. So how has the morning session been so far? Huh? Okay. Oh. Let me not say what I wanted to say. So for the afternoon session, right, we're actually way beyond time. We've got 3 guys. He's ready. Hi, Joel. Can you hear me, please? Let me know when he can hear me.
Jonathan, can you hear me?
Fantastic, Joel. Okay, great, great. I know it's morning where you are. It's already midday here. Thanks so much for joining us. I can also see John is already online. We're pressed for time. Thank you so much for giving us that extra time to just break a little bit and refresh. We very much appreciate it. So, without much...
Recording in progress.
I'm going to bring on Joel. Hello. I'm going to bring on Joel to take us on the next topic. And this topic is very, very practical. Do your new maintenance people know the fundamentals? Do your new maintenance people know the fundamentals? I'll allow Joel do a bit of the introduction of himself, and then we get cracking. Joel, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's morning here, and I'm freezing, so I think I would rather be where you are rather than here in North America, mid-Atlantic. Okay, I'm near Philadelphia.
Okay.
Okay, what I've been grappling with, and this has been a problem here in the States, is that, new people are coming into maintenance, and typically they're pretty tech savvy, but their knowledge about basic maintenance is limited because, back in the old days, in my days, young people would work on cars and would build things, and kids today are working on software, they're competing in video games, and they don't have the muscle knowledge of basic maintenance practice. So that's what I've been grappling with for the last, probably since COVID. I've been thinking about these issues. So I wanted to share some of the ideas with you and see what, if anybody has any comments about how I'm trying to deliver this. I would appreciate it. It's kind of, for me, it's kind of experimental. In other words, I'm feeling my way, learning my way. Basically, I've been a consultant for a million years. I've spent probably months in Africa in different countries, much of the rest of the world. As a hobby, I write books about maintenance issues. So this is one of the ways I chew things over. I don't have as much hands-on experience as a lot of you. I was an electrician, but I came up through the computer side. So, now as I'm older, I'm starting to do more physical things, but I mostly installed computer systems and explosion-proof wiring in oil terminals and that kind of thing. So writing books is a hobby. Since I've been home, I've been doing woodworking. So that's been fun. I have to admit to you that I'm not the best maintainer of my own tools. And I'm learning that. I just took a class in small gasoline engine repair so I could, build up my knowledge in that area. But the first question is, why does stuff break down? And I'm not talking about, mental breakdowns. I'm talking about things that stop working. So this is kind of a fundamental question for us, why things break down. Here in the States, we had a icon of reliability called the Maytag Man. This was, a TV commercial for Maytag washers that they, never broke down, and he had nothing to do. So they did a number of humorous commercials, but reliability is when no breakdowns. So that's the goal of all the things we've been talking about here at this conference and in our work, is how to get that to happen. So what I've done is I wanted to boil down some ideas to arrive at some understandings and some actions. Now, those of you who are engineers, these 7 things I'm going to talk about are like, I would say it's the kindergarten of engineering, is to think about things. And it's, when you start learning about this, it becomes part of your day almost, that all these things are interrelated. So I want to just some models, the way I've been looking at this, and we'll see how you like it. The first thing is this issue of load. Now, load is a force applied on one of the part, the machine. Could be or a tension load where it pulls, or a shear load where it tries to break it, shear it. Could be bending, torsion. So there's different flavors of load, but load all has some characteristics. Load, when it's applied on one of your parts, like a sprocket or a chain, a bearing, you apply the force, and the part will try to resist any changes in dimension, and the resistance is called stress, and stress is informal, and it's exactly the inverse of the load. So the stress, the load, and they balance. If it's a load that the item can handle. Now, strain. Strain is it's just a proportion, and it's a proportion of how much the object has changed dimension. So force tries to deform a part. Strain measures the amount of deformation. And remember, stress resists the deformation. So, and strain is just the ratio of the change. So if it stretches, 1 millimeter from 100 to 101, that means the strain it's experiencing is 0.01 or 100th. So whenever in our machinery, whenever a load is acting on a body, it produces stress in the material. So the resistance of the material to changing dimension is what creates the stress. So they're always balanced. So we talked about load, stress, and strain. Now, this now sets up the thing where we can start to talk about some elements of equipment like springs. So spring, the load, you put a load on the end and the spring deflects, but the actual metal doesn't change dimension very much, so that the stress in the spring is, relatively low as it bounces in and out. But know what happens when you pull a string too far? It deforms permanently, or they call plastic deformation. So now it's never going to return to its original size. And if you keep pulling it further and further, the wire in the spring will reduce its dimensions. It's called necking. It'll get narrower, and then cracks will appear, and then it fails. Now, virtually any material does all this stuff. Springs is really easy to see because you've always had a situation where a small spring, you pulled it too far and it deformed, and it won't come back. Now, engineers will recognize this is the basic stress and strain curve. The part where it is elastic and it comes back is in here. So this is where springs operate. Now, once you go past this elastic limit, it's no longer elastic. It now starts to change dimensions. It becomes plastic. At this point, that's the highest level of stress, and the stress starts to get relieved because the strain increases, necking occurs, and failure occurs. Okay, so that's the basic conversation about how stuff fails, is that you try to operate it within the elastic region, and it works good. Once it gets into the plastic region, it's changed dimensions like permanently. So now let's have some fun. And I invented this virtual reality lab. So, virtual reality, we're going to put on goggles. Of course, I can't get you to put on goggles, so I'm going to just simulate it here. So we're going to put on goggles and we're going to go into the real world, the real microscopic world to see what's happening. Now, we have a gearbox that's been causing some problems. So we're going to take this gearbox and we're going to enlarge it so we can see what's happening. We're going to look inside the gearbox. So the enemies of reliability are loads that contribute to the stresses, encourage the strain, or reduce the strength of the material of our spare part. So some things reduce the strength of the material, like heat. Well, the strength of the material will change if it gets hot. It'll start to be less stiff. So Those are the things we're going to be looking for. Now, look at our bearing. We're all, those people standing around is us in our virtual avatar form. And it turns out that even little dirt is way bigger than the clearance between the ball bearings and the race where the balls go in. So you see this, the race is the part around the outside and the balls are in the middle. And they are the interface between the inner and the outer race. Now, dirt is either harder than the steel of the bearing or softer. Now, I spent some time working in alumina refineries. These are refineries that turn bauxite into aluminum oxide. Now, aluminum oxide is a white powder. Use it widely for sandpaper because it's quite hard and harder than steel. So if you have dirt that has aluminum oxide in it, that dirt is harder than the steel of the bearing. So if it's a hard particle, the particle will score the bearing, which increases friction and vibration, because sometimes it'll have to jump over the bit that's super hard, like aluminum oxide. Now, softer particles, they mix with the oil or the grease in the bearing and form a sludge. And the sludge is like nasty. The sludge destroys the necessary oil film, which I'll talk about in a second, causing friction, which causes heat. So remember, heat is one of our enemies. So our mission, remember, is to reduce the incident and severity of any mechanism that causes the buildup of strain and stress to exceed the yield point. In other words, where the elastic becomes plastic and starts to change it permanently. Anything that lowers the yield point, like heat, and any wear that reduces the cross section of the stuff resisting the load. Now, in reliability engineering, we call these things failure modes. So you've heard of failure modes. Well, that's the part at the top that I just said is what the failure mode, when we try to eliminate the failure, we're trying to eliminate, the buildup of stress, strain on the thing. Now, we have each part or asset has what we call an intrinsic reliability. So our mission in maintenance at a microscopic level, if we were like microscopic, our mission would be to remove all the reasons for the failure. And then once we remove the reasons, then we immediately get more usable product or more reliable operation or, any of those good things that we're all striving for. So all we can do is remove the reason for the failure mode, and then the asset takes care of itself with its natural resistance to failure. So what we're really trying to do is clear the deck of some of the nasties that will cause it to fail. Now, remember, this is only the failure modes we're talking about are the ones that are affected by maintenance. So failure modes like somebody drives a truck too fast through potholes and breaks something is not one of the failure modes that we're concerned with so much in maintenance. In maintenance, we're concerned with failure modes that, we can intervene and take care of. So we have two public enemies. we have the public enemy dirt and the public enemy heat. And as you know, maintenance professionals all know that those two are cousins, like first cousins, because they come together a lot of times. Not always, but a lot of times they're together. So we have to attack these guys, heat and dirt. And then we have to tighten and lubricate to eliminate the other two dangerous enemies, which is looseness and friction. And then finally, we want to keep our assets in like new condition. We say like new condition. So we're trying to avoid or repair corrosion, minor defects, and fatigue parts. And the tool that we use is called TLC, Tighten, Lubricate, Clean. It's not fancy. The parts that I listened to of this conference yesterday and today, a lot of people are talking about very fancy and things that are advanced in thinking and in technology. This is not that. This is getting down there where the friction causes heat, which is a failure mode for that particular part that we're talking about. So let's talk about friction. So we know that friction is rubbing of one body against another body, and it's the force that resists that. And typically you can hear friction. Friction is scratching or squeaking. You can feel friction. Something gets hot. Now, friction is an enemy, but there are times when you need friction. So without friction, your car tires wouldn't make the car go. Bolts wouldn't work because friction is what holds bolts together. Belts would just turn. They wouldn't turn. They wouldn't be power transmission. Screws wouldn't work. Clutches and brakes wouldn't work. And you know what? You wouldn't even be able to get out of bed in the morning without friction. So I'm not saying friction is bad everywhere. It's bad for parts, where the friction is going to cause heat and cause failure. So when we get microscopic, when we enlarge even more, we find that the two bodies, they look smooth. You look them, you can put your finger over them, they're smooth. But as you magnify them more and more, they're rough. They're like mountain ranges at the right magnification. When they rub against each other, the roughness sloughs off particles, dirt. And if it's moving fast enough, it'll create heat, the friction. So the way we deal with this in our world is we put some grease between the two bodies, and literally the bodies will float over each other so that the metal parts don't touch when the oil is in the right place, right time. So friction plummets, heat plummets, and dirt production plummets. And the key here is, the right grease in the right amount at the right frequency. And if there was another key, it would be to keep everything clean, because clean grease lasts. Dirty grease creates friction, which creates heat, which starts to break down the grease even faster. So, what happens if you've ever listened to an ultrasonic grease gun? You've got your headphones on an ultrasonic grease gun. There's a certain noise level, and then when the grease touches the bearing, the noise level starts to drop out, because less friction means less noise, because there's less vibration, It also means things are going to be more reliable. It means that they're going to run quieter, sonically quieter. They're going to run cooler. They're going to be more energy efficient. And if they're machine tools, they'll have higher repeatability. In other words, they'll make the same part over and over again, or whatever it is your process is doing. So that's what less friction gives us. But obviously not all heat comes from friction. Sometimes you heat things up to run a process, or sometimes you have an exothermic chemical reaction, and sometimes you have electrical resistance and overloads. So, obviously in our world, electrical resistance is the more dangerous one, because you need, the process heat, the process people take care of. Exothermic reactions, that's chemical reactions that give off heat. Presumably they're analyzed and they're understood and they're desirable for the reaction. But electrical resistance and overload is not. So the overload, the resistance, typically comes from looseness between the wire and the block, and it comes from corrosion or dirt in there between the copper and the copper. So those things create resistance, and as we know, E equals IR, and the power one is I amperage times voltage equals wattage, right? You electrical guys, you know all that. But that's how we get resistance, is the resistance from amount of current and the voltage. Now, looseness is not cool in joints, and friction is what keeps joints from moving. So the bolt clamps the two pieces together, and remember, they're microscopically rough. So as you increase the clamping pressure, those grooves and valleys mush into each other, and the friction locks the two pieces together. If the bolt is not torqued correctly, the clamping force is not right, and the friction might not lock the pieces together and allow movement. Now, what happens when there's movement? We know that. We start to create heat, we start to create dirt, and the movement causes vibration, which causes more looseness. So it goes. We want to clamp it, but if we clamp it too hard, then the pieces, remember, the strain will go up because the pieces will actually distort. Looseness is not cool in joints. Now, remember Dirtbag. He knows where you live. You want to watch out for him. Okay. Now, the dirt is the legacy of dirt. First of all, dirty equipment obscures problems. So there may be a problem that if the asset was all cleaned up and really sharp, you would see that little leak. It would be really obvious. But when there's like a shell of dirt around it, it could be leaking for years and you wouldn't notice it, and then you could have a catastrophic failure. The second thing is, I've never met a maintenance person that would like to work on a dirty, nasty machine. And in fact, I remember in a dimensional lumber mill, the way it was supposed to work was the operations folks were supposed to, clean out the area where the breakdown or the problem was, so maintenance could have like a clear field of view of everything. But they didn't want to clean it out either. They didn't want to go down there and get dirty, and so nobody wanted to clean it. So it's undesirable to work on, and it's undesirable to operate. People will tolerate it, but it's not a desirable situation. Now, dirt gets inside, causes heat, vibration, and looseness. Remember, we just went through that. but also the shell is an insulator so that the dirt can't escape. And the final thing is that dirty equipment will kill you or at least hurt you. Dirt compromises safety. So for all these reasons, the legacy of dirt is a very nasty legacy. And we want to orient ourselves to not tolerating equipment that's dirty. And this is tough because the natural way of people is to not really take care of things. I mean, some of us have trained ourselves to like it clean, trim, and some companies are really good at this. You go into one of the automobile plants, typically they're really clean because they know the dirt messes with the finish of the cars, it gets into the robots, it's nasty, so they get rid of it. Now, we want to fix this. So the only way to change this is by taking actions that's going to change this. I mean, you don't change dirt by having a dirt conference. You change dirt by getting down in the trenches with the equipment and cleaning it and eliminating the sources of dirt. So let's look at some of the things. Lubrication, one thing that companies found out early on is that if you have lubrication points that are inconvenient, they don't get lubricated. If you have to climb for it or something, it's a pain in the neck, it's not happening. So, companies smartly came up with these like soup can lubricators that you thread them on and you set them up and they squirt in a little bit of lubricant on a schedule. Now, you can't just put one of them on and walk away for forever. You've got to put that into the PMs for that asset to check the flag to make sure it's not empty or make sure it's working right and everything like that. But that's like 10 times less effort than greasing it every week or month. So the tin can, the soup can type lubricators, automatic lubrication is one solution. Another problem is that when you buy oil, drums of oil, one of the companies I work with did an actual study about this. What they did was they took new oil, right? And they sent it to a lab, not a lab associated with the oil company, independent lab. Here's what they found. They found that the average amount of contamination was an order of magnitude larger than was allowed, like 10 times larger than it was allowed. And this was really perplexing because this is stuff that was, sealed in a drum. And further research showed that what was happening was the drums at different times in their life were stored, outside to be handled. Drums typically are not hermetically sealed. So what happens is, water, dirt, leaves, get inside the top of the drum, and the drum expands when it's warm and contracts. So if you looked at that, that would be a little teeny bit of breathing. And it very slowly pulls water and debris in and pushes out the air and then pulls it in again and pushes it out. So that's something to look at. The next thing is in tightening bolts. This should be something that's like, anybody that's spent their life in fixing equipment know about loose bolts. What I like to see is I like to see places that they torque the bolts correctly and then they scribe a match line on the bolt. So part of the PM is just check the match lines. not do any kind of fancy thing, just check the match lines. In the area of dirt, the area of dirt is, we have to be conscious of clean. But the thing that I want to stress here is what we want to do, if we can, is to capture the dirt where it's created. So if you have a saw, you know that the grit, if it's a steel saw and it's a abrasive cutoff, we know we have grit, we have steel particles, and we have any leftover lubricants on the steel getting made into really small particles. And at that moment of creation, you've got literally conductive, sticky dirt with hard particles in it. So it's the worst for mechanical stuff. So what we want to do is we want to capture that there. So where there's grinding, we want to capture it, that sort of thing. Okay, so that's the story I wanted to tell about the fundamentals. Now, what this last part is, how do you ramp it up? You've got to figure out a way to first create awareness that this is a problem. And, there's really great things with, when you have a small broken part, you clean it up and you put it in a display case and you put a note on it, what happened, why it happened, like it was a museum of broken parts. I want to see this in every facility, is a little place, private in maintenance or in a public place, of stories of broken stuff. So we want to create awareness. We want to encourage the desire to take on this stuff. So we want to create like an opening for people to start to think about how could we capture the dirt? How could we lubricate better? That kind of thing. And then we need to train the people, so that they know what is the appropriate thing. I'll bet you if I look at your work orders, here's a bet. If I look at your work orders, I'm going to see things that'll say tighten bolt, but I will not see tighten bolt to so many foot-pounds, or I don't know what you guys use, Newton meters, or my metric is weak. But like, how many people know how much torque goes on every single bolt that they operate under? Very few people. So we need to create that knowledge. We need to give people access to the tools they need to do the job correctly. And then we need reinforcement. So that's that's from the people at pro side. There are people that do change management, and that's what they call their ADCAR system. So that's the short thing that I wanted to tell you about. And I thank you very much, Jonathan. I thank you really for the opportunity to let me talk about this stuff. It has been fun for me to look at this in new ways, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. So just to state that this is the third year in a row that Joel has been presenting at our events. In the peak of COVID, that was when we started the online streaming, and then it was just an online event only because that's what we could do at that time. And Joel came on board, and on he continues to add value. What I like about Joel is he's very much concerned about the guys on the shop floor and does a lot to simplify the processes. Any question, please, for Joel? Any questions online? Could you check for me on Zoom? Any questions online? One question. No question online. Okay, great. Any question in the room? Okay, great. Joel, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate this a lot. And we'll look forward to doing even more later. A round of applause for Joel again, please.
Very much, Jonathan.
Thank you. Okay, so quick one. Nancy, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nancy. So I came across Nancy on LinkedIn, and guys, if you don't follow Nancy or Joel on LinkedIn, I suggest you go ahead and follow them. So I've heard different people teach about RCM, and they teach it in different ways, and a lot of the times it's very, very technical. RCM is reliability centered maintenance. So a lot of people teach it in a very, very technical way, and it looks like a huge subject until I came across Nancy. And Nancy uses every day, the things you see every day, right? To teach you what? RCM. I remember some time ago she used the example of some work her husband was doing in her garage to teach about what? RCM. And today, for the first time on our platform and to this audience, I want to welcome Nancy to take us on failure modes, the currency of physical asset management. A round of applause for Nancy, please. Over to you, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And you know what? That video, if it's the one I'm thinking about, that was the very first video I ever did and I ever posted on LinkedIn. Was it the one with the oil spill? Yeah, that was my first one. Wow. Well, thank you for watching them, and thank you everyone for being here today. First, just let me make sure, I know you can hear me, but can you see my screen? Do you see one screen that says the current failure modes, the currency of physical asset management?
Yes, we can see your screen, Nancy.
Okay, excellent. Yes, so thank you for that warm welcome. And yep, my technical heart and soul, I gave it away 25 years ago to reliability-centered maintenance. And gosh, we could talk for so long about RCM, but today we're just going to focus on failure modes. Now, failure modes is a really exciting topic, and it is exciting because if you know more about failure modes and you know how to identify them, at what level and what detail, you can really do something with that information. You don't even have to do full-blown reliability-centered maintenance to capitalize on the fundamentals. And this is one of the most important fundamentals that's embodied in the RCM process. So from time to time, I'll refer to RCM, but this is a standalone topic and is absolutely something that can definitely serve you in your reliability quest. So my mentor, John Mowbray, is the one who taught me what he used to say is that failure modes are the currency of physical asset management. And that really rings, it makes sense to me, it rings true, but it's also a really easy way to think about it. I like to talk about things in a simple way and a basic way.
Progress.
Because when we as humans can understand things on a very basic level, then we can build on that. So the way I like to describe failure modes is really the way John taught it. But I got a prop this morning. So if failure modes are the currency of physical asset management, it's just like the currency that we use. Now, I live in the United States, so my currency is the American dollar, right? So you can see I've got $200 bills, which, I don't know, that'll maybe buy me groceries for a week, a week full of meals and other things that I need. And I've got some 20s, and I've got some 10s, and I've got some $5 bills. And you notice the most that I have is all these ones. So our money is like failure modes because some of them are more important than others, right? So if I'm in the grocery store and I'm walking around with a couple of $1 bills and I lose them, it's not that big of a deal. But if I were to lose my $200 bills, that would be my budget for my groceries for the week. So it means more, it matters more. And the same thing goes for our failure modes. And that's why it's very important that we identify them, because we have to make sure that we're managing each one appropriately. Now, we obviously don't manage all of our failure modes the same. You can just think about the car that you drive every day. Some failure modes we pay very special attention to, like our engine oil, and others we really don't think about on if and when it fails, like our alternator, for example. So that's the way I like to introduce the topic of failure modes. So let's pause for a moment and talk about what reliability is. You know, we've got a process called reliability-centered maintenance. And, you know, in our industry, we hear often about, the term reliability. We need to get better reliability, improve reliability. Well, what does that even mean? Let's think about it on a basic level. Now, as responsible custodians, we design our reliability, and we design our reliability both literally and figuratively speaking. Now, literally speaking, the kind of reliability that we get from a piece of equipment is largely dictated by its design, right? It is what it is. It can't do any more than it was designed to do. And we often hear that expressed as inherent reliability. But as asset custodians, we also figuratively design our reliability. See, inherent reliability doesn't mean how long something will last without failing. Inherent reliability means how long something will last without failing when it's protected by the right proactive maintenance and other default strategies that we assign as asset custodians. Now, the quality of all of this energy that we put into our machines, the choices we make, right? It's not just about maintenance. It has to do with our training programs and our tech pubs, how we operate something, how often we operate it, where we operate it. All of these things affect the health of our systems. Now, the quality of our choices are governed entirely by our philosophy. So good reliability, or getting what we need from a machine, is very much dependent upon our reliability philosophy. And so what I want to do today is talk about the philosophy of failure modes, because it's like the beating heart of reliability. So what is a failure mode? Now, this is a term that is very often, it's a term that's used differently by some people. So for purposes of today, when I use the term failure mode, I'm talking about what specifically causes failure. So I'm using the terms failure mode and failure cause synonymously. The way I like to think about a failure mode is that it's like a road. When you identify a failure mode properly, it puts you on the right road and sends you in the right direction to your destination. And as responsible custodians, what is our destination? We need to identify technically appropriate, proactive maintenance tasks that are done at the right interval, and we have to have good default strategies, like, for example, emergency procedures and operating procedures. So just like I live in Alabama in the United States, and if I wanted to go to Las Vegas and I drove east, I'm never going to get there. I have to drive west to get there. And the same thing goes for our machines. If we want good reliability, we have to be on the right road. In other words, we have to identify failure modes properly. So what kinds of failure modes? What do I even mean by a failure mode? Okay, so things like that we're all aware of, right? Wear and corrosion, erosion, abrasion, dissipation, deterioration, and so on. The normal, so to speak, things that can negatively affect our machines. Is everything still good with my presentation? It's good? Okay.
All good, all good. Go ahead, please.
It's okay? Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, good. But like we just talked about, there are other things other than maintenance that affects the reliability that we get from our equipment. namely things like lack of or incorrect or incomplete operating procedures, or mistakes or inadequate detail in technical manuals, shortfalls in training programs, proper tools not being available, inadequate equipment design, operating environment issues, and design flaws. Now, to some degree, all of these things could be referred to as latent conditions. Now, I didn't coin that term. I learned that term in a book that was written by James Reason about human error. And James Reason has a lot of really good books about human error. And one of the ideas that he sets forth is that in our industry, or in the industry at large, we often coin the phrase human error. And a lot of times, for example, a technician will get blamed because he or she did something that is perceived that this person did something wrong. But it's not always, I mean, yeah, humans make mistakes, but the question is, did we set that human up for success? And I have an example that I want to show you. So let's take a training timeout and let's do a little reliability experiment. I'm going to flash a picture on the screen. I'm going to hold it there for like a second or two, and then I'm going to take it off. And I want you to see, I want you to note for yourself what the difference is. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so let me set the scene for this. What I just flashed on the screen was yogurt. Now, I love yogurt, and I have it every night for dessert. And my favorite is lemon. The name brand is Oikos, and it's lemon meringue. And sometimes it's hard to find. So when I find it, I buy, you know, if I can buy like 8 or 9 at a time, I buy it when I can find it. So I went to the supermarket and I looked on the shelf and I thought, oh my gosh, look at all of my lemon meringue yogurt. They have it in stock. So I bought 8 of them. And then that night I opened it and I thought to myself, well, I don't know. You know how when you notice something, it's like for a nanosecond you have a thought and then you dismiss it. And I thought to myself, something that it doesn't smell right. Now, it didn't smell bad, like it was bad yogurt. It was just a little different. So, you know, I was, I guess, busy and distracted or whatever. So I took a spoonful of it. And what I put in my mouth is that it turns out it was banana yogurt. Now, I like fresh bananas, but banana bread or banana muffins, anything banana flavored, it's very off-putting to me. So I took a better look at the label, and now you see on the screen the difference. So this is the lemon meringue, and this, you see, it's called banana cream flavor. So now I'm a relatively bright individual, right? And the people who work around and on our machines, these are brilliant people dedicated to their work who love their machines. But we are all human beings. We are fallible. So when I went to the supermarket, I don't know, maybe I was tired, maybe I was distracted, maybe I was just excited because I thought I found the yogurt that I wanted. So what I did is I bought 8 of these, but when you look at it, they're very, very similar. So now the question is, was it my fault? Was it 100% my fault that I bought the wrong yogurt? I mean, I absolutely should have been paying better attention, but Oikos kind of set me up for failure. Now, I know that this is just yogurt. And like I said, I like to explain things on a very basic level. Because now what I would like you to start thinking about is opportunities within that maybe it's like it's an accident waiting to happen. Okay. So now the next thing I want to talk about is, what failure mode should we focus on? Now, the following slide is applicable specifically to reliability-centered maintenance or FMEA, failure modes and effects analysis. If you don't already know it, the first 4 steps of the RCM process is FMEA. So when you do RCM, you largely satisfy any requirement to do an FMEA. But like I said before, even if you don't do a formal, full-blown RCM analysis or FMEA, the following information can really help you. Because if you are having some chronic reliability issues, understanding how to identify failure modes can maybe help you figure out what the problem is. So these are the kinds of failure modes that we need to be focusing in on. Number one, definitely failure modes that have happened before. Secondly, if the failure mode has not happened, but it's a real possibility, right? Maybe we are proactively managing that failure mode right now, and that's why it hasn't happened. Another criteria is the failure mode unlikely to occur, but the consequences are severe? If the answer to that question is yes, then that's definitely a failure mode we want to focus on. And finally, is the failure mode currently managed via proactive maintenance? Now, this one is important because if you are doing reliability-centered maintenance or FMEA, a lot of times we've got outdated maintenance tasks or outdated default strategies in our plans that need to be relooked at. So after you brainstorm failure modes from scratch, then you can go back and reverse engineer. For example, I have my engine oil changed every 7,500 miles. If I were to reverse engineer that and identify what failure mode I'm managing, that would be engine oil deteriorates due to normal use. So it's a good way to identify what it is that we're currently managing and to make sure we need to keep doing that task, or maybe we need to do a different task at a different interval. So a lot of times when an organization does RCM or FMEA, they end up with sometimes 1,000 failure modes, and people get into analysis paralysis. And it's because they include failure modes that they don't need to. But more importantly, sometimes failure modes are written at way too detailed a level, sometimes not too detailed. But when it's in too much detail, it's like you get into this spiral. And what I now want to show you is a few techniques that you can use, or the understanding that you can use to write your failure modes correctly. So let's first focus on how detailed should failure modes be written. Now, a very high level answer is this: failure modes should be written in enough detail so that an appropriate failure management strategy can be developed. So essentially what that means is we need to write our failure modes so it puts us on the right road so we can identify a solution. Now, what does this mean? So let's break this down, and I've got some examples to show you. When we write failure modes properly, a failure mode should include a noun, a verb, and as necessary, some operating context. So I have 3 examples to show you. So for example, hydraulic line chafes and hydraulic line chafes. Now those look like 2 identical failure modes. But when we dig a little deeper, when we get more detailed, keeping in mind that we have to write at a level that we can formulate a solution for, let's take a look at this. Hydraulic line chafes due to normal equipment vibration, and hydraulic line chafes due to improper routing. So you see how that extra amount of detail completely changes it. I'm on one road going this way and another road going that way. Let's look at another example. Oil filter clogs, due to normal use and due to gearbox break-in. And one more example. Foreign object enters aircraft engine air inlet during flight. and while on the ground with the engine off. So two completely different scenarios that we need to manage differently. Let's take a look at that, starting with our hydraulic lines. In the first example where we talk about due to normal equipment vibration, that may lead me to do a visual inspection every 25 hours of operation to visually inspect for evidence of chafing, right? A condition-based maintenance task, a CBM task. Now, if they're chafing because of improper routing, well, what I might need to do is augment my training program so that the hydraulic lines are routed properly. So you see the two different things. One is maintenance and another is a default strategy. I need to train Joe better so that he routes them properly. Let's look at the oil filter clogging. Due to normal use, maybe I may have a scheduled replacement task every 500 hours to replace that filter. And for gearbox break-in, maybe I might have a one-time task where I just change the oil filter after the first 50 hours of operation. And finally, with FOD or foreign object damage during flight, well, what are we going to do if we're flying in an airplane and our engines get FODed? And it happened in America, and they made a movie out of it. It's called Miracle on the Hudson, where, what are the chances? The chances are so slim that both engines would be FODed by a bird strike, but they were. And so they lost both engines and they had to land on the Hudson and everybody lived. It's an incredible story, right? But if you fly in an airplane, I fly very often. So that means I accept the risk that that's going to happen, right? But the way that the airlines manage it is that they have emergency procedures, right? Dual engine failure, they go right to their emergency checklist. They switch over to dual engine failure and they followed the steps and they were able to land the plane with some luck. Obviously, they were able to find a good place to land, which was on the Hudson River. But that's how that failure mode is managed. And if FOD accumulates on the ground, well, maybe I'll do a pre-flight inspection and check and make sure there aren't any foreign objects in the engine inlet before I take off. So the point about all of this is 2 points. Number one, that we write them in enough detail so we can get to the appropriate failure management strategy. But number two, it's not always about maintenance. So for example, in this one where we're going to inspect for chafing, well, that's proactive maintenance. That's condition-based maintenance. But where we're going to augment our training program, that is a default strategy. So you see that it isn't just about proactive maintenance. And I hope from these examples you can see that when we consider a little bit more detail, getting down to what specifically causes the failure can put us on the right road and lead us in the right direction. Now, we talked about how detailed they should be written in enough levels, in enough detail so that an appropriate failure management strategy can be developed. But what happens a lot in our industry when it comes to FMEA and reliability-centered maintenance, when people are not trained properly and they go forth and think that they can just do this, a lot of times they get so detailed, they think that more is better, and they end up in that analysis paralysis where you're just in this tornado and you can just never seem to get out. I want to give you an example of this. So let's say I'm going to do an analysis on my diesel engine. Well, I could write the failure mode diesel engine fails and be done, right? One failure mode, I am all done with my analysis. Well, obviously that's quite facetious, right? We've already said we gotta write them in enough level of detail so we can get to our destination. Now, let's say that our goal for this analysis, for our diesel engine, let's say the goal is to come up with an appropriate proactive maintenance plan. Armed with that information, right? So I'm not designing. This isn't a design FMEA. This is me just trying to figure out what kind of maintenance do I need to do to get the reliability I need. So let's break it down, keeping in mind that that is the goal. As a facilitator, I would say, well, what specifically causes the engine to fail? And we can use our common sense and come up with things like engine oil deteriorates due to normal use. Engine oil diminishes due to normal use. Cooling fan drive belt wears due to normal use. And starter motor fails. Now, I know that these are written at a reasonable level because I can arrive at an appropriate failure management strategy, right? I can decide to change my engine oil every 6 months and check the engine oil level prior to use and replenish it if I need it, if I need to. I can visually inspect my cooling fan drive belt every 500 hours and replace it only when I need to. That's condition-based maintenance. And for starter motor, maybe I'll just say starter motor fails because I know intuitively I'm going to run that to failure. But here's where a problem often comes in, because we can take a look at our starter motor and we could break that down more if we wanted to. We could break it down as electrical connections loosen, armature insulation breaks down, solenoid fails, brushes wear, and we can even break the solenoid down even deeper. Plunger sticks, coil burns out, and so on. So you see how we can keep going and going and going, right? Well, what specifically causes the plunger to stick? What specifically causes the coil to burn out? We could keep going and going and going. But when we remember that our goal is a proactive maintenance plan, then we understand that just saying starter motor fails is enough, right? This is way too much detail. And all we need is starter motor fails. So those are two very important keys to remember when you're identifying failure modes and to stay so that you can stay out of analysis paralysis. Now, another really important consideration, and I get this question a lot, is this. I mean, where do we get this information, right? Especially, we talked about latent conditions, right? Those things that are just kind of laying in wait for disaster to happen. Well, you may have heard about Resnikoff's conundrum, right? Because the answer to that question a lot is, well, let's use our data. Now, I'm not here to say that data is bad. I mean, we need data and we should use it whenever we can. And but we should also start to get better at what kind of data we are collecting. Because there's this thing called Resnikoff's conundrum that John Mowbray brought to my attention. There was a paper written by this Dr. Resnikoff in the 1950s, and it was specifically about data and reliability-centered maintenance. And this is the gist of what Resnikoff said. If we have failure data, then it means that there were equipment failures. But critical failures are unacceptable. So we now have a bucket of data about failures that don't matter much. So when you think about that, it's like a dog chasing its tail, right? We don't collect data on the critical failure modes, right? The critical failure modes we manage. And it happens every day in our world. You can just turn on the news or surf the internet, and every day there's a different disaster, right? Because a failure mode occurred that maybe wasn't identified. And then, of course, after that, measures are put in place to manage that going forward. But the point about Resnikoff's conundrum is, if you have a bunch of failure data, it's probably about failure modes that don't really matter very much. So most of the time, we have to design a maintenance program for critical items without that failure data. So then the question is, where do we get this data? And I will tell you that what I think is the biggest piece of untapped gold in any organization is our equipment experts. I mean, I have been facilitating RCM analyses for 25 years now, and I'm telling you, these people, I'm in awe of these people, how well they know the machines. They understand the operating environment. They know what failures can occur, what happens when that failure occurs. They know how each failure mode matters, which is super important, right? When we ask them the right questions, we are in a huge position of strength now to take that knowledge, formally document it, and then figure out what we're going to do about it. Now, the other thing they know is they know about these latent conditions. And a lot of times, I mean, I've heard this answer over and over again when we're doing an RCM analysis and I'm facilitating, and they'll say something like, well, that step in the maintenance procedure is wrong. Or they will say, oh, this part in this tech manual is backwards, or something like that. Or just something where they maybe have a better idea on how to do something. And I say, well, why haven't you brought this up before? And a lot of times I hear, well, I have, and nothing's been done about it. But another thing I hear is, well, I've stopped reporting these things because nobody listens to me. And that's just kind of sad. I mean, it's sad because we're not listening all the time to our equipment experts. But the other thing is there's so much knowledge and experience that's left on the table that can help us. So when we do reliability-centered maintenance, or when we do FMEA or failure modes and effects analysis, or maybe when we just focus on a small scope, and we don't even do a big formal analysis, but we just sit down and try and wrap our minds around something and identify failure modes, it can be hugely valuable. The last thing I'll say about the equipment experts and a facilitated working group approach to any improvement effort is you take that knowledge and that experience and that expertise and you formally document it in a report. So you memorialize that experience and that information and that data so that when your 20, 30, 40-year-old veteran maintainer or operator retires or moves on for a different opportunity, you have now memorialized that experience and knowledge, and it doesn't walk out the door with you, with that person. So there you have it. That's failure modes in a nutshell. So number one, remember that there are those 4 criteria, and you should have, I gave Kingsley an ebook, so you have these most important slides. Number one, the 4 criteria for defining or identifying what failure modes you need to be focusing on. Number 2, writing them in enough detail so that you can arrive at an appropriate failure management strategy. And number 3, that helps you not to get into the tornado of writing failure modes ad nauseum, too many and too much detail, so that you end up in analysis paralysis. So thank you so much. Another thing that John Mowbray taught me is that as human beings, time is our most valuable asset. And you chose to spend your time with me today. And for that, I am sincerely grateful. If you have any questions, I think we have time for some Q&A. But if I may just quickly say, I have a free RCM course. You can go to that first URL if you want to enroll in that. But the other thing is I have a YouTube channel and I have a goal to achieve 1,000 followers this calendar year. And I just started a podcast and that's on there too. So if you could go to my YouTube channel and subscribe, I would be really grateful. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I guess I was justified to say Nancy knows how to break it down. Have you seen RCM taught or failure modes taught with a cup of yogurt before?
Okay, let's take questions, please. Any Q&A in the room? Online, do we have any questions online?
Yes. Good afternoon, Nancy.
Hi.
Hi. I've actually followed your programs online before now, and it's been awesome so far. In fact, you mentioned a lot about the maintenance process and how the what we call managed equipment tax, care tax originates. So it's our belief, or we've had this type of maintenance centered mentality where we believe that every maintenance tax or most of the product of RCM is maintenance tax. So can you tell us what other sources we should adopt in terms of what should constitute our maintenance tax? I mean, for managed equipment care context.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Could you clarify that? So do you mean what's the difference between maintenance and default strategies, or could you just...
Okay, I said we needed to know what other valid sources we should admit for us to be able to take them up as maintenance care tax. Because I know ROCM is one of them. What other valid sources do you suggest we should adopt when we are creating our care tax?
Okay, so I think so are you talking about criteria for
Yes.
example, for maintenance tax?
Absolutely, criteria.
Yes, thank you for this question, because this is a really misunderstood topic in our industry. So just really quickly, because my gosh, we could have another whole presentation on this. But when we're talking about preventive maintenance, which in the context of reliability-centered maintenance, that means scheduled restoration and scheduled replacement tasks, the interval at which we do those are based upon the useful life. In other words, how long until something wears out and will fail? Like, for example, my engine oil, it's good for 7,500 miles. Now, there's a big difference between useful life and an MTBF. We don't use MTBF, or mean time between failure, to set maintenance intervals, because that's an average. And the definition of an average is that some things fail before that time and some things fail after. Now, when it comes to condition-based maintenance, that's all about the P2F interval. So what that means is how often we inspect for chafing. Let's use the example that I had in this presentation. If I'm going to inspect some lines for chafing, what I need to focus on is from the time at which I can visually detect the chafing to the time the hose fails, how long is that interval? Is that a week? Is it a month? Is it 3 months? So let's just say, for example, I identified that it's a month. Now I have to do that condition-based maintenance task at intervals less than 1 month, or I have the possibility of missing the failure. So it's not how long the hose will last. It's how quickly failure occurs once a potential failure condition is detectable. So we need to make sure that's an excellent topic. We absolutely have to make sure we understand this when we are assigning those maintenance intervals.
Thank you, Nancy. Matthew, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Nancy, for this presentation. Mine is just for you to possibly clarify so that I'll be sure I also have same understanding. I've heard people say that RCM is a type of maintenance, but I have always known that it's a kind of methodology with which you could now define the kind of maintenance you're going to use. For example, whether it's going to be condition-based, it's going to be preventive, or it's going to be proactive, you know. So I mean predictive and all that. So I just want you to just put more light to this, because for me, RCM is not really a type of maintenance, but rather a type of methodology, or yeah, if you like, on so as to decide the kind of maintenance you're going to adopt. Thank you. That's all from me.
Yes. Okay, Matthew, you are 100% correct. And I'm just looking because I think I have something here I can just hold up and show you. Yeah, I hear this often also, so you're not alone. And that is that reliability centered maintenance is not a maintenance strategy. Reliability centered maintenance is a process that you can use to develop proactive maintenance tasks and other default strategies. It's a 7-step process. The first 4 steps are FMEA, failure mode defects analysis. You throw 5 in, criticality. Now you've got FMECA, failure mode defects and criticality analysis. Step 6 is it gives us tools to figure out what maintenance we should be doing. And step 7 is default strategies. So 100% correct. Reliability centered maintenance is not a maintenance strategy. It's a philosophy you use to create one. Thank you for that.
Fantastic. Gideon.
Thank you, Nancy, for that wonderful presentation. I just want to get more of this clarity. I see that you talk interchangeably failure mode, and you actually said it is specifically the causes of failure. I want to get this literature. Is there any difference, or can you differentiate what failure modes are to failure mechanism?
Yes. Okay. So, and you know what, Gideon, it depends on who you're talking to, right? For me, I use the term failure mode synonymously with failure cause. So it doesn't really matter as long as you know when you're talking to someone what you're right. Then people get into failure mechanisms where they kind of dig into real specifically, maybe more specifically about failure causes. But for me, and for when you're doing reliability centered maintenance or you're doing FMEA, it's really important to don't get wrapped around the axle with all of these different terms, right? Reliability centered maintenance is common sense applied to physical assets. So what I would like you to focus on is what specifically causes functional failure, and at what level do you have to write that so that you can do something about it. And so, I mean, I could find each one, but it really just depends. It's because those terms mean different to different people. So for me, I just like to understand what it is, what it identifies so you can move and don't too wrapped up in the terms. Is that okay?
Very well. I think it's better.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Yes, I think that's all the Q&A we might be able to take now. A round of applause for Nancy, please. Nancy, thanks for such a great presentation. We're happy you were able to join us. And in the future, we'll look forward to calling on you to learn from you much more. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Another round of applause for Nancy, please.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, great. So, are we ready for the final presentation? Or you want me to add more presentations? Who wants more? Are you tired? You have had enough? As in, when I look at the amount of value you guys are getting, I'm just wondering, like, it's just too much. Huh? Okay, great. So, one final presentation, and then we'll call it a day. Are we ready? Are we ready? The next presenter I wanted to I'll be bringing on is a very, very, very experienced professional. He's had over 3 decades when it comes to this field, right? And he's consulted in China, he's consulted in South Korea, he's consulted in the Netherlands, he's consulted in Australia, He's consulted in New Zealand. He's consulted in the Philippines. He's consulted in Serbia. And of course, he's also consulted in the US. He's been a frequent speaker at maintenance and reliability conferences for the last 10 years. He's a certified reliability leader and is a certified maintenance manager. He's got 2 published books and a US patent for maintenance scheduling using an order of fire. Are you guys ready? So please join me in putting your hands together to welcome John Reeve to take us on Use the CMMS to create a living program for RCM. John Reeve, can you hear me, please? Hi, John.
Honored, really, that you invited me, and I hope to share some valuable knowledge. And I'm going to follow on the thoughts from Joel and Nancy. That was a great segue to where I'm headed. I'm hoping that some people in the audience online are familiar with the CMMS software, the maintenance software, you know. And what I'd like to do is merge these wonderful concepts of RCM with the technology. Just because you bought some software that performs the CMMS does not that you will be able to capture a failure mode. Oh my gosh. Well, why did I spend that much money for this thing if I can't capture the failure mode? All right, well, we're definitely going to get into that. So how best can we design the system to leverage data and improve decision making? Okay, and so State of the Union here, RCM maintenance, Nancy definitely described that, but I'm saying this. Some organizations are not sure about the value of RCM, and how can this philosophy be embedded into the CMMS? That statement right there is what I'm all about. Seeing how strategy development is a critical part of asset performance, shouldn't we have the RCM output, the data set? Nancy used the words formally documented. I'm all in favor of that, but being a CMMS, what am I thinking? My head is thinking, how can I put this knowledge, this data, inside the CMMS? And why would I do that? Well, let's pretend Nancy flew to your location across the pond, spent 3-4 weeks at your site conducting the RCM analysis workshops and maybe even training some of your staff, yeah? But then she leaves. Now, RCM is not a one and done situation. It should be viewed as a living program. And so, to summarize, you want to have that inside the CMMS where the processes and the work orders all reside, and they can easily update this thing and refine it as time goes. Nancy's gone. You have to be able to update this thing as you go. Okay, so problem summary. I believe the community consists of 2 worlds. You've got the reliability and maintenance professionals, and then you have the CMMS practitioners. You know, when the CMMS was installed at your site, if you can remember back to that moment, was the reliability engineer involved? Was he even invited to the meetings? Maybe not. So the majority of all organizations are unaware of the importance of aligning RCM with the CMMS. No one's even told them how to do this. Joel's written 17 books. I don't think there's anyone's written any book on this subject right here. And so that's the 2 worlds. Now, many are unclear on how to capture the failure mode, as I mentioned, but this happens to be, I call it the language of RCM. Yep. And many are uninformed. They fail to realize the importance of performing chronic failure analysis, where 40 to 60% of all O&M costs reside. If we hadn't met before and I walked up to you on at your location at a site and we were talking about failure analysis, what's the first word that comes to your mind? RCFA, root cause failure analysis. Why is it nobody's talking about chronic failure analysis? This is where all your costs are, the recurring failures. Confusion exists on how to manage by exception using the CMMS. Whatever product software you have right now, as Joel said, I'm willing to bet every dollar in your wallet, that your product does not even have a bad actor report. Or you may not even have a reliability team. So this is what I call problems, and we should be aware of this and start thinking about how to resolve these issues. Why do so many struggle? Well, there's a disconnect between the asset management community between these two worlds that I mentioned. And so I'm asking you all, the maintenance and reliability professionals, to step up and take charge of the CMS. Hopefully it's not run just by the IT guy. You want to talk to that person and see if it can be configured. Use it to your advantage to not only help you perform precision maintenance, but also prevent work altogether. Whoa, prevent work? How the heck would we do that? Well, we'll get into that. So here's an asset manager. He's a little bit fed up with the recurring problems that are happening at his site, and he's called all of the direct reports to a big conference room and a round table, and he's asking the question: who can tell me which assets are most problematic and why? It seems these generic reports out of the CMMS really don't tell us much of anything. I would like to use this system to help us drill down on the failure mode and determine cause. Can somebody tell me why we can't pull a meaningful bad actor report? Yeah. Now, as Nancy said, there's a failure data and there's failure data, right? Well, as you're going to discover, I've configured the systems that I've sites that I've consulted at to add a new field to the work order. Yeah, there was a corrective maintenance on this asset, but was there a functional failure? Yes, no. Add the field. It may not even exist right now on your product, but once you add that field, now we can start mandating the entry of failure mode at completion of the work order. So the asset manager asked this question. Now you've got some important people here around the table. Here's the operations and maintenance director, and he's very polite. He says, yes, sir, this will be difficult as we do not have good data. Oh boy. The director of engineering is the second guy. He says, there's no analytical report in the system. But further, the reliability team considers the CMMS not detailed enough for analysis. The IT director sitting there, he's asking the rhetorical question, didn't we buy the software for this purpose, failure analysis? Nobody answers. Reliability engineers there. In retrospect, we never designed the software to function in this manner. Okay. The business analyst says, well, is this a training or cultural issue? Do the techs understand why we need failure data? Did we ever train them? Oh, back up. Do we even have the right fields on the work order at completion to capture the failure mode? Probably not. Training manager, is everyone clear on what the word chronic means? Recurring, of course, right? So that's the type of discussion that could take place. Now, here we go. A lot of industries around the world, a lot of organizations that are asset intensive, I'm saying 95% of all sites are not performing chronic failure analysis from within the CMMS using a bad actor report. 95%. Is that big enough for you? 5% are doing it. Now, my definition of a chronic failure analysis process and program here is in this triangle. the CMMS exists. It does have advanced design and has been configured. And process-wise, we're capturing meaningful and accurate validated failure data, specifically the failure mode. We have a powerful sort metric. Just because you have a bad actor report, well, what are you going to sort it on? You have to think about that. And then you need you should have a reliability team. And managed by exception. Okay, so here's some other confusing terminology, the failure coding versus failure analysis. You can go to a conference like this and someone will start talking about failure coding, and they'll spend maybe an hour or so on that subject and talking about how great their software is, but they never mention the bad actor report. Well, what the heck are we doing here? The end game is not failure coding. The end game is the analytic which enables you to determine the cause, possibly, and take action. That's the end game. To start preventing or mitigating these failures going forward. There's some software products that emphasize a failure code hierarchy. Well, I'm saying it's a flawed design. I'll leave it at that right now. Some organizations emphasize the problem coding for the asset. Well, the diesel engine, right? We don't want to go there. That's too high a level. We need to get down a little bit further into a real failure mode. Some of the bigger software organizations in the world are trying to be too clever, in my opinion, and they're building these fancy programs to glean. There's a fancy word, to read the text on the work order completion notes, and they're going to read that text and build a failure mode. Believe it or not, there's programmers trying to do that. The assumption here is that the maintenance techs always enter descriptive text. I mean, if you don't describe the failure mode, I don't care how good the gleaning software is, it ain't gonna work. It makes me laugh. Okay, ISO 14224. It's a very powerful standard. It quite detailed. It has a hierarchical taxonomy. However, if it is described as a phrase, and it's inside an elaborate hierarchy, such as this over here, it would just take you literally many man-years to build out something to that level of detail. RCM analysis, well, we're definitely in favor of RCM analysis, but I just made this entry here to say that it's not the same as failure analysis. Okay. Then there's the root cause failure analysis I mentioned. Now, hopefully, if you're doing that at your site, you're, on average, it might be once, at worst, maybe twice a month, but ideally even less. I mean, that's a big event. It's a significant event, and you should have trigger points for that. But we don't want to confuse that with the opportunity to perform chronic failure analysis. Now, here's the three-piece failure mode, which I will be showing you very shortly, how you can capture that on the work order. And by having that, we can now create a three-way match inside the CMMS that links the RCM analysis output as a new application from the work order, and also create, hear this, a defendable PM library. Okay, so the bad actor report, and there's my chronic failure analysis, and it all comes together. Now, what is a living program for RCM inside the CMMS? Work order failure mode needs to marry up to the RCM failure mode. So, Nancy came to your site and performed RCM analysis, and they created an output. The output may go into a formal document, but may ideally go in, at a minimum, an Excel spreadsheet. It might even go into some proprietary software. But either way, I could take that output and in a matter of minutes, upload it to the CMMS product if it had a repository. So there's my repository right there for capturing RCM analysis. Again, now Nancy's left the site, but tomorrow, next week, next month, a new work order is going to come in with a functional failure, and you can capture the failure mode. The tech enters that failure mode of job completion, and you can make refinements, ongoing refinements to this library. Here's the RCM analysis. What else we got here? Oh, there's also something called work order feedback. No one, very few people ever talk about that, but the maintenance tech might even have some ideas there himself and provide that feedback as you go. And ideally, we can create a defendable PM record library. If you can somehow figure out a way to identify the failure modes that each PM is trying to mitigate, now you can do this electronic comparison and validate the entire library. Without that, there's a good chance this very moment, whatever site organization that you were working in as in the maintenance reliability departments, you may not be able to answer, well, who created that PM? Why is that there? Why is it worded in that manner? Why does it have that frequency? Somebody once said there's a lot of induced failures due to performing work that's not even required, and they're referring to PM activities. Okay, so chronic failure analysis, we're focusing on the worst offenders and managing by exception. We have a reliability team. Reliability team is, if you have one at your site, I would be very curious to know, do they even bother looking at the CMMS? Do they have a bad actor report? Odds are they do not. But I would say, if I were the asset manager, I would instruct the reliability team to make this step one of their meeting. You run the bad actor report. You may have thousands of assets, but this is going to pull out the top 10 or top 5 worst offenders, and then you can start analyzing that. And we'll get to that. I'm going to show you what that looks like shortly. Okay, so here's our three-way match. RCM analysis application, brand new application. I configure the CMMS to have this. I configure the PM application so it can store the failure mode that it is trying to mitigate. And I configure the work order record itself to properly capture a failure mode. I've established a three-way match. No one else has ever mentioned this before. Chronic failure analysis. Okay, well, well, I'm discussing it in light of a before failure, things you're doing, and then when after a failure occurs, what would you be doing differently then? So we have a PM program trying to prevent the failures. There's something called defect elimination. Joel got into this, although he didn't use the words defect elimination. It's precision maintenance and proper torquing and so on. Oh, and Nancy mentioned procedures that could be incorrect. Well, a defect elim team would identify those things. And if I was there in person, I'd be asking the audience right now, can I get a show of hands how many people have a defect elimination program in place? Okay, RCM analysis. Yep, that's what Nancy went through. So you got all of that happening, and hopefully in a perfect world, no failures occur, right? But stuff happens. So now we've got our equipment failure. The maintenance tech himself will do that work order feedback I mentioned. Or there could be a team review once a week, once a month, or less often. And their tribal knowledge, they're sitting around the table and providing their thoughts and opinions. I call this subjective analysis. Then there's root cause analysis, and like I said a moment ago, you shouldn't be doing that every week. If you are, well, I'm sorry. But the better approach is chronic failure analysis, where I say once a month, the reliability team runs this bad actor report. You're looking at the entire asset registry, not just one asset. You're looking across the entire asset registry and pulling out the bad actors, all right? And I refer to this as the #1 way to reduce reactive maintenance. But very few people seem to know about this process. Okay, now, terminology, assets and components. There's another book, there's a lot of books on RCM, and Nancy and Joel are experts in this area, but one of the authors I like is Douglas Plucknett. and he's written a book called RCM Blitz, and he breaks it into 3 parts. Failure mode has 3 parts. Well, Nancy mentioned this too, noun and verb. And so here's our noun. That's the fail. I call it the fail component. It's not the asset. It's the fail component. Yeah, the maintenance technician went to work on the pump. Did he repair the pump? Yeah, but what did he really repair? He repaired the impeller. Either he replaced it or he somehow repaired it. Maybe it was the nut holding the impeller on to the shaft was not tight enough. Yep. Didn't have the proper torque. The component problem, it was loose. Okay. Yeah. And then the cause here is assembly error. The component was, and that's your cause code in this case. All right. And those 3 parts make the failure mode. Yeah. Okay. So a failure mode, as I said earlier, is the language of RCM. Yep. And okay. So it's the glue that connects everything together. Maintenance is performed at the failure mode level, but as I said a moment ago, the software products don't capture this failure mode with enough granularity. And there's my 3-way match: the failure mode on the PM, failure mode in the RCM application, and the work order failure mode. All right, so now Nancy described failure analysis, and sometimes the output goes to an Excel spreadsheet, and this fourth column here is the failure mode column. So there's the fail component in the circle on the left, 12-volt power supply, and it fails. Motor burned out, bearing seized, and pump impeller worn, so on and so forth. That's failure mode. Sometimes you have the actual cause in that column also. Okay, just wanted to show you that so we're clear. So the RCM analysis describes failure mode. And the book RCM Blitz by Douglas Plucknett breaks it into 3 separate fields. I read this book, and an aha moment occurred in my head. I'm saying I can put that language, that type of granularity, inside the CMMS. All right, so here's a 3-part failure mode. So I added the fields in color: the fail component, the component problem, and the cause code. Now, I can have a layered cause here, and I'll get into that in a subsequent slide. But if your CMMS can be configured, you could add these fields. And now we can capture a failure mode. Here's my functional failure, by the way. And if you're going to enter the failure mode, it's a drop-down list. And if the value is not in the list, well, then put it in this field right above it, titled missing component. And once you save the record, the software can be configured to automatically route it to the reliability engineer or maintenance engineer. They would review it, say, yep, that's missing from the list, and he adds it to the component list, and the software automatically comes back here and updates this work order and enters the fail component automatically. So I'm making the software work for us here. Okay, what's next? So here's our RCM application. Inside we could start with system subsystem. Odds are it's a critical system. And within the critical system, what are the critical assets? The RCM facilitator would have asked the team to prepare that list in advance. Then you start focusing on those assets. You might have a large P&ID set there in the room. And you start with the number 1 asset. And the RCM analysis identifies the functions. Then there's possible functional failures, another text field. I don't show it here. And then there's consequence, and so on and so forth. I'm only showing 3 assets here, but this would have a vertical scroll bar, and you could go down through every one of them. But the area we want to focus on is the failure mode. And again, I'm only showing 1. There could be many. Obviously, there would be many for that blower there. And it could be signed a could be assigned a criticality for that failure mode. And at some point, you come up with the maintenance strategy or default action that you will be taking. So, all right. So now we have the failure mode, and this would be stored in 3 fields, not just a phrase. But that's a key point. And by having 3 fields, I can do an easy electronic comparison to the work order failure mode where I had my 3 fields. So motor bearing, seized, that's the component problem, due to lack of lube in this case. I know you could have a lot of questions on this slide right here, but I got to move forward. So, all right. So here we go. Now, there's something titled a type ahead buffer. I'm sorry if I'm getting too technical, but you do this every day when you go onto the internet. You go to Google, you type 1 letter, and already the Google engine is searching through millions of records. And it does that in about a half a second. And so we can set up that same type of feature inside this CMMS, and we would do this for the failed component. My failed component list is not just for 1 asset. It's not just for 1 asset class either. It's every possible component for every asset at your plant. So you could have maybe 500 failed components in this 1 list. So let's see how we do this. All right, so here I am down here. I'm going to type the letter R. This thing starts searching immediately in my 500 component list. The letter R, by the way, could be anywhere in the word. And so it quickly pulls up a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of the 500 that instantly displays as a drop-down. Well, then I choose the one I want, which will be riveter head, and there's my failed component. Bada bing, bada boom. It's that simple. That's how this works. I now have a failed component and a validated drop-down list from which I can run SQL against. Maybe somebody in the room understands SQL. Okay. Let's see what else is next. Master component list. Well, how do I build this list? If you have a CMMS, you have been issuing parts from your warehouse to the maintenance technician against these work orders for years. Inside the CMMS, there is a transaction table. And that transaction table contains not only the part number, but also the commodity code. So if you've set up your item master inventory record, here's your part number, there's your description. Well, the commodity code says that's a bolt. So it's a summary label, right? You could subdivide it into lag, bolt, whatever, fine. But here's bolt in the commodity grouping that you can create inside your CMMS inventory application. Well, guess what? This is the failed component. There you go. No one else has ever thought of this before. Most CMMS products have that transaction table I just mentioned. So if there's 25,000 parts and you have no commodity codes entered, well, you need to get to entering those things because that's important for our design here. The long and short of it here is, I'm not going to read this, but by reading your issues over this last few years, you could quickly identify those parts that need to be given a commodity code, and in less than a week's time, you could have this thing entered. It'd be that quick. So now we can set up the cause codes. I mentioned earlier that I had 3 possible choices. You could go cause code 4 and cause code 5, and that gets into the latent codes, as Nancy mentioned. But let's take a look at that. So here's cause code 1. Well, actually, I got that on cause code 2, but cause code 1, that 1 should be up here where the letter E is. Sorry. Cause code 1 has this short list: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 possible choices. Hey, it was a mistake. There is no defect. Let's go on and continue. You could say it's due to aging. You could say it's wear and tear. Now, this could be subdivided several ways, but we're staying at high level right now. We're not getting into failure mechanisms. There could have been a power surge which caused this thing to fail. It could be the cleaning, as Joel mentioned. That's very important. Housekeeping, you could have excessive dirt blocking the input filter. It could be environmental issues. It could be force majeure. I don't know if you have any major weather events where you're located, but we have tornadoes and hurricanes in our location, and they can, or flooding, and that can cause damage to equipment. If it's not any one of those, it would then be a human factor. Now, there's a lot of humans, and there's a lot of possible roles. We could go all the way back to the buyer who bought this equipment or part and incorrectly sourced it or spec'd it out, you know. That's how far we could go. It could be the procedure writer who wrote an incorrect procedure. Now, I've got, again, this short list. Maybe there's one that you see that it's quite common to your location. Well, you add it to this list. All right, let's look at the next cause code. Cause code 2. Now, this is the human factors. Human factors at a high level. Well, hopefully there's not any vandalism. Let's skip that. It could have been storage handling in the warehouse. You know, a forklift could have bumped into something. A vendor who set up the equipment and the components at the operating location did not do it correctly. Hey, let's go all the way back now to the design engineers. The inherent reliability, they whether they knew it, they have a hidden flaw, hidden failure due to a design flaw there. There could have been management oversight. They could have stopped the painting program because they were trying to save money. Defective material or parts were used. The operations as well as maintenance procedures could be flawed, incorrect, incomplete. Operations could have operated the equipment outside of operating boundaries, thresholds. The ineffective PM strategy could be the wrong strategy, but who's looking at that? You don't have a three-way match in place. Incorrect frequency, yeah. Maybe maintenance was so busy last month putting out fires, performing reactive maintenance, they went to the maintenance manager and said, you know, we don't have time to do this PM. He said, okay, we'll skip it. Well, you skip, out of 6 months, they skipped it 4 times. Well, then something happened. And workmanship. Now, again, if it's not any of this top 10 or so, we then are back, we're down to workmanship. Now, the gray boxes here represent the workmanship. There could have been a incorrectly applied external force. So Joel touched on that. Improper tensioning, improper installation, misalignment. Performing alignment is precision maintenance. So you got to be quite skilled to be doing that. Balancing, incorrect fastening, induced vibration, equipment distortion, lubrication, of course, inadequate somehow. You can over lubricate something, right? And then contamination of the fluids that you're working with. Again, there could be other reasons here, but this is just an example to get you going. My cause codes 1, 2, and 3. Now, you could stop at cause 1 and just say wear and tear. Or you may include, get down to design flaw. The other point to make about this slide is, does the technician know the answers to all of these questions? Well, probably not. But he should know the fail component. In 50% of the time, he should know the component problem itself. As to the cause, he might know what should be chosen here. In some cases, especially if it's critical equipment, you could route this work order to the maintenance supervisor to make sure these mandatory fields are filled in, or the maintenance engineer, or even the reliability engineer. So every site can set up their own rules. Sometimes we need to help the maintenance technician. We can't close out this work order because there's a functional failure which mandates my failure mode 3-part fields to be filled in. That's how it could be designed. All right. Yep. So now a work order is created. We've got our functional failure. There's a weekly schedule, maybe. Very few sites have a weekly schedule, by the way. A daily plan, perform the work, tech enters the failure mode because there is a functional failure. The job's done. He's gone back to the desk and he's updating the computer. Yeah. Now, the moment he saves that record, you can do that electronic comparison. I would not be able to do this if it was in a Word document. Does that make sense? I would not be able to do this if it was just a failure mode as a phrase, a sentence, you know. It has to be broken up into 3 fields. Yeah. So we're summarizing now. Reliability team runs the bad actor report once a month, and this is what that looks like. So you can have prompts. What is the sort metric we want to use? Are we going to sort on the number of functional failures for that whatever asset has the most of them in a given period of time? Do we go off of mean time between failure? Do we go off of asset condition somehow? If you're even capturing that. Do we go off of downtime? Well, is that maintenance downtime or operating downtime? And there's also something called asset criticality or business risk exposure. But the metric I like is the average annual maintenance costs divided by replacement costs. And I've got another slide here to show you that. So this is the average annual maintenance cost divided by replacement costs. So you would run this against your asset database module and look at all of the costs that came in through the work order, take the average for a given year. You could even divide it up by multiple years and take the average of all 5, or just focus on the last year. But the important point is to divide it by the replacement cost. So if you have a steam trap, and for whatever reason this is a very important steam trap and it's deemed as an asset, well, you may be performing excessive amounts of PM or even condition monitoring against this thing, and you wouldn't know it. But once you run this, anything that comes back on this report greater than 7% is an asset that you should look at, take a serious look at. And that gives me my top 10 bad actor list. All right, so where are we? Now, Nancy talked about the proactive actions and the default actions. Here's a screen that talks about all possible actions. You could replace the asset. You could replace the asset with upgrade. You could purchase a new asset with added redundancy. Yep. So you could perform functional tests, apply sensors. Sensors are a big topic nowadays. Continuous monitoring with the sensors. Perform refurbishment, perform basic corrective maintenance, perform scheduled PM, PDM. That's the proactive. You could designate the asset as run to failure, where maybe you've been doing it as a monthly PM and you really don't need to do that anymore. See, this is just a cheat sheet you can have on your wall to help the reliability team to figure out what kind of action we should be taking. All right. Well, I'm going to summarize now. So that graphic we were just on, I've got, I think it's 9 steps here. So we create the work order and we have a functional failure flag. If it's marked yes, then at job completion, the tech enters the 3-part failure mode. And sometimes he needs to get help from the supervisor or maintenance engineer or reliability engineer, especially for critical equipment. Install RCM application inside the software. Easier said than done, but I'm just saying, why not? Let's get crazy. Wouldn't that be something? You're the reliability engineer, and you walk over to the IT department, the CMMS administrator, and you say, you know, I just attended this conference. We talked a lot about RCM, And I know you've got captured in an Excel spreadsheet, but can you tell me why we can't store this as an application inside the CMMS software? Yep. I wonder what he would say, he or she, right? Install a bad actor report and choose the right sort metric. The one I like is the one I showed you was called, it has a name, it's called the SMRP #1 economic metric. Choose the assets of interest from that list and dynamically drill down on the failure mode. You've got that detail on the work order. You could dynamically drill down on the failure mode. So we're not just stopping at the asset in the top 10. We can start to drill down on the pieces and parts. Yep. And the reliability team has this process, chronic failure analysis, and they take action to start mitigating recurrences and link the PM records back to the RC.
John, can you hear us? I think the network. Check if we still have John. Or is he the one moving the cursor there? Okay. I think he might be having some challenge. Just drop a message for him. Tell him we could still see his screen, but we can't hear him.
Analytical capability where the stakeholders can leverage this failure data to avoid repetition. And the best maintenance strategy library is the one you can refine over time. So how do you implement this? Let me come back to that. So good ideas are not adopted automatically. They need to be driven into practice. This is Hyman Rickover. He invented our nuclear navy back in the 50s. And the last thing he says here, a true champion is a system that's been thoughtfully designed as the go-to for answering tough questions. It's often referred to as the primary source of business intelligence. And yes, I'm talking about the CMMS. If you go on the internet and search for stories about the CMMS software, some of the articles will talk about, well, it's garbage. It's full of due to bad data. Software's good, but the bad data is just everywhere. Procedures were never implemented. But again, what I'm saying is, even if you had the world's best procedures, you need to have the vision that we just talked about and the ability to configure that product to make it capture the failure mode. And most products do not have that. So, perfection is not attainable. I understand that. But if we chase perfection, we might catch excellence. So I'm saying, make the software work for you. Turn asset management into competitive advantage, and someday the benchmarkers will benchmark you. Okay, let me get back to this how to implement. If I can show that. I don't know if you're seeing my slide, you may not, but implementation, you're going to need a sponsor. Hopefully there's an asset manager who's someone who cares deeply about the reliability and performance of assets. You need a configurable CMMS. Not every product is configurable. Is there a core team in place? Is there a reliability team? Step 3, create a mission vision statement. Maybe you already have one, but revisit that thing and make sure the right wording is in there, along with an asset management policy document. You need an outside assessment that evaluates asset management capabilities at your site, and maybe you perform a gap analysis. Do you have the right staff? Maybe you don't even have reliability engineers. Do any of those individuals have certifications in reliability? Are process improvements needed? Do we have the right roles and responsibilities? And you may create at the end a very large list of things that needed to be done. And don't get overwhelmed. Just turn this into a long-range plan, and take one bite of the elephant at a time. Well, that completes my presentation, and thank you for listening. I certainly enjoyed sharing this knowledge.
Round of applause for John, please. Great. Any questions in the room? I know when it comes to discussions around CMMS, many people think that is just where you pick your work orders from and then do the job. Some people don't think CMMS is meant to be something that you utilize to add value to your process. So how many of your organizations have a CMMS installed here? Let me see by a show of hands. Wow. How many am I seeing? 3, 5, okay, 7, 8, 9. Wow. So that means you've not even started your journey. Huh? So I think technology is meant to make your work simpler. And the CMMS is one of the very, very important tools that can help you in your maintenance activities. So if there's one thing you will take from here, I think you should consider having a CMMS. So let's check online. Do we have any questions online, please? Any questions online? Any questions online, Kingsley? Any questions?
Always had.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
awesome. I'd always followed your articles, your weekly articles that you usually placed on CMMS. And I came from the reliability background, and currently I'm a lead CMMS engineer. So it's been a battle, really having to imbibe a lot of these things, because my difficulties stem from bad actors when we cannot identify correctly bad actors from work orders. You know, it's something that it's a big pain, and we are in the process of implementing a new CMMS. However, those concerns have still not been addressed. Most times, because of CMMS is now become a kind of sales, or companies want to sell it, so they just advertise for you those things that, you know, will look beautiful to you and will appeal to you, and just sit back, you know, and you have different interests in the business trying to get those CMMS. And we are saying no. We can configure what we currently have, and it will even be better because it gives us better flexibility to configure these things into our system. They say, no, let's go into having a new CMMS. What do you advise for some of us when we deal with these cases where the company is trying to go one way, but the people who actually trying to link these things back to the asset are saying no? What do you advise? What should be the best way to go about it? That's number one. Then the second question: at what level of the hierarchy do you try to link the failure modes to? At what level of the hierarchy? I mean the asset hierarchy in the CMMS. Those are the two questions I have.
Yes, I heard that. Okay. Wow. Well, if I'm you, I want to find or get someone that thinks like me. I need a partnership to try to elevate the knowledge level. Number two, no, I'm still focusing on your first question, but my second point is I'd be curious to know, other than yourself, who else in the organization has certifications in reliability, right? I try to get them to attend conferences like this one that you're at. And now, as to the software, not every product is configurable. If I thought I heard you say that maybe the one you have is configurable, well, that's good.
Absolutely, you are right.
Okay. And then if I knew, this is what I would do. I would go into a conference room and maybe with some of your friends and get a flip chart. You know, a flip chart, yeah? And then some markers and start drawing up what bad actor report should look like. But maybe tear that sheet off and put that up on the wall and go back to the work order entry screen. Start drawing in these fields to capture the failure mode. Again, as Nancy said, very few people really know what a failure mode is. Now, I've taken it one step further and broken it into 3 parts. You have to go that way to be successful in creating that 3-way match. Now, I know I'm not answering all of your questions, but the last question you asked was what's the level of granularity in the asset registry? Well, ISO 14224, even though it's a standard, I hate to say this, but it's impossibly over the top, too complex. In other words, I do not attempt to list the components below the asset. I mean, a given asset can have 50 or more components.
300 components, yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah, and so that you'll never finish.
Yeah.
And don't stop there.
Absolutely.
Below each component, I want to see the failure mode.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ISO 14224, I don't know these people who made this thing, but I'm not sure they ever tried to implement it inside the CMMS. And so my design bypasses that approach. And by adding the 3-part failure mode on the work order, I'm not making a hierarchy. I've got a 500 component list. Yeah, it's big, but using the type ahead buffer similar to Google, I can quickly find the one I want. Give me another question in the areas I failed to answer, perhaps.
Okay, you are right, John. Yeah, yeah, you are right, and we are actually using ISO 14224, and we are trying to do catalog profiling in order to be able to get to the granularity that is required for ISO 14224. So, but however, you have clearly stated it here that actually is too granular for us to actually capture the right link, because those type of bad actor reports at the end of the day will become very vague because of the granularity that's involved. So I think I understand your responses are very clear. Thank you very much, John.
Well, thank you for asking that question. That was very pertinent. Thank you, Joshua.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Any other question online, please? Okay, John, I don't know if you can see the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, purple background.
Yes, please. That's another question.
Yeah. Should aging be a tenable reason for failure when discussing machine reliability? Well, maybe not. My very simplistic answer is car. You have a car, and you open up the engine compartment, and you have a lot of belts, rubber belts. Well, they will age, and that's my example.
Okay, any other question there? Okay, a round of applause for John, please. John, thank you so much for taking time to join us in the conference today. We appreciate, and we look forward to learning from you in the future. Another round of applause for John. Okay, great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Well, thanks for your time. See you guys.
See you. Bye-bye. Okay, great. Wrapping up now. Who wants more? You're tired? You're overloaded? Okay. Somebody say loaded. You can't even talk again. So somebody say loaded. Okay, Kingsley, let me see the comments. Let me talk to the guys online. So please, next, just to wrap this up, one, you've got an email. We told you about some offers that will be coming up. So if you signed up for this event, you got an email in your inbox showing you those offers. Some of them would be, I think one of them will be valid for just the next 48 hours. The others would be open for a little bit. I think two of them have time limits. So I'll expect that you take action on them now. The scholarship opportunity, just go ahead and apply. Selection would be made, I think, sometime in May. And you get to save over $1,100 on that program. So two great programs that you'll be learning from if you get in that scholarship. We have just 50 slots. So if you think you want to wait till later, the first people that get in might just be the people that get those 50 slots. So make sure you apply. Also, Rafi told us about the subscription on his platform. Just feel free to click the link I've dropped. It's in that email you received as well. 40% off your CMRP self-paced classes. That one is 48 hours. After 48 hours, it goes off, and nobody should come and beg. Right? It goes off after 48 hours. So you have that link. You want to be certified. You've indicated interest. Just go click it. It will take you to the page. You can just make your payment online directly, no issue. If you say you want to make use of the bank accounts, just go to our desk outside. You would be provided with the bank accounts to make payment. Also, the reliability bootcamp, some of you have come up to me. You want to switch into reliability. You want to up your game. You want to start your journey. Or maybe all what we're saying just look like jargons and you want to just make sense of it. Then sign up for the bootcamp. The link is also right there in your mail. So, feedback time. Feedback time. So, please, I'd like you to just grab your phones now, okay, and just get this link in your phones, and then let us know how we did. Okay? Just grab the link now, right? Just, you don't need to go all the way from HTTP, just bit.ly PH Summit feedback, and tell us how we did now. Just a few questions there, 2 minutes thereabout. You should be able to get to fill out the form. So fill out the form. Those online, please go ahead and fill out the form. We've had a steady group of people online, and I like the contributions they've made today. I like the questions that came, and it shows that even though they are not in the room with us, they were fully with us. Someone said I should send them their online lunch as well. So, as you put down the feedback, one thing I'll crave your indulgence for is don't allow the message die with you. Take the message back. Take it back to your plants. Take it back to your department. Those things you've learned, share with your colleagues. Those areas you need help for development, for training, our team also provides that. Training and consultancy services are available. So you have our details with you. If you did not pick those small flyers at our stand outside, please just walk there, pick one. You have our details with you. Just reach out to us. You are the ones to be talking to your HR to say, I want this, I want this, I want that, right? And if you don't know what you want for your team, you can come and then we'll provide you that advisory services. So reach out and then you can learn from us. I've also shared, you have details of some of our speakers that provide services. Wale is here. Get his contact, HR support. Mercy is here. Get her contact for all your training needs when it comes to communication, technical reporting, all of that. She's available to provide it here. And when it comes to also different parts of competence development, Engineer Dan is here as well. He's a guru when it comes to skills, right? When it comes to skills and competency, that's his meat and drink. Please get his contact because you need support to be able to achieve your goals. Does everybody have the link now? Please put back the link up. Huh? Somebody say, is the link opening? Yes. Is it network or what? Not network. Okay. So tell them to check the form now at the back end. Right? Let me grab my own phone. Okay, I left it there. Let me be sure. Because some links would... Has anybody been able to fill the form at all? I can fill. Okay. Okay. So can I see? Okay, let's see. Has anybody been able to fill the form? No. Huh? So, Kingsley, get married. The form is not accepting responses, please. So I'll have them have that sorted quickly. Okay. So let's see feedback online. Can I put the comments up, please, for me? Let me see. Huh? What happened? I just put it up. I'm going to ask them a question to respond. So put it up. So the guys online, please, I wanted to get your own feedback. How did it go online for you?
Okay, David, Joshua here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Joshua, go ahead, please.
Awesome. So today's session was packed. The physical appearance, but it was good. The early hours we had challenges with the network and the ability to clearly see the screens of physical presenters. But I think we are swift enough to resolve it. Thank you so much. It was an awesome time.
Any other comments? Online, please. Let's take one more. Or they've all disappeared.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
This is Gideon. Can you hear me?
Gideon, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Joshua, thank you for the entire presentation. For me, this is the second time I'm joining online. I think the first one was yesterday. Yesterday, I think the starting was not so good. I must tell you, perhaps we need to, for next one, we need to work on better preparation to consider those online, because most of those presentations we couldn't hear. However, one has to be smart to pick what needed to be picked, which I also did. Today was fair, but like the other speaker said, it was the starting was not so good, but eventually it was resolved. But I will plead. I don't know if you are doing anything concerning sharing the details or the slides, however, to us. I don't know if it's going to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we will agree that we had challenges yesterday morning, and I hope the guys at the back are listening. I threatened I would scrap all of them out yesterday because it was not fun, because we were meant to have tested about 2 days ago. They came and they said they tested. And so after all the tests, to show up yesterday and not get that right was not fun. So I apologize that that happened, and that's definitely feedback that we must take to make better. And I hope they are also taking the feedback as we speak. Okay. So for sharing, yes, at the end of the event, give us a couple of weeks. We would be uploading the videos onto our YouTube channel, and then we would share the link to the YouTube channel with you. On that YouTube channel, you should be able to see every single presentation, because those ones were recorded here live. So there are no network interruptions of any sort with them. As for the slides, for those speakers that have given us their slides and have given us permission to share, we would share, which is for almost all of them, except for those that have proprietary items in them. But for those that wanted us to share, we have the slides. So Kingsley would be sharing those slides alongside the link in the email. Is that fair? So anything you missed, you will get the opportunity to go back and take notes. I hope that helps. Okay. Anybody want to say something in the room before I call Steve? Let's take 2, 1. Where's the other mic, please?
Thank you very much. My feedback about the event, it's very positive. I just want to comment regarding collaboration, how possibly the maintenance summit could have a platform, like you said, maybe on LinkedIn, where we could connect, or even on other platforms that they may deem fit, so that there can be ongoing engagement, both online, on social media, and then also when we have the next possible meeting. So thank you.
Okay, great. I think that's a good one. So just in case you don't follow us, go on LinkedIn, just type the Maintenance Institute. You've seen our logo here. You would not miss it. So in case you don't follow us on social media, go there. LinkedIn especially, Monday to Friday, there's always something new for you to learn from us every day, Monday to Friday, every week. So follow us on LinkedIn. And then something that I have not told you guys about. So if you would, go to our website, www.tmiafrica.org. And those of you that know your call signs, Tango, Mike, India, Africa.org. There's something there, top right hand, you see memberships, right? We're currently working on a closed membership portal. It's going to be open for a short time. After that, we might just make it a paid membership portal. But if you go to the website now, www.tmiafrica.org, click on the membership, you would be able to get in immediately. I'm not seeing people pressing their phone now. Then later you call me and tell me, please, sir. Right? You'll be able to get in there. And yes, just like you said, it's meant for that opportunity to continue to collaborate. So when you see a message from us, you would know it's from us. And for those of you that, since everybody here registered, I expect that you are on our email servers. And any email that goes out, you will get it. How many of you here get emails from me? Or from my team members? Okay, so if it's your first time, expect that you'd have started getting emails from today. So, or how many of you got the email that went out today? Okay, great. So if you've not checked, you most likely got an email out from us today. So anyone else? Okay, since nobody is speaking, I think I've already made all the other announcements. While Steve will make his comments, first of all, I'll say thank you to Double One again. Everybody, let's say thank you, Double One. If it's not double one, I will charge you. And if I charge you, okay, so it takes a lot to put something like this together. This is 4th year in a row with double one, and there's more to come. So again, a round of applause for double one, please. So double one, any comments before we say?
Of course, there will be comment. Let me join Jonathan to appreciate you for making out time to be here. I'm sure it's a 2-day that is worth it. You know, like I told somebody, Rome was never built in a day. Gradually, the responsibility is ours to get our profession to the level we want it. More so, the advanced countries these days have opened their arms to receive our youths and are living, even with their little knowledge. So as they live, we must take steps, necessary steps to fill the gap. There's a lot of gap, professional gaps in the area of maintenance and reliability, and that's what Forum seeks to fill. That gap that's being created, we must take deliberate steps to fill those gaps. So it's a thing of joy that we partner, we collaborate with Maintenance Institute Africa to get events like this across to professionals like you. We do it twice in a year. It's either March or April, Port Harcourt, October or November, Lagos. So I look forward to Lagos event. Are there any shortcomings from us these past 2 days? It's natural to plead for your forgiveness. We continue to look forward to improvement in the area where there are shortcomings. That's the sense of that feedback is sent. So you need to send the necessary feedback so that we can collect it and use it to work how to improve where there are shortcomings. So, and like I said, I thank you for coming. The way you came in peace, you go better in peace with progress in every area on it. Nobody will get query again. I know somebody brought up an issue on query. So use lessons learned here, apply it on your job, and I can tell you'll be a better person. Thank you so much. I don't know, is Lanre here? Okay, he's gone. So I wanted my marketing manager to say a word, so he's gone. So on his behalf, I want to appreciate you again and thank you for coming. And for the speakers, please, thanks so much for sharing your knowledge at little or no cost. And I'm happy that experience is played out these past 2 days, both physical and online. Thank you, Jonathan, for coordinating.
Thank you so much, Steve. So guys, can you check the link again, please? Please check and just let me know. It's opening now. Can you feel it? No, just try refresh. I'm just saying now. Just give me feedback, please. Is it working? Okay, great. So the link is working now, please. I did some updates on the back end. Working? This the first one. Yes, the first one is good. Working? It's working, right? Great. So just help me fill it out so that you don't feel it. You don't want me to release you. Okay, I think I've just seen just 3 people filled it. And you can just include in your additional comments if there are topics you want to see in future events that you think are of interest to you, please put them on. And just to let you know that the learning continues, This is the month of April, right? By next month, there will be another. We have monthly workshops where we bring experts to share their knowledge. So you'll be getting an email from Kingsley very soon on the next monthly workshop. So experts will be sharing, and if you have something to share, something, a case study, please feel free to reach out to us and you get that opportunity. I see 6 responses. This room has more than 6 people though. Huh? This is real-time monitoring. No? Just put up the link. Just put up the link. Just in case anybody does not have it. So remember the email that you've gotten. Remember the membership as well. And the membership is not just for you. Right? Flour Mills, I know there are a few of you here. But I know there are hundreds of you there. You want everyone to be on the same plane with you, so that when you communicate and speak the same thing. This is the way to go. And I think I'll just buttress on one of the things John said. Sometimes you always trying to tell your boss the right thing to do will not work. Sometimes you need to bring them into forums like this, where they sit and learn from experts. But after they are done, your conversation becomes what? Easier. So you always try to, this my boss does not want to agree. If you know your boss is too much of a headache, even sponsor him to come. Say, boss, I bought a ticket for you. Huh? Take 2 days to leave. Don't worry, the plant will not shut down. I'll be here. Huh? And let him what? Come. The more people learn, the better you guys can collaborate and do more in your plans. So great. I think the feedback is coming in, and let's see. 17 in. So I think there's still more to come. What's the difference between awesome and excellent? Huh? I want to know, so that maybe I'll ask my staff to go ahead and explain to me later. Okay. Thank you again. Keep filling out the form. Thank you again for coming. Engineer Dan. He's been sitting here since yesterday. That's a lot. That tells you a lot. After all this time in the industry, he still prioritizes what? Learning. Huh? And Wale that is here is a God save me if I don't invite him next year. Huh? He will come for my head. So I think that will be all. Once again, a round of applause for yourself, please. Have a pleasant evening, everyone, and bye-bye. I'll see you on the next episode.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Well done, Jonathan.
Recording stopped.
Okay, please. Certificates outside, please. Pick your certificates at the registration desk. Don't forget. For those of you that registered online, pick your certificates outside. I will not be shipping it to you, so you better pick them now. They are outside.
Rosemary, it's time. Sir.
Sorry.
There's something I will discuss with you.
Yeah, please.
You give me your number. Come here.
So, I just need to get feedback from you real quick. First of all, like, I need your video. You can just here. Yeah, that's fine. So, what would you tell me about your experience at the maintenance summit?
Okay, normally, it's a summit that I enjoy. My first encounter with reliability was in 2012 when I was on a course for subsea engineering in the UK, and one of the modules was reliability. At the time, it didn't sync well because I wasn't able to actually introduce it into my operation as an engineer because I wasn't directly involved with maintenance. But with this summit, what's it saying?
Hello.
Okay, like I said, my first encounter with reliability was in 2012 when I had an MSc course for subsea engineering. At the time, I wasn't able to implement it in my workspace, but I got new roles at my place of work, and because of that, I think it's going to be more useful. This is like a cap on what has been the knowledge I previously have on reliability, and with that, I'm sure most of the philosophies and understanding of reliability can be implemented in my work week. And for me, I think reliability is a puzzle, and as a person, we are components of that puzzle. If we get to understand that playing our part and connecting well to other components of the puzzle to network properly, I think we can achieve better reliability in what we do as humans, even in our workplace.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, sir, can I have you? So, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you so much for coming to the maintenance summit. I just need a very quick feedback. Well, how you learned a lot from this, and I would like to know how would this impact in your organization and your job role? The knowledge you've gained from here, how would it impact?
Yeah, so professional continuous development for me has always been one of my levers for building a successful career. So this maintenance summit Port Harcourt, which is my first time attending, I see it as a summit that I will plan for subsequently in November or October and the coming year. So, but on this conference, I like the great networking, the energy. I like the sound professionals that were on site and also virtually. So I want to give a big thumbs up to the Maintenance Summit and also to the major sponsors for making this opportunity available for us to come and learn and network. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I have you? Hi. Thank you so much.
problem.
So I just need a quick feedback. I know you were in charge of a session. So how was your experience? How was the interactions? What did you think in general?
So I thought that the interaction was really good. I mean, we had a nice crowd, technical people, non-technical people, a lot of feedback from the audience as well, good questions, great answers from the experts. So it was a good event all in all, honestly. It was a really good one. And I look forward to attending the next one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
Kofi? Kofi? Thanks.
Okay, yes, let's keep in touch. All right, nice meeting you.
So we have 1 minute.
Okay, that's
You were
fine.
here yesterday and today, and you're one of the guests.
Yes.
So, okay. Hello, Mr. Wale.
Thank you very much.
You were here yesterday,
Yes.
and you're also here today, and you
Yes.
were one of the guest speakers
Yes.
with a wonderful section. In fact, I was so blessed when I learned a lot from that section of yours.
Absolutely.
So it's been 2 days program, 2 days training summit.
Right.
So what do you have to say to it?
Basically, this is my third time I've been invited to come and contribute to this summit, and basically it's been very reinforcing, very educative. It's ever informative, both technical and non-technical, side of knowledge sharing, and I see a whole lot of improvement year in, year out. Yeah, okay, with the convener, the team, the participants, the sponsors, everybody, come together to make this as a synergy, a very wonderful experience, as it were. So we look forward to, subsequent ones, and hopefully it's going to be better than this as well. But it's been an amazing experience.
Thanks.
It's been a very amazing experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right.
Yes. All right. Yes, sure.
Oh, you didn't pick now. Yeah. I cannot answer the question. The one so you always know how to.
Sir, please, I need.
You know that if there's anything that will have to reach. So I won't jump on the protocol.
We're interviewing your boss.
Who else?
Your boss.
So that.
You're interviewing.
For what?
Come, go inside. Rosemary. Rosemary. Come.
Just see this logo. Just notice. Once you start the Vietnam meeting, oh, you're about leaving, right?
Yes, I'm just waiting for a pickup.
Okay. Finally, give you something to do. They give me something to do. Souvenir to show. Just to.
Sir,
So anything you want to do.
Sir, please. Sir.
I have to go do this interview. Of course, now. How many people do you have? Just me now. I'm looking for more people. I can't call one.
Sir.
I need the certificate so that I can have one star. We don't need a
What do you want?
We're interviewing. We want to interview. Please.
The organizer.
You have to say something.
Like what?
You ask him questions. He has organized a 2 days event, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not the.
Eh? Oh, not do like this. Help me do my work, please. Eh? Help me do my work, please. help me do.
There's no point. We just needed feedback from audience. Not
What
from
about the organizer? No,
I
we
don't
need
want-
organizer.
Why? No, no, give me why.
We need
It's not organizer. Go to mobile and ask them. Not TMI. TMI, they are the host.
TMI hosted delegates. It's 6 online, 6 on site. You want to thank the delegates. You think they didn't have something to do? You want to thank your sponsor. We need it in that video.
So who's going to
Yes, people there.
We'll go inside.
Yeah.
When you get to me, get to me. No, I'm here.
It's coming. What company do you work for? What company do you work for? There's another one. Yes, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Please.
Let's go. Bro, thank you.
Thank you for me. I can't be dragging two people in.
I'm here with you. If
Two adults for that matter.
If you get food inside there, I will be there.
How do we end this conversation? No.
It's gonna be ready to go down. Okay. 15,000 naira. Anyone?
That's all. Sir. Thank you, sir. Hello? Hello? Yeah, Okay.